Around here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Ask my history teacher where to go to college. He said, go where you like the weather. Best advice I've ever gotten.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to America's morning headquarters. And yeah, here in Key West yesterday, some kids tried to enjoy the surf, and then the surf tried to lash back. Big waves hitting them there as the winds and waves from Elsa started coming on shore yesterday. And yeah, over the last 48 hours, we've seen dramatic changes in what's going on here in the ocean. 2 days ago, I guess that would be Sunday, the waters behind me were literally glass smooth to the point where you can paddleboard. There was no big swells or anything. You could maybe even water ski on it. Yesterday, we started seeing some winds slowly increase as we head on through the mid-morning to the afternoon, and even last night, some gusty winds with a heavier rain started coming in. And today, you can see it. White caps and easily 2 to 4 foot waves now lashing the shore. They'll probably get bigger. Now the center of Elsa, waiting for the 8 o'clock advisory coming up here. As of 5 a.m., the center of Elsa was about 50 miles southwest of us. So right behind me is south, and by 100 miles is Cuba. So southwest is that way. That's where the center was a couple hours ago. It's probably closer to almost due west. And the winds now are screaming in from the southeast. We're talking upper 20s in terms of sustained winds gusting closer to 50 miles per hour now. So we've been in the tropical storm force wind gust all morning long since late last night here, and that will probably continue into the early afternoon hours, at least with the gusts coming on through here. And that's driving the rain. We're usually over an inch of rain. We could see another couple of inches of rain because Key West is located in the east side of the center of Elsa, so that's where a lot of the weather is and will be for the duration of this event here. So if you look at the radar, you can see how expansive that blob is. And that's definitely impacting travel because we're seeing earlier some of these bands spiral into South Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale. Close to 500 delays yesterday because of weather. Numerous tornado warnings even yesterday across that part of Florida. We're also concerned with severe weather, maybe some quick spin-outs of tornadoes or water spouts here across the Keys. The airport here in Key West, it is open. They typically see about 20 flights a day. We're about at half cancellation. So your morning flights, if you're waking up trying to get your routine, you want to check your carriers. A good chance your morning flights have been delayed or probably canceled. And even the afternoon flights, depending on how intense the rain is, Jordan, they also might be delayed or even canceled because it's those intense rain bands where those stronger winds will be as we head throughout the rest of this Tuesday. But hey, if you're here for the duration of the week in Key West, enjoy it. You know, sit this one out, rest. A great weather to sleep with the rain hitting the roof. But tomorrow and the rest of the week looks like a return to beautiful Key West weather. Jordan?
Right. We all have something to look forward to now, right? Just get through today and conditions will improve. Yeah. Well, you heard Paul talk about the delayed, some of the cancellations and the delays from Miami, Fort Lauderdale down into Key West. I cannot imagine flying into Key West with those 10 remaining flights right now with that storm. I'm sure we'll see more delays there. Okay, how about the rest of the Gulf? Because it has been a stormy mess in Houston, San Antonio, or the surrounding area, Corpus Christi, Laredo, Brownsville, New Orleans, all of you kind of seeing a lot of precip and a lot more on the way. We could be talking big flood potential in and around Texas. Now, the storm that's been trying to enter into El Paso is just entering into some drier air that it's not allowing it to really continue its rain band. It's actually dying down rather quickly. Where we're not going to see it die down is out there in South Texas and along the Texas Gulf Coast, all the way stretching through your I-10 corridor into Pensacola. So that's turned on. We're going to see it, very heavy rainfall, especially around Houston, Port Angeles, Port Aransas. I always get those two mixed up. Brownsville, Laredo, I mentioned you, Corpus Christi, a big washout for you folks where you guys could, see maybe as much as 5 to 8 inches. I mean, this is now through Friday, so it's not going to be a one-day thing. But the problem is you have so much rain coming in. That's why we have the big flood threat down there in South Texas. Kelly?
All right, big rain and storms headed for the Northeast. So yeah, here in the Big Apple, watch out for severe weather targeting the metro area. Some of the storms could be severe, with damaging winds being the main threat. We also have a heat advisory that goes into effect at 11 o'clock this morning. So look for a very hot afternoon for that stroll through Central Park. And it's going to be muggy too. The humidity is climbing and therefore leading to that chance for severe storms. We got you in the red zone, New York City, up the Hudson Valley towards Kingston, Poughkeepsie, into the capital region, much of New England. You're in that red zone as well for the potential of some stronger thunderstorms that could lead to your lights going out, power outages, Wi-Fi outages. We're already seeing the moisture kind of pooling over the western parts and upstate parts of New York State. But we'll likely see these storms eventually develop along the 95 corridor. For now, everything's over the interior sections of the Northeast, but we'll likely see these storms starting to come into our area, especially later on this afternoon, more like the evening time frame really for the big cities. Well, you can watch the Weather Channel's live coverage of Elsa streaming on Roku and Amazon Fire. We'll be right back.
Oh.
A good Tuesday morning. Welcome back to America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow in Key West, Florida here. And we are now into the upper 20s in terms of the sustained winds ripping in from the southeast with Tropical Storm Elsa. The center is still off to our west and maybe just passing by, or almost as even as Key West is. That's the center. But on the east side of centers, where all the weather is in terms of the stronger winds and waves and rain, which lashing Key West here. We're waiting for the 8 o'clock advisory. Should be in the next 30 minutes or so to see exactly where that center is. And it's moving around, say, 12 to 14 miles per hour. So we do expect that center to start moving past us. But if you look at the radar, the most intense winds are with the most intense rain. We're seeing waves of rain come in here. Look what it's doing to the waters behind me here. A couple of days ago, this was glass smooth. People were paddle boarding out here, and now we're seeing the waves kind of crashing up across the shore as the center has moved off of the coast of Cuba. It's starting to really crank up these winds and send this surf into kind of a frenzy here. We're seeing white caps here. This pier and also the pier behind me, they were damaged back in 2017 with Hurricane Irma, kind of made landfall just north of here in parts of the lower Middle Keys. So they haven't repaired it yet. They had plans last year, but we all know the pandemic wiped out a lot of plans, including refurbishing this pier, but they plan to do it as we head into the next year or so. But another problem that's been across the Caribbean, also parts of the Keys here, and even South Florida, is the seaweed, the sargassum. That could be a good thing with Elsa kind of churning up the waters here. It's going to mix up the sargassum, kind of clean out some of the small little bays. So that's the only a good thing we can look forward to with this increased surf action, is perhaps a couple of nice beach days and nicer looking beaches as the winds start to die down as we head late today, but definitely tomorrow and the rest of this week here across the lower Keys. Jordan?
You know, Paul, you had just mentioned when we just caught up with you in your last live hit about how many flights go in and out of Key West. I believe you said on average it's just about 20 a day. 10 are canceled, but you're saying there are 10 that are still remaining operational?
Last I checked, there were 9 cancellations today, so that could also change any minute here as the winds coming in and looking at the radar, and then the projected in the forecast, the radar. They're going to be in this for quite some time as we head into the afternoon hours. So right now, we know for sure 9 have been canceled, but that number is probably going to increase as we head into the afternoon.
And I know you haven't been out and about exploring much today because you've been with us since sunup, and the last couple of days have been on the nicer side of things. But, you know, just being an avid traveler down to the Keys, there's a lot of boats down there. Everybody loves to get on the water. I mean, that's why you go down there. And so, you know, I would assume in situations like this, people would have to, you know, move their boats into, you know, one of these safer harbors. You know, where do you find that safe harbor? You got to go on the north side and get to the bay side of the Keys to kind of protect it from that onshore push, since it's all coming in from the south. You know, I think that would potentially be the case because those boats are going to get rocked when you can just see the surf behind Paul getting chopped up. So winds are still at 60. Again, update coming in shortly. We'll see how that changes. We know that it's kind of out off of the Caribbean, or off of Cuba now, and in waters that could support growth. And we are expecting it to get to potentially at least 70-mile-per-hour sustained winds. And so there is a hurricane watch north of Tampa right now. That's very important, because if this thing does intensify, you could see that potentially go into a warning. Everybody needs to be aware that the wind speeds are going to increase. Tropical storm warnings for everybody else, as you can see, for Apalachicola due south, including Key West, where Paul is this morning. You still have 31 sustained mile-per-hour winds. There's the gusts almost at 50 now. The latest one we had is 48. And Marathon getting a 31-mile-per-hour gust. Meanwhile, Naples is calm this morning. Tampa's calm this morning. Melbourne relatively calm this morning. So, just give it some time. Today's the day when it scoots northward, and then the wind will pick up respectively with that. So Paul's still really right there in the midst. We got another band that's about to push just to his east. That should be a good gully washer. We will see more rainfall increase for those areas north of that, and all those locations, I'd say from the Carolinas due north, Kelly, are kind of in this zone too, need to be on alert.
Yeah, that's millions of people that could be impacted by Elsa. Starting here in Florida, flood watches in effect for much of the Sunshine State, central and western side especially. Thunderstorm activity with those rain bands extending up toward the lower Keys, and that's bringing us those winds that are now closing in on 50 miles an hour. We will see these rain bands not just on the west side of Florida, all the way over toward the east side too. Be prepared for the potential of severe weather, including tropical tornadoes, which can spin up very quickly, and they're very hard to detect on radar. So when you get in some of these heavier rain bands, make sure you're in a sturdy shelter, and this rain will be with us all day long as Elsa tracks up the west side of Florida. We'll be right back.
It's my
Hurricane hunters are going to be back at it again today. Here's what Elsa looked like from one of the flights into the storm on Sunday. There were 2 flights yesterday. They continue to gather important information. One of the keys today will be to see how much strength the storm is going to be able to regain after passing over Cuba. Always fascinated by those hurricane hunters, the bravery of diving into a storm, no matter how big it is, to get us the data we need. So, for folks traveling today, I know a lot of us did our traveling yesterday from over the weekend, but some of you still traveling today. And if you're going into, parts of the Midwest, the Northern Plains, you get in Minneapolis, St. Paul, you've got some delays there, and also around the South, where it's just going to be a stormy mess around the I-10 corridor. But let's talk about Minneapolis. Let's talk about areas around Nebraska, all the way down into the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma. The reason for that is because we have a trailing line here that, you can't really see because only the storms are confined for parts of South Dakota, but Minneapolis is about to see the brunt of that storm. We had some wind damage yesterday from these storms. We could likely see wind damage again today as those storms race eastward. But once you get to midday time frame into the afternoon and you got daytime heating, this line is going to pick up and stretch all the way down into the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas, which is why we've got storms and a chance to maybe see some severe weather down there for you folks. If you're in Dodge City, don't count this out. If those storms start up, they could be rocking towards your direction. And also going to be seeing some flood concerns for folks up in Minneapolis, Green Bay, Madison, and maybe as far north as Duluth. So lots of rain in your direction. Kelly, over to you.
Speaking of lots of rain, we go back to Tropical Storm Elsa targeting the west coast of Florida and looking like it has the chance to regain some strength over the Gulf of Mexico. So many communities in the Tampa Bay area are taking no chances. Sandbag giveaways are taking place around counties such as Hillsborough and Hernando. People can, quote, hope for the best, but considering the potential for damaging winds and storm surge, they really need to plan for the worst case scenario, Jordan.
Yeah, we always want to try to urge people to do that. Plan ahead, because when you don't, you get caught off guard. I'd rather plan ahead and have nothing happen rather than the opposite around. So
it's almost like a practice run for the next one that comes along, right?
Yes, good call.
We look for onshore wind, and that we have over the lower Keys. A bit of a rise of water. That's your storm surge. But otherwise, we're looking good the rest of Florida.
Everybody else, calm and quiet as of now. That's definitely going to change. We're going to be watching that storm inching northward. Again, could it intensify and potentially move into hurricane status? We're going to learn a lot today from that. But either way, it's a strong tropical storm, and that's why we've got the tropical storm surge warning, or the storm surge warning, I should say, that has been updated from a watch from just yesterday in all these locations where you could see storm surge up to 5 feet.
And this is water above normally dry ground. And of course, at times of high tide, it could be even higher. So 3 to 5 feet, that's pretty significant for Tampa Bay.
Hide from the wind, run from the water. So if you have any of these, beachfront communities, zones where it floods often, basically plan for that. And then, of course, the wind is going to be coming with it as well.
And therefore, the west coast of Florida from the Tampa Bay area north to the Big Bend, now under that hurricane watch.
Right. So we have fears that Elsa could strengthen, like I said, into a hurricane as it does zip some energy from that warm water from the Gulf of Mexico.
NBC's Jay Gray joins us live now from Clearwater Beach, Florida, in the Tampa Bay area. And Jay, hopefully people are ready for the storm. How are they preparing?
Yeah, Kelly and Jordan, and to be real frank, it's a mixed bag. Some people saying that they're getting ready, getting the supplies they need. Some who are vacationing have packed up a bit early and moved up. But there are others who are saying, look, it's just a tropical storm. We've been through worse. You guys have been saying it. I'm going to say it again because it bears repeating. You never know what's going to happen with these storms. And really, what's the difference, 65 to 75 miles an hour? I challenge you to find the difference when you're in the middle of it. So get ready for this thing if you're in the area. Make sure that you have everything you need. It's nice here right now. It's been a beautiful sunrise, a light breeze. You'd expect that on the beach here. A bit of rain overnight into the early morning hours. All going to change dramatically a bit later today as this storm moves closer to the shoreline. After battering the Caribbean with high winds, heavy surf, and flooding rains, Elsa now takes aim at the Florida Gulf Coast. Some on the western side of the peninsula stacking sandbags and stocking up on storm supplies.
Freshen up the batteries, check, make sure that the radio works, and make sure that we have extra lights.
Crews pulling in chairs, tying them down in Clearwater Beach, though a closer look at the shoreline shows more partying than preparing. The conditions picture perfect to close out the long holiday weekend.
Well, we've been through several storms, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal.
But forecasters warn conditions could slide downhill pretty quickly as Elsa gets closer to landfall.
And once you start seeing the wind pick up a bit and the rain start, then you got to go inside, buckle down, and hopefully it doesn't get too bad.
A hope shared by millions across Florida right now, watching and waiting to see what this tropical wave will bring. Yeah, and the time to prepare or move to higher ground quickly going to run out here. Jordan, Kelly?
Jay, we appreciate it so much for your time and, of course, your coverage with the storm. Thank you so much. And let's hope, that what those residents say, let's hope it's not a big deal. But
prepare for the worst, just in case. Our expanded coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa continues here on America's Morning Headquarters.
Yeah, we're going to look at some of the impacts from the storm is going to have hundreds of miles away from the center itself. We'll look at the inland areas, which need to be on alert in just a moment.
All right, let's get you out the door in the Northeast. And yes, there are some showers and storms out there now, but prepare for more later today. We also have a heat advisory in effect, so it's going to steam up into the 90s later on.
Hi.
Welcome back to America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Paul Griffith live in Key West, Florida. The latest advisory, 8 o'clock advisory, just in on Elsa. And there's no change in the strength, no change in the speed, but it is a change in location. Now currently about 55 miles west of Key West. So it actually has moved just due west of us here. And you look this way, that is due west. Behind me is due south. About 100 miles is Cuba. The center Elsa 55 miles off to my left here, and it's still moving on towards the west-northwest, and it's going to slowly pull away from Key West as we head throughout today. But we're seeing all the weather on that center side and then on the east side of center, and that's really kicked up the waves here. If you've been watching us here last couple of days, we went from glass smooth, paddleboarding type smoothness to pretty rough, choppy Florida Straits here, where these waves are easily 2 to 4 feet crashing up here. We've seen a slow increase of the storm surge by only a few inches, maybe a 1 to 2 foot max, which is something that this island can definitely take, as well as most of the lower keys here. The bigger concern is what happens as we head into the next, say, 48 hours, as Elsa is actually predicted right now by the National Hurricane Center to strengthen some. And that means we can get it maybe 70, maybe 75, could become a hurricane again as it starts to approach the west coast of Florida. And we do know that that area of Florida is very, very surge prone, especially the Tampa Bay area. And we're going to see our winds change like we have been dealing with here. Been coming in from the southeast and maybe trying to get a little farther east, but we'll see our winds change throughout the morning as that center starts to pass us by, that counterclockwise rotation. And we're also concerned with severe weather, specifically tornadoes here. Is always a risk when you have a landfalling tropical storm or a hurricane, and even waterspouts coming on land becoming tornadoes as well. We've had numerous warnings yesterday with some of these outer rain bands coming through. I do expect some of the same today. Wouldn't be surprised even to see tornado watches in southwestern Florida before this day is done. So Kelly, we're glad to see the center of Elsa pushing west of us, which means we can see the backside, the second half of this game, and hopefully back to beautiful Key weather here in a matter of maybe 12 hours or hopefully less, but most likely 12 to 18 hours. Kelly?
Yeah, in the meantime, it's an all-day affair for much of the Sunshine State as Elsa crawls up the western side of Florida, Paul. Even when the center goes past you, we're still going to have those showers and thunderstorms. We're seeing that still down in Cuba, even though the center has moved north of there. So there's the center. As Paul mentioned, it's only about 55 miles to the west of his location there in Key West. But look at all the convection. All the heavier rain is over displaced to the side, to the right side of center. And even north of there, as far north as, the east coast of Florida, we're seeing some of those heavier rain bands as well. We do have that hurricane watch just in case, as there is that potential for it to become a hurricane again in the eastern Gulf, just off the coast of Tampa. Hurricane watch in effect up toward the Cedar Key area. So definitely watch out for the potential of hurricane force winds. Right now it's predicted to get up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, but all you need are 74, 75-mile-per-hour winds, and we have ourselves a hurricane yet again. Tropical storm warnings also in effect for much of the west coast of Florida down to the lower Keys. Flood watches, that's a huge concern. I mean, we're talking tropical moisture, so those rainfall rates will be intense. It is going to be pouring rain in Tampa Bay, Cedar Key, Orlando, up into northern Florida as well. So you can see where all the blossoming of moisture is right near the center. A little bit of dry air kind of entrained on the western side, keeping it from really exploding into fast development here, but still holding its own as a tropical storm. Lots of lightning showing up just off the southwest coast of Florida. And we see the lightning and the heavy rain. That also means we've got the heavier or stronger wind gusts taking place there as well. So here's a look at our future radar, and you can see that rain is just going to last for a while as it crawls up the west coast just west of Fort Myers by this evening, and certainly Tampa, those northernmost rain bands affecting you first before the center actually gets close enough to possibly give you a storm surge of anywhere from 3 to 5 feet. Tornado potential as well, Jordan.
Well, Elsa's center nearing the Florida Keys will impact parts of areas, well, let's just say outside of Florida, right? So let's go to Savannah. Look at conditions outside your neck of the woods in Georgia. You've got temperatures in the 70s. The cloud cover is there. National Weather Service actually urging residents to be mindful of potential flash flooding, gusty tropical storm force winds, dangerous rip currents as Elsa passes through, because it's going to spend all day today in these warm waters in the Gulf, not pushing onshore until tomorrow morning. And then after that, how long does it stay strong? So looking at the key winds, we go into tonight, we see the winds potentially pick up by tomorrow morning. They're now at 70 miles per hour. Like Kelly said, do they hit 74? Do we get Cat 1 status by Wednesday evening? Now that it's on land, how much does that storm deteriorate, or how much does it hold together? All right. And of course, you see the path going all the way up into the northeast. So we've got, even outside wind alone, because, a lot of these hurricanes or tropical entities are measured by wind speed. You got to look at all factors here. And the flood concern for so many states is going to be a big, big problem. So as of tomorrow morning, we just now see it pushing onshore. Tomorrow afternoon, it's still in Florida. Tomorrow evening, it doesn't cross over the Florida-Georgia line until early Thursday. Here's Thursday midday. Columbia right in the center of it. Remember, we got a lot of rain that's going to impact a good chunk of the I-95 corridor this week. So that's why we're thinking flooding is going to be a really big concern. Kelly?
And we've got you covered with Elsa. Full team coverage all day here on the Weather Channel into the evening hours as well, from the Keys all the way up to Clearwater in Florida. All right, in the Midwest, we got to keep our eye on the radar here too. Strong thunderstorms are possible, even severe. We're watching Minnesota with that line of storms moving through now, but extending eastward throughout the Great Lakes as we go throughout the day.
Liberty Mutual Customer.
Well, this morning we've had the deadly tropical storm churning in the Florida Straits. As you can see, the storm's gonna lash the Sunshine State. We've got the gusty winds already, more of them to come, heavy downpours, strong storm surge today. We could be looking at severe weather. Could we have some of these spin-ups? Potentially, yes. We're already seeing the weather go downhill fast in Florida, in the Keys specifically, where meteorologist Paul Goodloe has been keeping us posted and giving us live updates from Key West. And of course, we will catch up with him coming up a little later this morning. Good Tuesday morning, everybody. Welcome into America's Morning Headquarters. I am meteorologist Jordan Steele, alongside meteorologist Kelly Cass here in studio. We've got a team spread around Florida. We continue our live team coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa this morning as it does move closer to the Florida coastline. So here's what we know at this hour. Shelters are opening up this morning in counties north and south of the Tampa Bay region. Residents in flood-prone areas, they are encouraged, highly encouraged to use those shelters. Many are pet-friendly and accommodating to those with special needs. Sandbags, they are available in places like Hillsborough and Citrus counties, beginning at 9 a.m. in the cities of Tampa and St. Petersburg. Schools in Pinellas and Hardee counties are closed today, while several other counties in Tampa Bay area will be closing early. And the state of emergency issued by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis now extends to 27 counties. In fact, the governor is going to be joining us live momentarily here on America's Morning Headquarters to give us an update. But let's first get it over to Kelly to see how this storm system looks after it crossed over Cuba. Kelly?
Yeah, it's still affecting Cuba, even though the center has moved north of there. It did make a landfall yesterday afternoon at about 2 o'clock East Coast time, 82 miles southeast of Havana, Cuba, with winds of 60 miles an hour. So officially a tropical storm at landfall, and it's still delivering the heavy rain and the potential for flash flooding and mudslides in Cuba, even though the center is now well to the north of Havana. It's just about 55 miles or so west of Key West, Florida, still delivering all that heavy rain, especially on the eastern side, and even some of that heavy rain extending all the way up into central Florida on the east coast as well. So this is not just a west coast of Florida thing, even though that's where the center is going to be closest to, but you can see the footprint of rain that it left behind across the Caribbean, yellows and oranges, meaning at least 3 to 5, some spots seeing up to 5 to 8 inches of rainfall, leading to flooding in places like Jamaica. So here's a look at the winds, what they're doing right now. It's a south wind for Havana, but the winds are picking up in Key West big time. Look at that, a sustained wind now at 35 miles an hour. Every once in a while, those winds are getting close to 50 miles per hour. The seas are very choppy out there, that's for sure. And now we're concerned that we could see some strengthening over the warm waters of the eastern Gulf of Mexico. And that is why the National Hurricane Center has put out this hurricane watch for a portion of the west coast of Florida due to the proximity of the storm. By that time, those winds are expected to be up around 70 miles an hour, and that's just shy of hurricane strength. So expect tropical storm warnings, those tropical storm conditions at the very least. You've got the warnings in effect from North Florida all the way down into the Keys. We do see the winds eventually picking up as we bring our system up the west side of Florida. Plenty of moisture to work with, especially in the green. That's a lot of deep tropical moisture that extends from the north coast of Cuba right on up into South Florida right now. The worst of the thunderstorm activity just off the southwest shores of Florida, but you'll notice even around Alligator Alley, we're starting to see some lightning being detected here. And remember, we could see some severe weather along the path of this system as it interacts with this tropical system. So here is a look at the winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds by the time we get towards tomorrow morning. point just off the coast of Tampa, accelerating, becoming a tropical depression, affecting the rest of the East Coast, even into the Northeast by next weekend, Jordan.
All right, so today's going to be the day where Elsa runs up the west coast of Florida. So we've had the storm surge watches change over to warnings. They were watches yesterday. Today, they are storm surge warnings. The tropical storm force winds on the east side of the center of Elsa is becoming a real threat to life and, of course, your property in places like Tampa Bay, down into Naples. People need to prepare for the potential for significant damage. You guys got to make sure that you are in a safe place before the wind and surf become dangerous. You can hide from the wind. You cannot hide from the surf and because of, from the storm surge. So you need to run away from that. So we are already starting to see very minor impacts. As you can see, all these areas in blue here, which would indicate very minor storm surge currently. Now, it's all, the closer you are to the storm, the more storm surge threat you have. The stronger the storm, the higher storm surge threat you have. And of course, wind direction is going to be key. High tide is going to be key. So right now, a lot of it's kind of pushing away from or offshore if you're on the west coast here. But we have a very long, elongated, stretch here where we have a storm surge warning. And you got to think that's where the storm is going to be creeping, sliding up. And so those winds are going to be coming in out of the south at different points in time throughout tonight into tomorrow. That could maybe bring storm surge as high as 3 to 5 feet around the Tampa area. So again, watching the wind speeds, Kelly just showed you that new updated gust that we have out there in Key West, and the sustained winds are now at 35. All of that energy is lifting north today, and as the storm lifts north, it's going to potentially organize and become stronger. Does it get to 70-mile-per-hour sustained winds? Does it hit the magical number of 74 plus to 75 and become a Cat 1 hurricane? We'll learn a lot of that today. It is very warm waters it's going into, but when you take a look at a storm and you look at it vertically, when you stacking, you do have some shear that it's going to interact with and maybe even a little bit of drier air. But, either way, it does look like it will strengthen. So these are going to be impacts felt far beyond Florida. I mean, north of the Florida-Georgia line. If you are in Jacksonville, Gainesville, Cedar Key, Tallahassee, you guys will likely see it overnight tonight into most of the day tomorrow, actually, as that storm lifts from there, like you said, Kelly, through the Carolinas and beyond. Over to you.
Well, sandbags are a prime commodity all across the Florida Peninsula today. Tampa opened 3 sandbagging locations on Monday and gave residents 10 bags per household. It's possible the Tampa Bay area could see 3, 4, even 5 inches of rain out of Elsa, along with that 3 to 5 feet of storm surge.
People have been going through the sandbags. Everybody's been taking 10 bags for each household. And literally, we got done with our pile probably in like an hour, maybe hour and a half. So it went by quick.
Parts of the Tampa Bay area got 2 to 3 inches of rain over the weekend. That resulted in flooding, so it's not going to take much from Elsa to do the same. We are talking live with Tampa's Mayor Jane Castor later on America's Morning Headquarters. For now, let's show you the flash flood threat that we are looking at across much of Florida, even into South Georgia. We do have a flash flood watch in effect for you through tomorrow, and you can see where the heaviest rain is right now in between Cuba and the Keys. You see some lightning here and there too, and that's where we have the heaviest rainfall rates that are going on right now. So severe weather is going to be a possibility with the storm, not just on the west side of Florida, stretching all the way over toward the east side too, as those rain bands get all the way over toward the Fort Pierce area, for example. There's Fort Myers and Sarasota getting in on some of that heavier rain, the yellows, oranges, and reds spiraling around Elsa, which at this point, 4 o'clock this afternoon, is just going to be just offshore from Fort Myers. All the while, it will be sitting over warmer water in the Gulf. So there's that potential that by the time we get towards tonight and it's offshore from Tampa, these winds could be accelerating to 70 miles per hour. So that's just shy of a hurricane, and you're likely to see flooding in that yellow zone, Tampa Bay down to Fort Myers, but look at all of Florida, even into South Georgia. It is possible we see flash flooding between now and tomorrow. Rainfall is going to be adding up in the gauges here, 2 to 3, but many areas seeing as much as 3 to 5 inches of rain. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow on the front lines as Elsa is back over the water and heading up towards Florida. Paul joins us now from Key West. And Paul, this storm is just about 50 miles away from you, but you're certainly getting the brunt of it since you're on that eastern side.
Oh yeah, this eastern side is no joke here. Some of the stronger winds are coming in here. We've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts all day long so far. I know it's only 8 o'clock in the morning, but with those intense rain bands like we're seeing now, that's where the stronger wind gusts are. Sustained winds have been in the mid to upper 20 miles per hour. Update on the airports, we went from usually 20 flights a day, went from 9 cancellations to now 11 cancellations as they kind of look at the duration of this wind and rain event kind of extending a little deeper in the afternoon afternoon hours, so definitely check your carrier if you even have late afternoon flights. That could be changes in your travel plans here as well. So you can see the water behind me, pretty rough. We're talking 2 to 4 foot waves, even whitecaps here. A couple of days ago, this water was smooth. You could paddleboard out here, but as Elsa started churning and getting closer, and now that center is 50 miles west of us, the good news is, as it passes us by and moves a little farther north, we'll start seeing the beginning of the end of the backside. But that eastern side, it's a long duration of a lot of heavy rain and strong winds in that side. So we're going to wait for all this to kind of come in and then push past us. So our weather should be slowly improving across parts of the lower Keys here, but not so much across southwest Florida, even on towards the west coast, as we see potential of Elsa strengthening as it moves into the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico before it starts approaching that west and maybe kind of Big Bend area there in Florida. Bottom line, if you're in Tampa, your hours to prepare are starting to run out. That area is extremely surge prone, and we haven't seen a direct hit or a near hit by a storm or a hurricane in quite some time. So you definitely want to take this one seriously, because I know it's just a tropical storm, but trust me, they have a lot of impacts, and don't get caught up in just that center point. I can show you, we are more than 50 miles from that center, and we've been getting hammered for the last easily maybe 12 hours or so with wind and rain. That's been increasing as we went deeper into the daylight hours here. Again, the sun is barely up for 2 hours, about an hour and a half or so. So again, the point we're tracking with the cone is that center point. The weather impacts are well east of that center, as we can show you right here across the lower Keys. And Jordan, you're definitely tracking those impacts, the rain, the surge, as it continues to start to threaten the west coast of Florida. Jordan?
Yeah, and Paul, just having you guys, or having you, and your crew on the show since the start of America's Morning Headquarters, we've seen the conditions really deteriorate within the last couple of hours. You have been there the last couple of days, though, and yesterday and what was it, Sunday, it looked absolutely beautiful. So more of a personal question for you. A lot of folks traveling down to the Keys, you look at this time of year and it is hurricane season. Would you deter travel this time of year because of the tropical storms that you could encounter, or is it still okay to go to right now in the conditions that you're currently in?
Well, I mean, today is not the best beach day or pool day, but I wouldn't cancel my plans. I might alter them, perhaps, have some work or some movies to catch up on inside, and then kind of wait till later today. The only kind of bright spot is it's still warm. We're talking temperatures now probably mid to upper 70s, so it's not like it's 62 and raining or 52 and raining. It's still warm tropical air coming on through here, so it's not a total washout of your vacation. So don't change your plans. First thing you could easily do is just have insurance on your vacation plans, and then 2, watch the Weather Channel. We're going to forecast where the things are going, and remember, don't get caught up in that center point. Get caught up in the weather around that, whether it's a storm or a hurricane on the way. So I definitely would not cancel vacation plans. Well, here in Florida, this state is no stranger to tropical storms and hurricanes. We want to bring in Governor Ron DeSantis. Thanks for joining us this morning, Governor. And you've issued some state of emergencies. What's the latest? What are the biggest impacts you've heard of so far in the early onslaught of the weather impacting your state?
Well, I think if you're down in Key West, the storm is, I think, just west of there. So some of the impacts you're reporting are what we're seeing. Of course, we anticipate it's going to go up the kind of the west coast of Florida. We're looking at impacts maybe around Florida's Nature Coast. But as I think you guys have pointed out, it's a very lopsided storm to the east. So there's going to be a lot of bands to the east of the eye of the storm. And so Floridians should be prepared for that. One of the things that we're concerned about is, yes, this is kind of a strong tropical storm. Maybe it will reach hurricane strength in terms of the wind. But we've had, particularly north of I-4 in our state, we've been inundated with rain over the last couple weeks. And so you have a very soggy northern part of the state that's going to receive Elsa. So we're anticipating that interaction with some of the trees and losing power. So there's going to definitely be significant impacts from this. We have over 6,000 utility workers on standby, also have search and rescue ready if that's needed. But I would tell folks, just understand that there's going to be a lot of water as a result of the storm combining with the weather conditions we've had over the last couple weeks.
And your state is back open for visitors and tourists. So what's your message to the tourists in your state as well as the local Floridians?
Well, we don't anticipate any type of widespread evacuations or anything like that. I think you'll have some counties that may evacuate people who have special needs or who are power dependent. Some counties have opened up shelters for that. But in terms of the broader populace, yeah, I don't think you're going to see any orders along that magnitude issued by any of the local authorities.
Okay, thank you so much. That's Governor Ron DeSantis, governor of Florida, who is preparing his state for whatever Elsa will bring this way. And we'll check back with the governor later on today as his schedule permits. We thank him for that. Now, we are, now in the first week of July, and Elsa, the E-named storm, our fifth named storm. So, yeah, we're starting to see this active season prediction, well, start to kind of show some proof here. Again, with Elsa, a tropical storm, it was briefly a hurricane, still has a chance to become another hurricane. So, Jordan, we definitely have to watch that. Whether it's, a 60-mile-per-hour storm or a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane, the impact's not going to be that drastically different. They're going to be impactful, especially as you head on towards the east side of that center.
Yep, and as the governor just pointed out, they have been seeing a lot of rain. They got soggy soils, and so everybody needs to prepare for flooding and even more. Hey, Paul, we'll check in back with you here in a little bit. We, of course, are going to continue our live coverage from Florida as we track Tropical Storm Elsa all day right here on the Weather Channel. We have a team stretched up and down Florida coastline. We got a good chunk of the south that's going to be wet and stormy today. It has nothing to do with Elsa, so we're going to put heavy Gulf Coast downpours in sharp focus coming up. And we've got some severe weather that could break out up in the northern plains. Be careful today. We'll be back.
It seemed like a normal day.
I looked up at the sky and I seen the darkness coming.
I got an alert on my phone, and then all hell broke loose.
It was complete chaos. Go, go!
There's no way you can outrun it.
If Mother Nature gives you a warning sign, get ready for something big.
I have never seen anything like that.
I had no idea what had just happened.
You just hang on for dear life and hope for the best.
Good Tuesday morning to you from Key West, Florida. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow, and Tropical Storm Elsa is passing Key West off to the west, but we're on the east side. We've been getting pummeled by strong winds and heavy rain. And by the way, the winds this current hour sustained at 35 miles per hour at the airport, gusting to 46. We've been seeing gusts even into 50-mile-per-hour range this morning here, so well into the tropical storm force winds coming across the area, battering these palm trees as well as me and the ocean whitecaps here. With winds this strong and for the duration they've been up, we got major impacts on traveling. Currently, there's roughly about 20 flights a day scheduled in and out of Key West International Airport. More than half, 11 of the 20 now, have been canceled so far today. That number has gone up from 9 from earlier today, so we do expect potentially more impacts on the flights here. It's kind of a short runway, And you want to make sure that you can safely land and take off when you have these strong winds coming through here with Tropical Storm Elsa. We had major impacts yesterday and delays. It's first great to see people traveling in our country opening back up and trying to get back to normal here. But between Fort Lauderdale and Miami, the two biggest airports in terms of travel in and out of South Florida, they had close to 500 delays yesterday. We expect more delays today as we have some of those far outer rain bands in circulation still impact those airports there, and maybe even impacting your beach or pool plans there across South Florida. But if you're driving, it's going to be a lot of rain coming on through here. If you can leave parts of southwestern mainland Florida and head north or northeast and away from this, if you're not on the road now, you might perhaps second guess that, because we're going to have the rain move that way throughout the rest of today and into tonight, into tomorrow. We'll see more impacts from Elsa as we're seeing some of the very strong winds coming through here, Jordan. And again, even though the center can still be, as it is now, more than 50 miles away, it's that east side that we got to track. That's where the most impactful weather is and will be as we head even through landfall, which could be, what, maybe 24, 36 hours from now.
Yeah.
Jordan?
You know, and you got to remember, before landfall, all those locations that you were just talking about, Paul, are going to be impacted since that storm is moving north and very right side loaded. I do want to take a second to step away from Elsa and break down what's going on in the rest of the Gulf, you guys, because we've had torrential, almost tropical-like showers and downpours happening across Texas, southern part of Louisiana, lower Alabama, southern Mississippi, and the panhandle of Florida. So this is Elsa aside, and we've got strong scattered storms expected for today. A big swath of moisture in South Texas is going to be a big problem. We've been watching what's been going on over in New Mexico and West Texas around El Paso. Basically just some light to moderate rain there. But the bigger concern is going to be what goes on between Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, Brownsville, parts of Laredo, Port O'Connor. I'm just going to keep listing. Houston, maybe San Antonio, because, I mean, you're not too far away from the coast, and a lot of this energy coming in off the Gulf. You got the flash flood warning sitting right there, almost right where the Riverwalk is on the west side of it, and just very heavy rain and some lightning there. Notice this band. So this has been a frontal boundary that has sagged south last week, and it has turned stationary, just sitting right over the northern Gulf, and it has just been fueling these storms relentlessly day in and day out. So another flash flood warning I want to get you caught up on: Gulfport and Biloxi. You guys are experiencing very heavy rainfall where you've got torrential rain happening right now. The water is now rising. And so if you are anywhere near that, remember, do not drive through flooded roads. If you can get around it, we have the saying, turn around, don't drown. There's a big reason for that. South Texas is going to be a big concern also, because that's where it looks like the heaviest rain is going to continue to drench. Some spots could pick up 5 to 8 inches or even more than that over the next several days. Kelly.
Well, the Big Apple will be baking. Your big 4th of July celebrations, well, they'll yield to major storms targeting the New York metro area. Later tonight, especially, some of these storms could be severe. Damaging winds will be the main threat. We've got a heat advisory that starts up at 11 o'clock this morning and goes right through the evening time frame. So make sure you take those breaks, stay hydrated, and especially during the mid-afternoon hours. That is when it's going to be at its worst. All right, so we do see the severe weather on the map from New England through the Hudson River Valley down the Jersey Shore. Some of these popular beach destinations this 4th of July week will be impacted by storms. For now, the storms are over the eastern lakes, and some of them moving across New England as well. Leaving you guys on the 95 corridor alone for now, but we do see the clouds encroaching upon Boston and Cape Cod. A few showers north of Albany up towards Saratoga County, and seeing a few storms over the Finger Lakes region as well. Mid-Atlantic looking fine from Philadelphia to D.C. We're going to watch for the generation of storms as we get that daytime heating. We'll have not just the heat, but the humidity too, and that will add to these storms as they begin to flare up around Syracuse and Utica, heading down the Mohawk Valley into Schenectady and Albany, and eventually Hartford over towards Providence, Rhode Island, Philadelphia, D.C. There could be some delays at the airports and certainly some slowdown on the I-95 corridor. Well, just a reminder, you can watch the Weather Channel's live coverage of Elsa streaming on Roku and Amazon Fire.
I'm David Kalop.
Welcome back to America's Morning Headquarters on this Tuesday, July 6th. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodman live in Key West. And this resort we're at, they have this company called just sand and water, which creates these sand sculptures. This used to be a whole duck, but you can see the southeasterly winds driving the rain slowly but surely, kind of eating away and eroding this side of this sand sculpture here. And there's another one over there also getting kind of battered by this wind-driven rain. Wind now sustained around 35 miles per hour, and we're seeing the gusts at times up and close to and even over 50 miles per hour. The center of Elsa is still off to the west of the island here by about 50 miles, and that's great because we start to see the backside come through, so we know slowly but surely we're going to pass all this weather by us. But the east side of the storm is where all the impactful weather has been and is right now, so we still have a long duration of wind and rain to get through, and the strongest winds are in some of the heavier rain bands. And looking at the radar, you see some of the reds and oranges. They're streaming into the lower Keys, streaming into Key West. The airport, they've canceled more than half of their flights so far today, and that number could perhaps steadily increase. There's only about maybe less than 24, about 20 flights on a normal day scheduled here. So to have a close pass by of a tropical storm, to have major cancellations, is nothing unheard of. It's kind of unusual, and especially with the short runway here, Jordan. You know, I hats off to the pilots. They can land and take off in horrible conditions. That's why they get paid the big bucks, and rightfully so. But even they know when it's just not safe to attempt these landings. Mother Nature, I always say this, is unbeaten and untied, and still world champion of anything that man tries to do. Mother Nature will beat us all the time.
Definitely. You got to respect Mother Nature. Conditions have been deteriorating for you for the last couple of hours, and it could really intensify last minute. We've seen that happen all the time. I was just looking at radar, Paul, and it looks like the majority of the lightning revolving around Elsa is on that north side of the center itself. But I guess I'm just going to ask someone with boots on the ground. Have you seen much lightning out there where you're at in Key West?
No, I've been watching the same thing you've been watching. The lightning flashes and strikes in the radar have been well away from us. So lightning can strike 10 miles from this parent cloud. So we have been 10 miles from that lightning, which is good news. There's a batch kind of south and southwest of us that I'm keeping an eye on. But as all the hours we've been out here this morning, zero lightning, which is not unheard of with tropical systems. Just a lot of moisture, a lot of wind in here. So that's good news. It's safe for us to be out here. And usually with lightning, as you know, Jordan, the more intense rain wrapped up with those areas that have lightning with that rain.
Yeah, I got one more question for you. I know you've been mentioning how we got to keep an eye out for, the severe weather side of things. Maybe we can see a spin up, a water spout coming in offshore. It could, be tornadic. It's hard to see. you just look behind you and it's just blinding rainfall. So I guess, other than just hunkering down inside, any advice for, keeping an eye out, any kind of, potential twisters that spin up?
Keep local TV stations, your NOAA weather radio. There's some reports of some sporadic power outages here that might impact whether you can see us on cable with the rain, with the satellite dishes. But you got to have, the Keys, typically you probably do have a NOAA weather alert radio with some backup batteries in case you do lose power. That will go off as soon as the Weather Service and their Doppler radar can indicate potential tornadoes. And that's the beauty of Doppler radar. It's difficult for me to look very far, maybe a couple of 100 yards here, but the Doppler radar can see through all this and also see different direction of the wind aloft. That's what they use, the meteorologists of the National Weather Service, to determine, okay, well, we could have a potential rotation, and they're quick here with landfalling systems. So, you need to be close to a way to be alerted, because that could be perhaps one of the biggest dangers is water spouts and tornadoes coming in across the Keys, as well as the rest of Florida as we head throughout the duration of this event called Elsa.
That's right, and I believe our Torcon values stretch between a Torcon 2, a Torcon value of 3, and the highest number, goes up to 10. Higher the number, the better chance of experiencing a tornado. Paul, thank you. We'll get an update from you here in a little bit. I want to get everybody caught up on the nuts and bolts. There's the Torcon I was talking about. So Key West seems to be in that 2 zone, which stretches across Miami and West Palm Beach. Meanwhile, most of the rest of the peninsula is in a 3. So we need to be watching and mindful for that as Elsa shifts northward. The sustained winds are still at 60, expecting that to jump at some point today. today. It's going to be all day out in the Gulf waters. There is that hurricane watch. If you are just waking up and tuning us in, that has been new as of this morning. North of Tampa, we're watching out for potential hurricane force conditions. Meanwhile, we know we're going to get tropical storm warning or conditions all along that western side of Florida. So today's the day we watch this thing lift north. More updates to come. We'll be back. Well, we know Elsa started knocking at the door in South Florida yesterday, but take a look at this. This is some of the first outer bands hitting the eastern side of Florida. This is just inland from West Palm Beach. You know, and if you consider the strong side of Elsa is just to the east of the center of the storm, you know things are really going to be substantially worse for the western side of Florida once Elsa gets into the Gulf, right? We're watching it in the Straits, moving northward, about almost parallel with Key West right now as we're watching it closely. Meanwhile, outside of Tropical Storm Elsa, we've got some other problems around the country that could be dealing with some severe storms themselves. So we're talking about the northern plains, well, central plains up into the northern plains. We also have just, torrential rain, tropical-like from Texas all the way through the panhandle of Florida, once again, outside of Elsa. But I do want to concentrate on, you got that big red blob up there at MSP, Minneapolis-St. Paul, where we could maybe see some delays today travel-wise because of some of these storms. Now, we have a storm system we're tracking this morning that is residual impacts from the storm we had yesterday. And this line that you're seeing here going down into Nebraska actually continues all the way and will impact parts of the Texas Panhandle and the Oklahoma Panhandle later on this afternoon. So a lot of lightning there. Damaging wind threat is likely. You could see a severe thunderstorm warning that is triggered with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Could you see some hail out of this? Potentially, but it looks more straight line wind damage than anything else. Heavy rain up to the north with some flooding, but there's that line I was talking about that will stick with us through tonight. So please be careful. Okay, Kelly, over to you.
From those rains back to the tropical rains, we have Elsa targeting the west coast of Florida, looking like it has the chance to even gain some strength while it's over the Gulf. So many communities in the Tampa Bay area are taking no chances. Sandbag giveaways are taking place around counties such as Hillsborough and Hernando. People can hope for the best, but considering the potential for damaging winds and storm surge, they really do need to plan for the worst.
All right, so let's talk about that storm surge threat. That is going to be, one of the big ones, especially for these coastal communities. We've been talking about how far you could feel the wind threat. I mean, as of right now, I think it's 70 miles outside the center of the storm. But that storm surge, we got to take that not lightly.
We're very storm surge prone.
Yes.
In some of these areas, like
right?
Tampa Bay. Right now, we're seeing a little bit of a water rise around the lower Keys at Paul Goodlow's location. Not much. We're expecting anywhere from 1 to 3 feet there.
Yeah, right now it's minor down on the lower end or the southern end of Florida. It really starts to pick up from Bonita Beach all the way through Venice, Tampa specifically. We've been highlighting you up into Cedar Key, and that's where you're seeing the highest storm surge potential, maybe upwards of 5 feet.
And that's water above normally dry ground, by the way. And then, of course, you get the flash flooding coming from the heavy rain. So we're going to have a lot of water inundating some of the streets here from Naples, Fort Myers, up towards Tampa. As the winds increase and our system is closer to Tampa, by this time tomorrow morning, we could have ourselves a high-end tropical storm, possibly a hurricane.
So it stays mostly offshore wind for a good chunk of today, and then that south wind overnight tonight is going to cause probably the biggest problems. Now, one of the many places preparing for what lies ahead is Lee County. This is just north of the Naples area, and it does include Fort Myers.
So joining us right now from there is the chairman of the Lee County Board of County Commissioners, Kevin Ruan. Thank you so much for joining us here. Let's start with some of the key things you have put in place and what's left to be done as the storm gets closer to your area.
Thank you very much. The Lee County Public Safety Emergency Management has been actively monitoring Tropical Storm Elsa. And we've been preparing all through the holiday weekend. Even before the tropical storm formed, we've done hours of research to make sure we're prepared and our residents are prepared. Residents can go online and participate in virtual hurricane video steps. But in the meantime, we encourage you to go to www.leegov.com/storm. I guess the most important thing that we want to stress is that we're in much better shape than many other counties that are north of us. They're much more saturated than we are at this time. We prepared for this tropical storm event, and Lee County Department of Natural Resources has indicated many of the areas within the county are below average in rainfall. So we're in better shape than more of the northern communities are.
Got it. Outside the rainfall, do you try to communicate more aggressively with some of these residents in these low-lying areas or areas that tend to flood more often than not?
Well, yeah, absolutely. We do that. And we took a lot of flood mitigation steps since 2017, obviously, from Irma. And that tropical storm, obviously, had some events. It turned into a hurricane. So a lot of things learned from that. We continue to get better. But a lot of lower-lying areas we've addressed and continue to address those issues.
Okay. Good.
And as you know, we've had people move to Florida more recently, so people may not be familiar with your area too and the possibility of storm surge. Any advice for people visiting or new to the area?
Most important thing you do is just go on our website, legov.com/storm. Follow the steps. We have very simple audios that are there, videos that are there. It's simple to follow, and just take all the necessary precautions necessary.
All right, and so for anybody listening right now or watching that is in Lee County, if they end up get caught in a situation or, of course, are in a zone that they didn't really worry about, flooding, and it is flooding, real quick, in about 30 seconds, where would you advise them to go? Do you have shelters opening up?
We don't have shelters opening up. We don't anticipate it to be that type of storm, but certainly reach out to legov.com and give us a call. I mean, I'm not aware of any situations whatsoever. Like I said before, we're in really good shape because the ground is not saturated the way others are.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually need the rain in some parts of Florida. You make a very good point. Thank you so much to Lee County's Kevin Ruane. Our expanded coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa continues here on America's Morning Headquarters.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the impacts the storm is going to have hundreds of miles away from the center. We're actually going to look for these inland zones of coastal Carolinas on northward into the northeast. Let's get you out the door, the northeast. You guys have some severe weather you could see later on this evening, so be careful. We'll be back.
This program brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Try the new lemon kale Caesar salad today. Available for a limited time.
Welcome back to America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Key West, Florida here. Elsa is still well to the west of us, now trending just north of due west here. It's passing us by, the center that is, but all this is also Elsa, and pretty impactful winds and rain lashing the lower Keys here all night long and now all morning long here. Again, this is a heavily weather-laden east side of that center. It can just push on in. The airport here in Key West is open, but 11 of the roughly 20 flights scheduled for today have been canceled. And speaking of cancellations, Tampa International Airport shutting down all operations after 5 p.m. today. So that's a big impact. A lot of people use Tampa as a jumping off point even for Orlando and other kind of attractions there in Central Florida. If you have a flight after 5 o'clock today, you might have to find alternate plans of getting into the Tampa area or wherever you're trying to go after that. Here across the Keys, we've been seeing a pretty drastic change in the waters of the Atlantic and heading out towards the Florida Straits here. You can easily see white caps this morning here, where yesterday morning it was just getting a little choppy, a little rough as the winds increased throughout the morning. And even 2 days ago, it was glass smooth. There were people paddleboarding quite comfortably out here with a very little wind, very little wave action. That has changed dramatically as now the center of Elsa emerged off of the island of Cuba and is trying to get reorganized. Some of the forecasts from the National Hurricane Center is calling for a strengthening of the system as it approaches the west coast of Florida here, although that strengthening is still going to bring more impacts here across the lower Keys. This is going to be a washout day, at least the good first half of it here across the Keys in terms of outdoor activities. We have a producer driving around the island reporting roads are starting to catch some water. Some are borderline undrivable, so the word is just stay put. This is not the time to go out, hey, I want to drive around a tropical storm. You're just asking for potential problems of things being blown around, as well as this type of intense rainfall and the wind pushing the rain and water and preventing it from draining out, we're starting to see water rise, Kelly. So flash flooding, even here on Key West, is going to be an issue as we head throughout the heavy rain duration of this east side of Elsa. Kelly?
Yeah, you're definitely on the worst side of Elsa, Paul. The highest gusts we've seen so far at Key West, 48 miles an hour, but I'm sure we'll beat that at some point as well. So definitely hunker down, stay safe out there. We'll get back to Paul shortly, but we want to bring you the forecast because this is going to be impacting so many people up and down Florida, the Keys, the west side of Florida, but yes, even the east side of Florida, where yesterday we even had tornado warnings in Miami-Dade County. So it's possible you get a quick spin up of a tornado with these tropical bands as they work themselves north, well ahead of the center. And then, of course, all the worst weather is to the east of that center. Hurricane watches have been posted for portions of the west coast of Florida, from the North Tampa Bay area up the coast a little ways here. And that's because there is that potential we could get very close to hurricane strength. Right now, 70 miles per hour is what the Hurricane Center is saying, but all you need are 74-mile-per-hour winds for it to be a hurricane. Tropical storm warnings in effect in the red from the Big Bend all the way down to the Keys. And we've also got tropical storm watches posted now for the coast of Georgia, South Carolina, as we follow the path of Elsa beyond Florida and racing through the southeast eventually. For now, it's a slow crawl up the west coast of Florida, producing a lot of heavy rain. Flood watches are in effect wherever you see the green here, including South Georgia. And you can see the blossoming of moisture right here, all the green on the map, indicating plenty of moisture to work with. And with any tropical system, you can easily unload some pretty impressive rainfall rates. We're talking 2 to 4 inches per hour. Right now, you see the lightning strikes not too far from Paul's location, by the way. And you see other thunderstorms going along the southwest coast of Florida. So we'll watch for these storms to continue to make their way northbound across central Florida, the west coast especially. But notice we're going to be in it for the long haul, Jordan. It looks like it's an all-day affair here in the Sunshine State.
Yes, we want to be careful. We know flooding is going to be a huge problem, and we'll watch Elsa's center closely as it is, nearby the Keys where Paul Goodloe is live, impacting places outside of Florida too. So we're looking at Savannah, Georgia here, where we do have the cloud cover. Conditions are calm for now, but we do have a tropical storm watch that's in effect. The National Weather Service warning residents for the potential of flash flooding, gusty to tropical storm force winds, dangerous rip currents as Elsa passes through. What we know is today Elsa will strengthen. So currently seeing those wind speeds between 60 and 65 miles per hour, bumping up to 70 as early as tomorrow. And then once it moves on land, it'll drop down to 45. Still could cause a lot of problems, right? We're going to continue to cause, potential problems up and down the eastern seaboard because of the amount of rain, the wind that we get, down trees, power lines, and flood concerns. So here's the European model that has really come to fruition on showing the bullish feature of this storm as it moves north into the Gulf. And once it's on shore, it still shows those lines of equal pressure, those isobars holding steady through the Carolinas, still impacting the eastern side of Virginia and maybe up through Maryland as well. So the flood concerns, once we head into tomorrow, is going to be confined to the Georgia coast and the Carolina coasts, where you guys could see maybe 2 plus 3, 4, 5 inches of rain as well. Kelly, over to you.
We've got you covered when it comes to Tropical Storm Elsa. Full live team coverage all day long here on the Weather Channel from the Keys up the west side of Florida and probably beyond that as well, because so many people will be impacted. All right, in the Midwest, you're being impacted by the heat and the humidity and the chance for some strong thunderstorms. Right now, they're moving into Minnesota. They'll spread out across the Great Lakes throughout the day today, and some of those storms could be severe, especially damaging winds. We'll be back.
Hey.
Welcome back into America's Morning Headquarters as we continue to track the impacts of Tropical Storm Elsa. Could it become a hurricane again? That's everybody's asking.
That is the big question. Right now, Elsa is strengthening. We have meteorologist Chris Bruin live in Naples, Florida, tracking the storm along with Jen Carfagno and Alex Wallace, who is here in studio with us, who will take us, or who will take you through the next 4 hours. But let's get it over to Chris. Hey, Chris.
Hey guys, I'm here in my hometown, Naples, Florida. Light rain for now, but we are under a tropical storm warning. We got some big wind gusts expected. We're going to take a look at the timing, the impacts, what we're most concerned about here across southwest Florida, and then where it goes beyond. We'll have continuing coverage from the shores of the Gulf of Mexico all morning. Jen, Alex.
Chris, thank you. We've got a lot going on today. America's Morning Headquarters rolls through your midday look at Elsa and the big flare-up of thunderstorms approaching the Florida Keys.
Thanks so much for joining us here as we keep you up to date here on Elsa, as well as some of the other weather that it's affecting us across the U.S. here and across America. Let's get to the latest now, though, on what's going on with Tropical Storm Elsa. Tampa International Airport is going to be suspending operations at 5 o'clock tonight, this evening, I should say. Roughly 2/3 of the flights at Key West Airport canceled today. Possible even more will be scrubbed. And 2 shelters opened this morning there in Pinellas County.
Tropical storm Elsa is moving over the Florida Straits towards southwest Florida after lashing Cuba with heavy downpours and strong winds. Today, we'll be keeping a close eye on places like Cedar Key and Fort Myers Beach for the threat of not just rain and coastal flooding, but also severe weather. Whenever there is a landfalling tropical system, you have that risk of tornadoes. It's an isolated risk, but it can happen quickly, Alex. That's something that we will be watching very closely today.
Absolutely, we are indeed. This thing is, again, we moved its way across Cuba, now continuing to move its way northbound from there. And that's where we're going to be watching it here, impacting the Keys and then, of course, the rest of the peninsula as we work our way through the next 24 to 36 hours. So a zone that we're certainly concerned with the heavy rain. This is a concern that we can see some isolated tornadoes try to get going out there for you as well. And, of course, those strong winds associated with the tropical storm, which extend a good 70 miles away from the center of the circulation here. So even areas that are well outside of the cone will be feeling the impacts. You can see the shield of rain here for you, the center of the circulation right around in that zone. And all the active weather here is essentially on the north and east side of this thing. Now starting to see some of this rain get up to places like, as we saw there in Chris Bruin's shot, Naples. Eventually you'll see Fort Myers and then working its way up the coast to Sarasota, Tampa as well. Conditions expected to go downhill as we head on through our day. Let's take a look at the current wind speeds here, and they are cranking up a bit here for you around Key West. Close to 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts showing up there. Marathon sustained at 17 with a gust of 35. Not as much wind as you head north, but we do think these winds will start to creep up as you head north here to Naples as well as Fort Myers. So there's a look. Again, there's the tropical storm force winds. Those are the areas that are in that orange, which again extend a good 70 miles away from the center of the circulation. So again, that's what's impacting us here in and around Key West. That's where we have some of those heavier downpours as well that continue to stream on in, coming in from south and then moving on off towards the north. Here's a look at what's going on there at that southernmost point there at Key West. Southeast winds there at 31 miles per hour, gusting it to 41 miles per hour, and the visibility is down under 2 miles. So tough to even see a whole lot here. And as we head towards the Miami area, you notice you're on the sort of well east of this. Most of the action here is impacting us here on the west side of Florida. Everglades City seeing some of that rain, but we're not seeing much from Homestead, working your way up towards the Boca Raton area. So the, again, worst of it is expected here for us, western half of the state of Florida. Continuing to move northbound here for you as you head up towards the Port Charlotte area. You had one little batch of rain come on through, getting a bit of a break, but again, it's just a break. You see what's just to the south, more rain that's going to start to spread its way on in there. So again, rounds of rain and downpours and gusty winds, that's what we can expect to come on through the rest of the day. St. Petersburg, Clearwater to Tampa, all these areas here as well will start to fill in with more rain. Again, this activity coming in from south and then pushing its way on off towards the north to impact us. Even a little bit of rain getting up towards the Orlando area. And again, a number of these areas here across the central portions of Florida aren't within that cone. So again, it's just driving home the point that you don't have to be within that cone to feel the impacts. And so that's what we are anticipating. Just be prepared for some of those stronger winds and the heavy downpours to impact us again, even well inland. So bring in those bring in the lawn furniture, tie things down, secure things as well. That's what you want to be doing here as those winds will start to really pick up out there for you. All right, Jen, you've got a bit more on what we can expect and what we're dealing with here with the system now.
Well, and you know, you were showing Miami and the radar there, and I want to talk about just how far away from the center of circulation we are feeling the tropical storm force conditions. So here's the latest, 60 mile per hour. This is as of the 8 o'clock advisory, and we are seeing the tropical storm force conditions about 70 miles to the east. And so you think about that, this does not have to make a landfall down here in South Florida to get the impacts. As long as we're on the eastern side, we're going to be feeling it. It's about 50 miles away from Key West, 55 actually to be exact, and that's why we are in the nonstop tropical storm conditions, winds gusting over 40 miles per hour, and it's been like this through the latter part of the overnight and now through the morning. The visible satellite really showing us that flare-up of thunderstorms or convection. Remember that tropical systems, whether it's a tropical storm or a hurricane, feed on these thunderstorms. That's what gives them the energy. And so you can see this big blow up right here, right near the center of circulation. And we'll be getting more information from hurricane hunters who will be flying through. There's one flight in right now. I think there's another flight that's trying to get in, but there's some lightning delays in getting that plane out. out. All right, so here again is the satellite. This is a different perspective. This is the infrared satellite, just showing you the really cold cloud tops. And by the way, sometimes at the top of very, very tall thunderstorms, you have snow. You got to go way high up there, but it's so cold. You've got some ice crystals. So yes, there could be some ice up there at the very top of this tropical system with the name of Elsa. Had to point that out. But it is rain, and it is all rain, and it's a tropical rain that's coming down very heavily and steadily. We saw that over Cuba yesterday. Still actually over Cuba today. You see that big flare up down there too. And we are going to be watching for that to continue to just lash southwestern Florida with heavy rainfall. Now there's a little bit of shear right here, and that's been affecting us. You can see up to the north, we don't have as much of growth or development as we do closer to the circulation and off to the east. And that's where there's really nothing working against it. There is some dry air as well, but like yesterday when we were watching this, Elsa is fighting through the dry air. It has not seemed to get into the circulation. So here's what's new this morning. In case you're just joining us, there is a hurricane watch up, and this goes from Egmont Key up to Steinhatchee in Florida. And we're watching this zone right in here. It is possible before we get a landfall that it does increase to a hurricane here. It's not the most likely scenario, but it's possible. So we want to warn for the sort of the worst case conditions. Tropical storm warnings line the entire west coast of Florida up towards Appalachia Bay and even inland as well. There are concerns for tropical storm force winds that could do some damage. Alex.
Well, Tampa Bay and points north going under a hurricane watch earlier this morning, as Jen just pointed out. Now, there's concern that Elsa could gain some strength as it feeds on some of that energy from some of the warm waters there in the eastern Gulf of Mexico. Let's go ahead and talk now to Tampa Mayor Jane Castor. And a good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us. I know it's a busy time now. Did it give you some pause when you heard that news of the hurricane watch?
Yes, it always does. But, you know, we are prepared for these events, and we've got all the procedures in place. We've exercised, but we're always prepared for the worst, but hoping for the best down here.
And Mayor Castor, we saw flooded roads in Tampa over the weekend. This is just after summer downpours. So how concerned are you about the flood potential with Elsa, especially considering how much rainfall you're expected to get?
Right. Flooding is always a concern for us, but, you know, historically, once we get saturated about like a wet sponge is when we get a tropical storm or a hurricane. So we are prepared in the city. We've been letting the water out, cleaning ditches, emptying retention ponds, doing everything we can to ensure that the water Elsa brings us will have someplace to go.
And is there a concern, of course, we could potentially see some storm surge in the order locally, maybe 3 up to 5 feet? Big concerns with that. And are sandbags still available for Tampa residents for today?
Yes, sandbags are still available. They were available through the day yesterday and up to noon today. We should start feeling the winds about then, so we're gonna close it down at that time. But the storm surge is always the major concern for us, and 3 to 5 feet, that's a big deal. But we are prepared. We've got shelters, evacuations, whatever we need to do. We'll keep our community safe during Elsa.
What's the most important message that you have for the people of Tampa today?
The message that I have is the same message we have every year, and that is understand your level of responsibility, stay informed, and ensure that you and your family are prepared for this storm.
That's excellent. Mayor Jane Castor, best of luck today to you and to everyone, of course, who calls Tampa home and taking that personal responsibility, right? You know, they're obviously doing what they can in Tampa, but you need to make sure that your home and your property is ready.
And, of course, we're going to see conditions going downhill here, so maybe in a couple of hours before you really it's done and you really have to be already prepared. Let's
get out to meteorologist Chris Bruin, who is live in Naples, Florida this morning. And, Chris, the southwest part of the state set to really take the brunt of this storm. We know it's going to parallel right along the coast, but that puts you in the eastern side for the worst of the weather. What kind of preps have you seen in town there?
You know, a lot of people bringing in their patio furniture. I know a lot of businesses have done that. 5th Avenue, the main strip here in downtown Naples, and then also 3rd Street South, Old Naples. A lot of restaurants have taken in all their outdoor dining tables, umbrellas, and even homeowners have done the same. Nothing's been boarded up. I have noticed parks departments just taking down loose palm fronds because you underestimate how dangerous those can become, and just 40-mile-per-hour gusts. That's what we expect as we get into the afternoon. We're here in Naples, and I want to set the scene for you. There's the pier. Again, you know, this area is no stranger to tropical storms and hurricanes. Most recently, Hurricane Irma, 3 years ago, hard to believe, made a direct landfall here in Collier County. And all across the coast, you have remnants of old piers and pilings. In fact, the most notable was Hurricane Donna in the 60s. Many longtime residents will remember that. But you can see how quiet the winds are this morning, very calm. Now remember too, as the rain picks up and the intensity picks up, we're going to get offshore winds. I want to pull up the radar just so you can see some of the heavier bands that are approaching the south side of Collier County. Those aren't too far away. I say within the next hour or so, we'll get in on some more stronger wind gusts, perhaps up to 30, maybe 40 miles per hour. We'll also have much heavier rainfall. This morning it's been on the light side, but we will watch for that moisture to pick up. And there you go. You can see the heavier rain bands picking up, especially near Marco Island, just offshore near Cape Romano. So we'll watch that trickle into Naples. And I think as far as timing goes, the worst of the weather is going to be around lunchtime through dinner time, especially here. The water issues, I think, will be more of an issue as we get into this evening when we start to see those winds switch from offshore to onshore. So we don't expect much of a water level rise until that happens. And then we're looking at a storm surge at anywhere 1 to 2 feet. That's pretty minimal here for Collier County, which is a little bit more higher elevation than, say, more vulnerable coastlines once you get to Fort Myers, Sanibel, Captiva, and then into Sarasota, Bradenton, and up towards Tampa Bay. So waves, believe it or not, these are actually pretty big here for the Gulf Coast, but they're still only about 2 to 3 foot in size. Key West, though, it's a very different story. In fact, we've been seeing things really change, especially over the oceans with Paul Goodloe. That's where we find him this morning. Paul, you mentioned whitecaps. I know on the Gulf side, that's rare, and Key West, I'm assuming the similar factor.
Especially compared to where we were 2 days ago, Chris. I mean, it was glass smooth. You could water ski. There were people paddleboarding here with very little disturbance. There's very little wakes at all. It was gorgeous. Yesterday, the winds increased a bit, a little choppy. Today, whitecaps for sure, as well as not only the wind driving the waves, it's driving this rain here. We've been dealing with rainfall rates roughly between a quarter to up and close to and over a ½ inch per hour. And that is causing some concerns here. First, let's just show you what this rain has done to this, which once was a little duck sand sculpture here. It is being eroded away by this kind of wide hose of raindrops just coming in sideways here and eroding this sand sculpture. That's here in the beach, not a big deal. What about the streets here around Key West? Take a look at this video that was shot by one of our producers earlier, maybe about an hour ago, if not less, of some of the water now starting to rise on some of the streets here. People perhaps still might be trying to get out and take selfies and social media in a tropical storm. Not advisable because it is very unpredictable. Once you get into areas that don't drain as fast as, say, perhaps a beach would, it's going to be a concern for people driving around here because the wind is not only pushing the water, it's also pushing the rain here as well. But we're going to see these persistent bands of wind and rain come through. Where you see on the radar are some of the most intense reds and oranges. That's the most intense rain, but that's also where the most intense winds are. And we're going to keep taking this beating for the rest of this morning and into the early afternoon. But as Center Elsa starts moving on towards the southwest side of Florida, we'll slowly start seeing the back edge come this way, and our weather should be slowly improving. But right now across the Keys, hope you got some indoor plans here across the lower Keys, but weather should return to more manageable for your vacation as we head into Wednesday and for the rest of the week. Alex?
All right, thanks so much, Paul. No doubt the rain coming down pretty steadily there. Not the best of beach times, that is for sure. But again, the good thing with this system is it's not going to be stalling out, hanging around forever. It is moving. So as Paul mentioned, we should see things improving later this evening, getting on and certainly into tomorrow. But this is a graphic showing you some of those winds, the tropical storm force winds here. That's the orange shaded area, which extends a good 70 miles away from the center of the circulation. Now, that white zone, that's actually the cone where this center may be traveling somewhere within that area. But this map does a great job of showing you how the impacts will be felt outside of that cone. So places like here across southwestern portions of Florida, Fort Myers, working your way south from there. Those will be areas that still can experience tropical storm force winds, but you're not in the cone. So again, it's so imperative to realize that you still may be feeling those impacts here well away from the center of the circulation, continuing to move its way north as we work our way through the overnight hours and into our Wednesday morning. That area of the tropical storm force winds does shrink, but still we've got a bit of that approaching Jacksonville now as we head through Wednesday afternoon.
Hi, Verizon.
Around here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Ask my history teacher where to go to college. He said, go where you like the weather. Best advice I've ever gotten.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
A good Tuesday morning, and welcome back to the Weather Channel's coverage of tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Key West, Florida. I'm well to the east of the center of Elsa, but as you can see, we're in the thick of the weather that Elsa is bringing across the Keys, lower Keys, middle Keys, and much of Florida. And this is perhaps going to get even more intense as Elsa has a chance to intensify before making landfall as a stronger tropical storm, maybe even a hurricane, as it approaches the west coast of Florida over the next 48 hours. Hurricane watches have been issued. Here across Key West, we're under a tropical storm warning, and you see why. We are in the midst of tropical storm conditions. Winds have been gusting at or even over 50 miles per hour. Sustained winds last hour were at 35 miles per hour here in Key West, and that is whipping that rain and also really kicking up the surf across here in Key West. Storm surge, not a huge issue, maybe 1 or 2 feet. This island can definitely take that. Different story on the west coast of Florida. But many Floridians are definitely concerned about what's going to happen when Elsa makes landfall and brings more of this weather along. In fact, the governor spoke about it earlier.
You have a very soggy northern part of the state that's going to receive Elsa. So we're anticipating that interaction with some of the trees and losing power. So there's going to definitely be significant impacts from this. We have over 6,000 utility workers on standby, also have search and rescue ready if that's needed. But I would tell folks just understand that there's going to be a lot of water as a result of the storm combining with the weather conditions we've had over the last couple weeks.
And speaking of that heavy rain, we've seen between maybe an inch and almost an inch and a half of rain just since midnight here across Key West. We're starting to see some of the local streets start to fill up with water here. And even with our winds now, these are some of the strongest winds we've felt all morning long. And generally, when I have a difficult time kind of walking into the wind, that's when those sustained winds start to get just above 30 miles per hour. And when the wind's gusting even closer to 40 or 50, those are the ones that kind of blow you around. So it's been windy, but now we're really getting into almost sustained tropical storm force wind gusts. So Key West has definitely weathered a lot worse in terms of tropical weather, but this is the most intense weather they've had so far this season. And Elsa is the E-named storm, or the 5th named storm here so early in this season, which is just about going on 5-6 weeks old here in a season that's forecast to be above average. So while we can definitely weather this here on Key West, we're definitely more concerned with the push of water, wind, and rain in that central and northern part of the state, especially Tampa Bay, as you see your winds change throughout the duration of your Elsa event there. Flooding could be a huge concern, not only rainwater flooding, but coastal and bay flooding as well. So your hours are running out to prepare here across the lower Keys. Your hours should be spent hopefully inside, weathering this out. Our weather should be improving later on today, and perhaps back to the sunshine of the Concrete Republic as we head to tomorrow and the rest of the week. Alex, Jen?
Yeah, I mean, those waves just wild. Because yesterday his shot, it was calm, it was peaceful. I mean, what a difference. Paul, thank you. We want to talk about what's next, though, and Paul was alluding to this, that, of course, it's across Central Florida, especially the West Coast, we are watching for heavy rain concerns. We're watching for the surge. The Tampa Bay area, very susceptible to surge concerns. And unfortunately, we're going to get those winds sort of pointing the water right at the Tampa Bay.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch that very closely. Does that coincide with when the high tide takes place as well? That's going to be a big consideration. And then, of course, working its way across the rest of the southeast.
All right, so then the rain moves up across northern Florida. And by the way, the heavy rain that we've been watching this morning already has been across the Panhandle. You won't be getting Elsa rain, but we're going to bring that Elsa rain right up through Georgia into South and North Carolina. And we could see some gusty winds as well.
Yeah, and then watch that threat for some of the stronger storms. Again, with these systems, you oftentimes can get isolated tornadoes spin up. That'll be a risk tomorrow as we work our way through North Florida, southeast coast as well. And those stronger winds will be moving in that direction too.
Yes, and this is now Thursday morning into the afternoon, and we're going to be watching the winds on the increase, 20, 25, 35 miles per hour. Not as strong as what you're seeing in Paul's shot this morning, but when it's persistent, for 6 or 7 hours, that can take a toll on things. So just make sure you get all your trees trimmed and everything before we get to Thursday.
And watch the rain adding up. Likely to see some flash flooding here for you. Anywhere you see that yellow showing up, Savannah right in the middle of that, up towards the Charleston area as well. Rain's going to get a chance to add up.
Yeah, and this is why. I mean, the 3 to 5 inches of rain very widespread across western Florida, but we bring it in to South Georgia. We can see pockets of 3 to 5 inches of rain, a widespread 2 to 3 inches of rain, and then we take this right up along the East Coast, even impacts here to eastern New England.
So yeah, for the remainder of this week, we will be tracking and talking about Elsa. We'll stay with the Weather Channel Hill for continuing coverage of this system. Live reports and expert analysis you will not get anywhere else. It's all day long.
Frisky. Welcome back to America's Morning Headquarters. We're tracking Elsa, tropical storm here in Key West. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow. At our resort, they put up these great sand sculptures. This company called Just Sand and Water, and this was a kind of a sculpture of our founding fathers. And you see the musical notes here, where there were drummers there and pipers there, also getting beaten down by the strong winds and the rain now, kind of just being driven by these strong gusts from the southeast. Gusts, the last check was 56 miles per hour here in Key West, and sustained winds have been 30 to 35 from time to time. Just driving this wind. Take a look at the palm trees and how they're definitely just kind of swaying here in the wind. It's getting difficult to kind of walk into the wind with these winds just screaming off of the Atlantic here. Now the center of Tropical Storm Elsa is just kind of north of west of us by about, say, 50, 55 miles. So the center has started to drift north of us here in Key West, but we're still on the east side of that center, and we're getting whipped by the wind and the rain. The surf behind me, wow, this thing was just glass smooth 2 days ago. Started getting a little small and choppy yesterday, and now we got white caps here, 3 to 4 foot waves, 2 to 4 foot waves slamming onto the coast, being driven by that. You also notice, I guess one good thing that could come out of this is the seaweed, the sargassum, which has been a plague across parts of the Gulf Coast beaches in the Caribbean. That's getting churned up, perhaps clearing out some of the beaches. Kind of a better beach experience for some in the days after Elsa leaves by, but still, it's not a good day to be on the water, not a good day to be outside. We do see the back edge going to come through here later on this afternoon, so your weather right now, it's pretty bad. We're seeing and feeling some of the most intense wind and rain, and looking at the radar, I see those reds and oranges and yellows. Guys, those are where the intense rain bands are, which also where the intense winds are. So we have a lot of that to get through here in Lower Keys before we start getting back to the typical nice weather we had for the preceding couple of days before Elsa came by. Jen, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, Paul, you are in it. It's really worst case in terms of positioning, right? Because if the storm was right over, that would push those awful bands off to your east. But instead, you're right in it.
Yeah, so I've got a stretcher here to deal with that. The winds, the heavy rain. But fortunately, this thing is moving. It's not stalling out here for us. So as Paul mentioned, we should see some improvement later on this evening and certainly into tonight.
All right, let's talk about what we know right now with Elsa. Hernando County has offered sandbags for folks. We have a voluntary evacuation for some as well. There's local state emergency involuntary evacuation orders.
And for mobile homes, low-lying and flood-prone areas, Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis has also issued states of emergencies in 27 counties. And tonight's Tampa Rays and Cleveland Indians baseball game, that has been postponed. You may be thinking, well, they play in a dome, right? Well, in consideration of people trying to travel through this mess, they don't want anyone getting hurt in that. So certainly, I think a good call to postpone that game. Jen?
All right, well, let me show you what we're dealing with right now, the latest. And by the way, new advisory comes out at 11 o'clock this morning. But this is as of the 8 o'clock advisory, winds at 60 miles per hour. But watching Paul's shot, he's been getting wind gusts up over 50. In fact, the latest peak wind was 56 miles per hour in about the last half hour there in Key West. So the movement is still to the north-northwest at 12 miles per hour. We're going to be watching these conditions, though. I mean, look how they extend all the way down, still through Cuba, getting lashed with that big batch of rain and showers and storms, and probably winds gusting 40 to maybe even 50 miles per hour. So that's going to keep us in the zone here for this kind of weather all day today here in Key West and up through the middle Keys as well, though it's not as bad there. You can see where we're just in some lighter rain. The worst of the weather affecting us in the lower Keys. This is starting to make its way in across southwest Florida, like around Naples, watching around Port Charlotte, maybe Fort Myers. We're getting some light rain coming in right now. But look at Key West. The worst of the weather is just off to your west, though. I mean, take a look at this. These brightest colors out there, that's where the heaviest of rain and the strongest of the wind is. But we are getting lashed by just this very persistent area of rain, some thunderstorm activity, not a ton of lightning, but there's some. And the rainfall rates are heavy. The wind has been very persistent for the last 9 hours. We've had tropical storm force conditions here, and we are going to continue to watch that throughout the day today. Now, new as of this morning, there was a hurricane watch that has been issued from Egmont Key near the St. Pete area up towards Steinhatchee in Florida. So there is the possibility that it strengthens back to a hurricane. Much more likely, though, it stays as a tropical storm, but a strong one. I mean, the conditions like you see with Paul, you won't get anything better than that. It's going to be certainly dealing with that here up and down the entire west coast of the Florida Peninsula as we get through the next, say, 12 to 18 hours. Just a reminder, you can watch the Weather Channel here.
Welcome back to America's Morning Headquarters and our coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow here in Key West, getting battered by some of the strongest winds we've dealt with this morning, and it's driving rain in, or winds coming in from the southeast at times, sustained 30 to 35, gusting 50 to even 56 miles per hour. And, you know, it's not that Cat 2 or Cat 3 type wind. This is tropical storm force winds, and hours upon hours of that will do some damage. We've been hearing things kind of being blown around the last 20 minutes or so because of the duration of the winds, and we're seeing stronger winds come through as well. You can see the palm fronds, and these palm trees, that's why they're here in the tropics or close to the tropics. They can deal with this weather. They're kind of built to withstand that, and but even they will have, you know, some of the fronds being ripped off as well. But the wind also driving the waves here. The storm surge forecast, maybe 1 to 2 feet. That's something we can easily deal with here in the lower Keys. And we haven't seen that much influence of the water rising here, which is good news. But the rain, we've seen between an inch and an inch and a half of rain just since midnight, and that is causing some of the streets here around Key West to start to fill with water. You know, beaches and grassy areas, they can absorb and not a fast runoff, but concrete pavement, water does nothing but come or perhaps try to roll up to the drains, but they could be filling up with debris as well. So flash flooding and urban flooding, street flooding, it's advised not to get out. Hey, you know, I'm out here because I'm getting paid to get out here. It's not something you want to, even a tropical storm, to run around and, you know, hey, look, I survived it. It's not like that. It's stay off the street just in case there are impacts. We've heard reports of some sporadic power outages, and let the first responders get out there if they need to help people out here. But we will start seeing our weather slowly improve later on this afternoon. The rest of the week looks fantastic. Today, just one to sit outside or sit inside and ride this one out as you look out the window to see the weather there. And Jen and Alex, we'll see a lot more impacts in the west coast of Florida as Elsa potentially could strengthen before it makes landfall over the next 36 to 48 hours. Guys?
Yeah, Paul, certainly you're seeing quick catching the brunt of it right now. But as you kind of look around you I always think, the best thing when you see no one. Is anyone out and around you there on the beach?
We're on the beach? No one at all. Even they pulled the jet skis well off the surf here. And, we see people maybe about 100 yards away. There's a little overhang here at their hotel resort. They're out there looking at how bad it is. People might venture a few feet out to take the pictures, but we haven't seen anyone here on the beach, fortunately. I'm not asking people to come out. It's not a good thing to do. But it's hopefully people are saying, you know what, this is just a kind of a bad, rainy, windy day. Just ride this one out here. And we know here in Key West, we've been through a lot worse. This is just not a nice day. It's not a nice day at all out here.
Yeah. It's a little beyond not just a bad day. It looks tough out there. The visibility looks so bad, Paul. I mean, obviously with the ocean behind you, you've got all that sea spray and everything getting kicked up. Is that the case everywhere where the rain is just that heavy that you can't see?
It's very difficult to see. And speaking about people out on the beach, guess who we have here? It's Mike Seidel. Hey, Mike.
Taking over at 10 o'clock, and we're going to be in the thick of it for at least another several hours. I think you mentioned peak wind gusts so far 56. And so we'll see if we start getting some power outages. Last time I checked, luckily, very few power outages here in the Keys, but pretty sporty conditions right now. These winds are staying close to tropical storm force, and a lot of rain, as you can see. But next few hours here, and then we should see things start to back off as things go downhill up the west coast. And we do have that hurricane watch, too, for parts of the Big Bend.
Yeah, that's the thing. Mike said, we're getting a lot of gusts here to tropical storm, and it's not the overall one and done push. It's hours upon hours of these tropical storm force wind gusts, which eventually could wear down power lines and trees.
Right. Just the continued force of the wind. A lot of palm fronds down, not surprising. So we'll see. We'll keep our fingers crossed that it doesn't get much worse than this, because the center is now, going by our latitude, so it's going to be passing by. But certainly the big core coming right over the lower Keys right now.
That's Mike Seidel. He's coming up at the top of the hour, and he's just out here trying to survey the landscape here. So Jen and Alex, we have team coverage here. So the weather has definitely gone downhill. We're going to be in this kind of lull for the next few hours before we start ramping up with slow improvement here across the area. And again, Mike Seidel's coming up top of the hour. Even our Felicia Combs will be up later on this afternoon. Take us and all our viewers through the impacts here across the Keys with Tropical Storm Elsa. Guys?
All right, Paul, good low indeed. Thanks so much for that, bracing the storm there. And Paul mentioned no one on the beach, which is great news, but you head towards the southernmost point there, a big landmark there that I'm sure a lot of folks are familiar with. Well, yeah, there are folks hanging out there getting a taste of what Elsa is bringing with some of those strong winds. And occasionally you see some of that water kind of lapping on over there for you and splashing there. Again, that southernmost point.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously they've seen worse weather here in the Key West, but still not a good idea. You see all that water, the big waves crashing over the seawall right there. The best advice today is to stay put. Driving in tropical systems, and the accidents that can happen because of it, the hydroplaning, the palm fronds that can come down, maybe obscuring your visibility. There's all kinds of issues, so please be careful today.
Absolutely, indeed. Well, make sure you stay with us here on the Weather Channel. Continuing coverage as we track Elsa. We got live reports, expert analysis you won't get anywhere else.
I'm David.
Welcome back to America's Morning Headquarters. The meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Key West, where this wind has been steadily increasing in terms of its intensity, in terms of the sustained winds, gusting at times 50 to 56 miles per hour, sustained in that 30 to 40 mile per hour range. So almost dealing with sustained winds, but that wind is driving these tropical raindrops are kind of small, almost like pellets and BBs kind of hitting you. So it's a little painful to look into the wind here, but just look what the wind is doing to the waves here, which were basically non-existent 2 days ago. Now they got white caps and just frothy waves here churning up shore. The good news, it's also bringing a lot of the sargassum or seaweed on shore and clearing out some of the beaches. Some local beaches have had that kind of brown water with some of the rotting sargassum and seaweed here. The surf is turning that up, perhaps doing a little temporary beach cleanup in terms of having the seaweed here. And by the way, the seaweed has been a problem not only here across the Florida beaches, but many beaches across the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico have been dealing with this for a couple of years, kind of a sign of something's going on with our planet, perhaps climate change and change in the chemistry of even the water. But anytime you have concerns with tropical weather in terms of making landfall, again, the center is well off to our west here. We still have these heavy rain bands we have to deal with. Looking at the radar, see lots of the yellows and oranges there. Those are some of the intense rain where the winds are. That's coming through, and anytime you have a system make landfall or those tropical bands spin around onto land, we can always see a quick spin up of a tornado or perhaps even a water spout then coming on shore and becoming a tornado as well. So something we definitely have to watch. You might think, oh, we're just a tropical storm, we can deal with this. Be weather aware for the rest of this event here, because we saw the tornado warnings even yesterday across South Florida, and they were well away from the center of Elsa. Elsa was still on the other side of Cuba yesterday. So this is going to be an ongoing concern across not only the Keys into South Florida, southwestern Florida, and western Florida as Elsa continues to move this way. Woo. But it's amazing. As the center moves away, watching the pressure, it's been slowly ticking up, which is normal as low pressure moves away. But these winds and the rain keep intensifying. Nearly ½ inch of rain per hour. Those type of rainfall rates is something we'll see for the near future here across the Keys. So flash flooding is a big concern. We showed video earlier of even some of the streets here, Alex and Jen, starting to fill with water because of how intense the rain has been the last couple of hours. Guys?
Paul, has there been any break at all? Because we've been watching you on air now for the past couple of hours with seemingly no break in those conditions.
We've been out here live since 6 o'clock in the morning, and the rain has only increased. As also, I guess the angle has changed. It was raining this way, now it's raining that way. Now, all with a stronger, more intense wind. So we are really getting whipped, and I'm expecting those winds to start changing direction as that center starts to move a little farther north. We'll get a little bit more of a southerly component. It's been strong southeast for the entire morning since we've been out here. But yeah, Jen, there has been zero break in the rain since maybe, last I checked, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Well, thank you for bearing that, because Paul has literally had no break at all today from that weather. And that's tough. That's exhausting. Paul, thank you. We're going to check back in with what's happening. A live look at the southernmost point of the U.S.
And people are trying to get out and gather here at that point. And you can see clearly the rain's coming down pretty steadily. You got people with ponchos on, but notice how that water is also starting to lap up in that area as well. So it's got to be careful getting out in these conditions here. I mean, just driving around can certainly be very, very difficult. Not recommended at all during this time where the rain is coming down so steadily and visibility is reduced so much. And, you know, trees can come down. You just never know with these strong winds that, as we've been talking about, have been just so persistent. It just does not let up.
You know, I'm thinking back to Tropical Storm Ada when it came in. I was in the Upper Keys in Key Largo for that. And the winds weren't that strong. We did have a peak of 70-something, which was obviously higher than we're getting now. But big trees came down. And we've had 9 hours now of tropical storm force winds. So trees can come down. That will be a hazard. Also the rainfall, also low visibility. I mean, there's all kinds of issues out there. And see how this tail of Elsa kind of extends all the way down through Cuba and even south of there? So this is going to keep us in this kind of weather all day long.
Yeah, we got to watch out. That's the last advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We should be getting one here at 11 o'clock Eastern time, so we'll certainly relay any updated information. But there's the radar, and you can see some of that heavier rain there. That's impacting us there around the Keys, and then spreading north now. So Naples getting in on it, Fort Myers, and then Sarasota, Tampa, mostly quiet for now, but you see what is headed in your direction.
Yeah, we'll be checking in with Chris Bruin. He's in Naples. The winds there haven't picked up yet, but the rain definitely has. You can see where we're getting those persistent winds, gusting to 53 in Key West, and it's been nonstop since just after midnight that we've been up over tropical storm force conditions. Here's a better look at the radar, and believe it or not, as bad as it is there, it is a little worse just off to your west, where you're really in that inner core offshore. But here in Key West, we're in it. I mean, we're in it for the next several hours.
Yeah, visible satellite showing you here as the sun comes up. A bit of a flare-up of big storms here, but that's kind of on the east side of the main circulation. So if we can't get that to wrap around, it's going to be tough for this thing to try to get its act together. So we're watching that closely.
The storm is expected to strengthen.
You have to be prepared.
Indeed, you have to be prepared. We are dealing with some of the worst conditions right now in Key West. This is a live look at the southernmost point of the U.S. here in Key West, and look at those waves crashing in. Look at the low visibility, Alex.
Yeah, it's tough to tell and see rain driving on in with those strong winds. We're seeing winds gusting up close to 60 miles per hour there for us in and around Key West. Look at the water, of course, dealing with that wind over the water, and that's what's helping to lap up over that barrier. So got to be careful getting out there at about tough conditions to deal with. There's the satellite view here showing you what's going on with Elsa. And again, not the healthiest looking system at this point, but we are seeing some flare-ups, one of which just got going over the last couple of hours. If that can kind of persist and kind of wrap around the whole center, well, this thing has an opportunity to try to strengthen just a bit more as it works its way on its journey in the eastern parts of the Gulf of Mexico.
And America's Morning Headquarters rolls through your midday right here on the Weather Channel.
Thanks so much for joining us here as we keep you up to date on Elsa, as well as some of the other weather happenings affecting us here in the U.S. We want to get to the very latest now on what is happening with this tropical storm. Tampa International, the airport, is going to be suspending operations. That's going to be at 5 o'clock this late afternoon into the evening. Roughly 2/3 of the flights at Key West Airport, they were canceled today. It's possible even more will be scrubbed. And 2 shelters opened up this morning there in Pinellas County.
Tropical storm Elsa is moving over the Florida Straits, and we are going to continue to watch conditions going downhill here up through southwest Florida. This after lashing Cuba with heavy downpours and strong winds. This is in Cuba and what it looked like. We're keeping a close eye on places like Cedar Key, Fort Myers Beach for not just the threat of rain and coastal flooding, but also isolated tornadoes, which is something you can get with a system as it approaches land. And Alex, right now as we watch Elsa, I think what's most impressive is that big flare-up of thunderstorm activity we have close to the center.
Yeah, that's right. And that's what's essentially impacting us there in and around Key West. Some very heavy rain and some of the strongest winds as well. We had that rain really start to push on into the Key West area last evening, 7, 8, 9 o'clock, somewhere in that time frame, and it has been steadily raining with the stronger winds impacting us since then. So we've been in it for quite some time. But there's the radar showing you what's going on, and the worst of the weather there, essentially the east side of the system. That's been the sort of the calling card of this thing for so long, even as it was south of Cuba, the east-loaded system, and that's what is continuing to be the case. Some heavy downpours, though, still continuing to impact us and spreading north now, southwest portions of the state of Florida. Now you head south and to the southeast part of the state. It's a lot of cloud cover, but not a whole lot of wet weather. So Miami, Fort Lauderdale heading north along 95. Certainly a much better scenario when it comes to the system as opposed to the west coast, which is going to feel the brunt of the system. So pushing north, eventually getting up towards places like Sarasota as well as Tampa, your conditions will be going downhill. As far as the winds are concerned, there we go around Key West, 35 mile per hour sustained winds, but look at the gusts getting up over 50. Marathon as well, gusting up close to 40, and not really seeing the winds just yet getting going here from Naples north but that will be changing again as the system continues to push towards the north. Tropical storm force winds, that's the area that's in that orange here for us, and that extends well away from the center of the circulation, a good 70 or so miles from the center of the circulation. So eventually we're going to see some of that creep its way northbound, and so stronger winds are expected there in southwest portions of the state of Florida. There's a closer view on the radar. Again, still some heavy rain there for you around Key West, more to your south, so we're not out of the woods just yet, although again the main part of the core of the system is going to start to push north, so we will see improving conditions here in the Keys, but going downhill farther to the north. There's that view of the southernmost point. If you ever visit Key West, you've probably visited this location here, and what we've got is 78 degrees. With that rain and those gusts at 52 miles per hour, visibility down, they're just over 1 mile. So tough to really see a whole lot when you're trying to drive and navigate. Not recommended right now to be doing that. All right, let's take a look at the closer view here northbound, and some of that rain starting to fill in a bit more here from Everglades City up towards now Fort Myers. So travel along 75 southbound here out of Port Charlotte. Probably want to keep that, try to avoid that. You can head north for now, but again, even those areas are going to start to go downhill later on today as you get close towards Tampa, the Clearwater area, St. Petersburg as well. A few passing showers, but it really is going to start to fill in a little bit later on for you. So heads up there. Even into central parts of the state, we'll get in some of this rain as well. So we're not out of the woods in places like Orlando. Kissimmee, visiting the theme parks here for this early part of the week. Certainly be prepared for bad conditions as the day progresses. So that's what we've got going on here for us, Jen, in terms of the radar presentation. But you're looking at kind of what the system's doing, where it's headed.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at some of the details here. So there was supposed to be a Hurricane Hunter flight taken off to go into this to give us more information. But there was a lightning delay on takeoff. So they can fly through the worst of the weather, but they just can't take off on it like the rest of us, right? And so we're going to be watching and waiting for that data to see what's happening, in the core of the storm. Just from a satellite presentation, though, you can see that big flare-up that happened near the center of circulation. The last advisory at 8 a.m. wind 60 miles per hour. A new advisory will come out this morning at 11 o'clock, and we'll see what happens in terms of without Hurricane Hunter data, will they make many changes? The land observations have been showing plenty of winds gusting up over 50, 55 miles per hour. We saw that in Key West at 56 miles per hour. There's some buoys in the area as well, and you can see on the visible satellite that big flare-up of convection or thunderstorm activity. Tropical systems feed on that. So the more there is in terms of thunderstorm activity or just, rain shower activity to extend tall up into the atmosphere, that is really going to feed into the health of the system, especially if it wraps around the center of circulation. There has been some shear, and we're still seeing that off to the northwest side here. You notice that there's not a lot happening on that extreme northern side. The western side, that's also where we have some dry air. So those are two things working against any continued in terms of its strengthening of the system. Now, but the potential is there. The more water time that Elsa has, the more potential there is for strengthening. There is a hurricane watch out for that reason. That goes from Egmont Key in the St. Pete area up towards Steinhatchee in Florida. So right in that zone where, the potential is that we could get a strengthening system as it approaches land. That's obviously a concern for us, but very likely that we will have tropical storm force conditions with tropical storm warnings up and down the entire western part of the peninsula and even inland as well. Let's go back out to Mike Seidel, who is now live in Key West. And Mike, let's talk about that wind, because Paul had been showing us how it's just been relentless out there. It looks like you're feeling the same thing.
Yeah, exact same thing out here in Key West. We have gusted upwards of 56 miles an hour. Sustained winds are right around tropical storm force. And we've seen a lot of palm fronds go down. You can see how the wind is whipping the palm trees. And in the distance, the wave action, we've got looks like about 4 to 5 footers. In fact, last night around dinner time, I saw some folks up the beach actually surfing, short-term surfing. They didn't go far out. But also the water rise has come up a little bit. Now, they had forecasted a surge of 1 to 2 feet. There's not a storm surge warning here. But again, things have pretty much played out as expected. The tide is going out. That's a good thing. The next low tide coming up just after 2:30 this afternoon. The other issue is the very heavy rainfall. We have had heavy rain, but we're not getting 1 inch or 2 inches an hour. We're not getting that kind of car wash effect so far. We'll see how that shakes out, because you can see on the radar we still have this not the outer band, but the core just to the west and south and east of the core wrapping in here. So we're going to be in this for a few more hours here in Key Key West and easily can get gusts over 60 miles an hour. And that's usually the key for power outages. They've been minimal so far this morning in Monroe County, which includes all of the Florida Keys. The worst of the weather down here in the lower and up to the middle Keys. The upper Keys not getting the weather. They had actually worse weather yesterday at this point. Now it's all going to be heading up the west coast of Florida. And unlike on the east coast, when we have a lopsided storm that's asymmetric and all the weather's on the east side, it tends to be out over the ocean. But in this case, being on the west coast of Florida, anywhere on the east, anywhere on the beaches there, they're going to get this, including Naples, Fort Myers, and Tampa. Let's go to Naples right now. Meteorologist Chris Bruin out there with the worst yet to come, Chris.
Yeah, and I can show you the dark skies behind me. We got a very intense cell coming in. These are some of the heaviest rains that we've seen today, and it's literally coming in as we speak. You can see how dark the skies are behind me. I'm not going to be surprised if the pier disappears here in probably maybe a minute or so. You can see we had some low-hanging clouds there, and there was a little bit of thunder with this cell. I think we're going to have much heavier rainfall rates than what we saw, say, in Key West, just because these are some of the fringe effects of that whole shield of moisture. But this is what we're in for pretty much all day. The rainfall rates that Marco Island just had were well over 1 inch to 2 inches per hour. It's thankfully moving, so it's not just sitting over there, but we could easily pick up about 1 inch in 30 minutes time, and that's what we're expecting here in Naples. Winds have been pretty much on the light side, and that's partly due because we're getting an offshore wind. So I can look down 8th Avenue right here, and you can see pretty much dead calm. We can pan up to the palm trees, not a whole lot of wind, in fact, fairly calm. But as this squall comes in, that's what we're going to call it, a squall, I expect some brief gusty conditions. And I think the big key here is going to be the heavy rainfall. Now, winds will pick up, especially as we get into the core of the storm. Now, remember, Naples is likely going to be on the east side as the center passes within 100 miles to our south and to our west. So we're watching that. We can see it on the radar. There's that cell that's just now coming in to Naples, Jen and Alex. And I promise you, the pier will likely disappear here as that rain gets in.
Yeah, Chris, we'll have to go back and take your shot when that happens because we're watching the radar and thinking just how it's going to change in the next couple of minutes.
That shot will look different, no question about it. All right, thanks so much, Chris. We'll check back with you in just a bit.
All right, now let's take you to Florida's southwest coast. We've got a live look at Tampa and St. Pete. Now, Tampa is under a tropical storm warning. St. Petersburg, you are under a hurricane watch with the possibility of wind gusting more than 74 miles per hour.
Yeah, both cities, no stranger to tropical cyclones and some of the dangers that they bring in. All hazards are on the table today, from even a few isolated tornadoes, the heavy downpours, coastal flooding, and storm surge as well. All a potential risk that we do face. So we're going to be watching that very, very closely as we head on through the day. No question about it. All right, well, let's take a look at what we've got in terms of what's going on. And not too much around the Tampa, Sarasota, St. Pete area, those spots just yet. But we do think that'll be changing, Jen, as we work our way through the next 12 hours or so.
Yeah, a couple of showers early in the day, but things go downhill later. You know, you're going to hear a lot about storm surge and the concerns for storm surge here in the Tampa Bay area. It's important to understand how it happens. And hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knapp explains why surge is a killer.
A hurricane's biggest killer, storm surge. It's the primary reason we evacuate. The severity of storm surge is determined by several factors, many of which set up well before landfall. As winds around a hurricane ramp up at the ocean surface, they kick off a circulation below. Over the deep ocean, water is able to circulate downward with no restrictions. But as the storm nears the coast, the ocean becomes increasingly shallow, and the water circulation gets disrupted by the sea floor. Because the water can no longer go down, it's pushed back up and over land, producing the storm surge. Lots of factors influence who gets the worst storm surge, not only including the storm track, but also its size and forward speed, strength of the winds, angle of approach, and coastal geography. When all of these factors come together, the consequences can be disastrous. Back in 2005, Hurricane Katrina brought a record-setting 28-foot storm surge to parts of the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And storm surge doesn't just stop at the coast. It can flood areas tens of miles inland. So find out today if you live in an evacuation zone and leave when told to do so, because evacuating is the only way to stay safe from the rising storm surge.
when told to do so. All right, so let's take a look at the projected path, the expected impacts, and how you should not go cone crazy because the impacts will be felt outside of the cone.
Yeah, I think this map does a really good job. That white area that you can see kind of circled, that's the projected path, but look down towards this zone in the orange. That's where the tropical storm force winds are. Notice how that extends outside of that path. Yeah. So some of these areas like Fort Myers, yeah, get ready for tropical storm force conditions here, even though you're not within that projected path of where the center is going to be headed.
Yeah, if it takes the eastern route, still in the cone technically with the center of circulation, but it really will take those impacts and bring them well outside. So that's why places like Orlando could see and feel impacts from Elsa as it moves up to the north and moves to northern Florida into Georgia and South Carolina.
Winds for us here, gusting in the forecast. Again, we're seeing that right now around Key West up over 450, but watch those winds start to increase as you head a little bit farther towards the north as well. From Naples and eventually Tampa as well. Later this afternoon into the evening, 35, 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts. That will be a possibility there, of course, with some of that heavy rain.
Yeah, some of the shots that we've been showing you out in the field here, good indication of what's coming your way. Let's go back out to Naples and Chris Bruin and take a look at how things have changed. The visibility definitely looks darker behind you, Chris.
Yeah, I want to show you the self cloud, guys. Jen and Alex, we talked about severe weather being a factor. Take a look at this. We've got a very low-hanging shelf cloud. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings with this, but it's not to say we won't see any, and we're right in that zone here across the southwest coast of Florida. So heads up, as that shelf cloud gets in, you can see the rain really pick up. Some very intense rainfall rates expected here in Naples. We'll also start getting some of our first strong gusts, likely in excess of 30 miles per hour as this comes in. And the waves have also started to pick up here in Naples. You can see that cell coming in, probably gusting to close to tropical storm force from Marco Island into coastal Collier County, heads up in Naples, Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, even Sanibel Island as heavy tropical downpours from Elsa arrive. This is the beginning of a long afternoon. We've got continuing live coverage here on the Weather Channel across the Florida Gulf Coast from the Keys right on into Tampa Bay and here in Naples coming up next. We'll be back.
Evacuate immediately.
Oh no. Go, go! Oh. I'm on!
Welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa, now passing by Key West. But check the radar. We still have this band coming in with some very heavy rain. We've seen some lightning offshore this morning. Our peak gust so far, 59 miles an hour. But we've been sustained over tropical storm force, which is 39. We've been up around 43 miles an hour. So pretty gusty morning here. Rainfall so far, 2.5 inches of rain. The last hour, we picked up a ½ inch of rain. So we're slowly adding up. We'd expected at least 3 inches, and we're going to do better than that with Elsa. You can see behind me the wind whipping the waves here just a couple of days ago. The ocean, the Atlantic, was like a glassy lake. Yesterday we started to get some ripples, a light chop by evening, and now, boy, the wind energy has really, really taken over. Looking around the property, there's some palm fronds down. I just checked power outages in Monroe County, which includes all the Keys. So far, less than 100 customers. Boy, that's good news. Now, keep in mind, as you go up into the upper Keys, the winds are not as strong. They're strongest down here in the lower Keys, certainly from the 7 Mile Bridge all the way down through the Key West area. So we're going to have a few more hours of this. Then the rain should back off some, but it's still going to be very, very windy. And we'll see how many more trailing rain bands wrap in to Key West as the worst of the weather slips up the west coast of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis talked to Paul Goodloe early this morning, talked about the need to be prepared, especially as you head up towards Naples and Tampa and even in the Carolinas.
Well, I think if you're down in Key West, the storm is, I think, just west of there. So some of the impacts you're reporting are what we're seeing. Of course, we anticipate it's going to go up the kind of the west coast of Florida. We're looking at impacts maybe around Florida's Nature Coast. But as I think you guys have pointed out, it's a very lopsided storm to the east. So there's going to be a lot of bands to the east of the eye of the storm. And so Floridians should be prepared for that.
Yeah, it's a very good point there, because typically we cover these on the east coast of Florida. A couple of years ago, we had a couple of them, and one was a hurricane, Chris. But we were on the west side, so the hurricane force wind stayed off the coast. This time around, though, it's on the other side of Florida, Chris, where we are, where you are. And I heard you talking just a few minutes ago about the dark skies down there in Naples.
Yeah, we just had a squall come through, Mike, and man, that rain was really coming down. Now, it's a quick moving squall. It's starting to let up a little bit, but I will say the wind has picked up, and I want to take you out to the water's edge here on the beach and show you the waves. If you've ever been to the Gulf of Mexico, especially here in southwest Florida, you know oftentimes it looks like glass. So we really have seen a big difference in the wave heights this morning. Take a look at some of these. The ripples here as that storm was coming in were quite impressive. They've come down a little bit, but it almost looks like just a pattern. And by the way, the water temperatures, just for your perspective, I wish you could feel how warm they are, especially with the cold raindrops hitting you. It feels like a bathtub. Water temperatures are sitting in the middle 80s here in mid-July off the Gulf of Mexico, which isn't unusual. Oftentimes it's a bathtub, and that's the case, but especially that contrast with the heavy rain, the cold tropical, heavy droplets, and then that warm Gulf water. This is the epitome of a tropical storm. So while we haven't had tropical storm force gusts yet, that's coming in the next few hours, especially now that we're in the rain and we're here to stay. Flash flood watches are up. We also have tropical storm warnings, so we do expect gusts perhaps upwards of 40, even 50 miles per hour, and you can see that whole shield pushing into southwest Florida as we speak. Sanibel, Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, Jen and Alex, they're next in line to get that beginning squall, and that really ushers in the winds that will be with us for much of the afternoon. And then this evening, when we see that shift off the water, that's when we'll have to worry about surge and that water rise.
Chris, thank you. And those, waves, you don't get a lot of waves in that area, right? Most of the time, the ocean's pretty chill. So certainly that's telling as well what's happening out there. Let's go ahead and take a look at what else is next with Elsa, because we want to track it inland and show you where it's going. We'll get a landfall somewhere, whether it's somewhere near Tampa or St. Peter up along the Nature Coast, but then moving inland. And
you notice this thing does have a chance to maybe strengthen a bit, not out of the question here to get to maybe 70. Outside chance, but maybe get to that Category 1 status. Can't rule that out.
Yeah, that is a possibility. And so there is that concern. The rainfall, of course, the gusty winds will have at least, strong, close to tropical storm force gust as it makes its way up here through southeast Georgia, and then the low country of South Carolina, and then North Carolina, too. We keep the track going.
And that threat for some of those stronger storms exists as well. Some gusty winds, isolated tornado risk that will move north as we head through the next few days.
Here's some of those winds. You could be gusting over 30, 35 miles per hour. Watching that. This is Thursday throughout the day, so we're in this all week long, tracking Elsa right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome to all.
Welcome back into America's morning headquarters here on the Weather Channel. You're looking at the end of the Naples Pier. There are a few fishermen. I wouldn't advise going out there on the water, especially on a day like today. That's a 1/4 of a mile long pier that juts out into the Gulf of Mexico, and you can see the larger waves that have picked up. And now the rain is here to stay. It's going to be a watery Wednesday here across the board. Actually, I think it's Tuesday. It's going to be a very wet Tuesday here across the board, and that will continue for most of the afternoon. Winds are only going to be getting stronger, by the way, and we can tell that when the squall came in, the trees were starting to pick up a little bit. Now they're back to calm, so we don't really expect a lot of the wind until I think after lunchtime and heading into the afternoon. Right now, remember, the bands of Elsa are coming in from off the coast, so they're coming in from inland Collier County and then off to offshore. So we've got a lot of friction, and that kind of inhibits a lot of those stronger gusts. When that all changes, as this pushes to the north of Naples, at least the center of Elsa, then we'll see a more onshore wind. And while the rain may let up, we'll have stronger wind gusts and that surge of water. That's what we've been seeing now in places like Key West. That's where we find our own meteorologist, Mike Seidel. Mike, I think Elsa officially is now starting to push north of Key West as it passed off to your west. And now you're seeing that shift in wind direction and much larger wave action. And also, even a lot of the sand kind of being washed out by the incoming tide. We expect similar scenes here in Southwest Florida later this afternoon and this evening.
Yes, so we've had wind gusts to 59 and sustained at 43, so we have verified a tropical storm, which is 39 to 73 miles an hour. We'll find out what happens up the coast if Elsa intensifies. The next full advisory is due in the next 30 minutes. We'll see what the Hurricane Center does with the intensity and the track. I don't think there's going to be much change in the track. The entire west coast of Florida is going to get battered by Elsa, whether it's a tropical storm or a minimal hurricane. We're getting battered here in Key West. There are the waves, the surf breaking. Looks like about 3 to 4 footers out there beyond the pier, rolling right into the beaches. Our high tide was this morning, so our next tide is a low tide, and that's clocked in at about 2:40 this afternoon. So we're going to be in pretty good shape. Chris mentioned the winds changing direction. Now as the center goes by, we'll see our winds go from southeast to south, eventually around to southwest. But on the radar, we're still going to be in this for another hour or so, and then we're going to have trailing rain bands that can last for quite a while. And those rain bands can still give us more strong gusts. Again, Alex, the good news so far, power outages, I just checked about 15 minutes ago, still under 100 customers throughout the Keys, and it would be down here where we would have the power going out because of the strongest winds. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that we can keep the electricity on for another, 6-10 hours. Once this goes by, we'll be in very, very good shape. Alex, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. We certainly appreciate it there. And yeah, that is good to hear that we aren't seeing much in the way of power outages for now. Just got to hang on a little bit longer. Still some strong winds to go. And then, of course, the push northbound with some of those stronger winds to a spot like where Chris is there in Naples.
All right, so let's continue to watch the current conditions here. I want to take folks into some details about what's happening right now with Elsa. So here is the latest look. The 8 o'clock advisory has winds at 60 miles per hour. The new advisory comes out just around the top of the hour, about 11, or no, we still have another hour to go. 11 o'clock is when we will see that new advisory. Now, let me show you just the flare-up of thunderstorms and the convection that we are seeing right near the center. That is key. We don't have an aircraft flight in there, Hurricane Hunter flight, because they were actually grounded by lightning, so they weren't able to take off at their scheduled time. So at the moment, the new information that we have is from the data that's happening on the ground, like the observations from the Key West airport, gusting up close to 60 miles per hour. Sand Key, which is a Seaman station just off the coast of Key West, there was a gust that was over 60 miles per hour. So there definitely is a lot of supporting evidence of these wind gusts. And when you look at the radar and you see all the convection that you have right here, definitely watching to see if that wraps all the way around the center of circulation. And that would be an opportunity for strengthening if we do see that. Here's the latest gust, Alex. Now 50 mile per hour, 49 mile per hour wind gusts at Key West, sustained at 29. And then we watch how this impacts inland areas as we get beyond this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely. Of course, one of the things we'll be following, Jen, is the fact that we have that chance for some isolated tornadoes to fire up here for us. Torcon values, they're in that 3 range. So oftentimes you get these tropical cyclones getting close to land, making landfall, and they bring in that threat for some isolated tornadoes. So we'll have to watch out for that. And we were talking about most of the peninsula here for us, maybe the exception, the southeast portion of the state. A chance, maybe not as high, with the Torcon values there right around a 2, and then extending off towards the north there from Orlando to Daytona Beach as well. Right now, the core of the systems here in this zone here impacting Key West, but you can see the general motion towards the north. That's going to spread some of that rain northbound here for us. The brunt of it right now, though, is Key West.
Good morning. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa. We're going to be on throughout today, tonight, into Wednesday as Elsa makes its move up the west coast of Florida, impacting everybody. Naples, up to Sarasota, St. Pete, under a hurricane watch, Tampa, and then into the Big Bend of Florida by sometime tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, back here in Key West, we've had wind gusts to 59 miles an hour. Lower Keys getting the worst of the weather as expected. We have the warnings up for the middle and lower Keys, and so far power outages, I just checked the number, 73 customers. That's hardly anybody. That could be just typical power outages. So we're thankful for that at this point. Don't think the winds are going to get much stronger because the storm now has gone by our latitude. We may get a gust to 60 or so. We've seen some of those on those stations out over the water. You can see behind me, boy, what a big difference since just this time yesterday and the ocean. Boy, it's really feisty out there. Some really sporty weather conditions as the winds and that wind energy causes the wave action. Now, the waves will back off later tonight and tomorrow. The winds will back off later tomorrow because we're still going to have the situation where the winds are coming across the water with nothing to block them. We have picked up about another 0.4 of an inch of rain since the top of the hour, since 10 a.m. Eastern. So now we're up over just over 3 inches of rain from Elsa, and the rain continues here in the lower Keys. More rain ahead for Naples. Let's check in with Chris Broom because okay, let's go back to Atlanta, check in with Alex Wallace and Jen. Jen?
Yeah, all right, Mike. Yeah, Chris is getting into some weather there. Obviously, you're getting into the weather. We see the nonstop tropical storm conditions. Actually, it's been since just after midnight last night for the Florida Keys.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a long stretch, a little bit of ways to go here for us, but improvement there in the Keys as we head through our day, and then we'll watch the areas north conditions going downhill, not just including of course, the wind and that rain, but we're gonna have to watch those waters as we watch that storm surge threat exist. We got storm surge warnings that are in place. It's that darker shade of the pink, and then you get to the lighter shade here for you as you get across the Big Bend. You're talking storm surge watches. The potential we could see some of these areas 2 to 4 feet, maybe 3 to 5 in a few locations.
Yeah, really vulnerable to storm surge is the Tampa Bay area, in particular around Pinellas County. I just shared actually on Twitter a map from Pinellas County that allows you to zoom into your location. You put your address in so you can see exactly how much storm surge you could be prone to in this case.
Yeah, certainly.
The wind direction makes all the difference.
Oh, huge difference here for us. Whether they're coming from the south, from the east, offshore wind here, that'll help us out a little bit in most locations. But again, that one's not going to stay in that direction as the core of the system continues to move on off towards the north. They're seeing a few areas here, kind of half a foot storm surge or water here for us is what we're seeing right now. But we do think some of those values, they will go up, peaking somewhere in that yellow zone, anywhere from 2 to 4 feet, maybe even 3 to 5 there in and around the Tampa area.
Yeah, high tide in the Tampa area is just after noon today, and then waters come down after that. Luckily, we don't have huge tidal ranges, but again, just after noon today for Tampa, and then we have another one again tomorrow morning, which at this point, the winds are going to be changing direction, and so that's the one I'm really concerned about for along coastal areas.
Yeah, so we got to watch for that. As far as the tropical storm force winds, the probability of dealing with that, it's a pretty good bet here in that darker shade of that sort of purple pinkish shading, working its way up towards North Florida. And then the values come down a bit as you work your way across the southeast coast, but certainly can't rule it out. Kind of a 50-50 shot along the southeast coast, depending on where this thing does end up tracking.
Most of the time with systems like this, once you get inland, the concerns become those isolated spin-ups of tornadoes. Most of the time when you get that type of situation, they're quick, they happen fast, though. You don't get a lot of warning for them, so you just really need to be on your guard really throughout this entire track.
Yeah, that's right. And there's that projected path. It's that area that's outlined in the white. But notice outside of that white area, those are the tropical storm force winds. Anywhere you see that orange showing up, and notice how that starts to creep northbound outside of the projected path zone. So we try to drive this home all the time, that it's not where that center goes, it's where the bad weather goes. And in this case, we're going to be finding that well to the east of the system, even outside of the projected.
This is one of my favorite graphics that we show because it really tells the story. It's not just in the cone. It's actually not just Elsa either. We have thunderstorms out there that have been putting down rain, tropical-like rain actually, that has just been inundating us across parts of the Gulf Coast in Louisiana and Texas, San Antonio, even inland areas getting some really heavy rain right now.
Downpours galore here for us. We talked about this yesterday, how things were going to be unsettled here across parts of Texas and along the Gulf Coast. Been watching this rain impacting us around the San Antonio metro. Bexar County now under a flash flood warning. That's there until 10:30 Central Time. Watch out, still raining pretty steadily there, and then working around the rest of the Gulf Coast. More rain here. Not the best of beach days again around Pensacola.
I was reading some of the discussions about this rain happening, and it's being described as like a tropical rain. I mean, it's warm all the way up through the atmosphere like in a tropical system, and that's the kind of rain you are getting. Not the only spot that's stormy today, Alex.
No, we head northbound towards the northeast. That's a zone where we could see some strong and potentially even severe storms to impact us. New York City right in the middle of that. The biggest threat, damaging wind gusts, but those winds could be in excess of even 60 miles per hour. So certainly something to watch out for as we head through our day.
So that plus we're going to eventually bring Elsa up through this area too. That's for the end of the week. We get you through today. Little disturbance coming through, just enough to kick off a few thunderstorms. We could actually see, I think, some big downbursts of rain and wind that come out of these storms. But later today is when you'll see that happening.
Already seeing a few storms bubbling up there in the eastern lakes. They'll propagate off towards the south and east as we head on through our day. So get ready for a bit of a stormy afternoon and evening. We've got plenty more to track here on Elsa next.
Hi, Verizon launched the first 5G network, and now we want to be the first to give everyone the joy of 5G by giving every customer a new 5G phone on us. Old customers, new customers, families, businesses, in-laws, law firms. Every customer, new 5G phones when you trade in your old ones. And if you're not a customer, we'll help cover the cost to switch.
And let's give you a look at what's happening with Elsa as we track Elsa moving just off the coast of Key West and heading north. It's a little bit north-northwest at the moment, but expected to continue on that jog as we see Key West getting lashed by sort of those outer bands and that tail basically of Elsa that extends down to Key West.
Yeah, really expansive area, feeling the impacts feeling well outside of the cone and well up the eastern seaboard. We could see that as well once it leaves Florida. Plans in the mid-Atlantic, New England, may change here to accommodate this uninvited summer guest.
For sure. These tropical systems are never invited. Right. So let's take a look at where we are. Mention that we have all this trailing moisture. See how it extends down towards Cuba. It actually was more pronounced earlier. Now it seems like things are tightening up more around the circulation itself.
Yeah, so maybe this is signs that it's maybe trying to get its act together. They always thought that there'd be a possibility here as it worked its way through this part of the Gulf of Mexico that it could try to strengthen a little bit more. We'll get a new update from the National Hurricane Center. In fact, I think this is the new update. There we go.
Oh, the 11 a.m. is just in. Okay.
There you go. So
no change. That's the 60-mile-per-hour wind still, pressure at 1,007. Now it's located 65 miles to the west-northwest of Key West, Florida. That's the change. It was at 55 miles.
So there you go. A little bit farther away.
A little bit.
Exactly. North-northwest movement at 10 miles per hour. So continuing to see the impacts there around Key West. We'll watch the conditions start to improve as we head into this evening. We still have some time to go, though. You can still see some very heavy rain, and there'll be some strong winds associated with that coming on in from the south. But now we're starting to spread some of that heavier downpour action Naples. That's where we have our very own Chris Brewer, and we'll check with him in just a bit. Up towards Fort Myers and eventually filling up into towards Sarasota as well as Tampa with some of that heavy rain and strong wind.
And the winds have been gusty. Key West, we had a peak gust of 59 miles per hour. It's been consistently over 40 plus since just after midnight last night, and right now sitting up there close to 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, so strong winds to deal with along with that heavy rain here for you. You have to watch out when you get the rain that comes down so quickly, steadily, and for this prolonged period of time. Flash flooding becomes a risk, so that is certainly something we could deal with there, and then even points northbound as well. But Jen, this visible satellite really tells the story of this storm system.
Yes, it does. Look at all the thunderstorm activity or convection bubbling up right here, and you can see how this is actually shifting away from Key West. So while your weather's not great today, the worst of the weather actually is right over here and moving up towards the northwest.
Yeah, so that again, east side a little. You can almost kind of pick out that last bit of the loop. You can kind of see that western edge of that center of the circulation at the surface. So we aren't seeing this thing just wrapping around, and if you can't wrap around, it's going to have a hard time re-strengthening a whole lot here for us. But still, nonetheless, hurricane watches are up here from essentially Tampa north. So there is still that chance we could see hurricane conditions impact us here in parts of Florida. Now, Elsa plans to take a ride up 95, leaving a lot of brake lights in its wake.
Visitors to summer hotspots like Jekyll Island and Atlantic City might be rolling the dice with some strong winds, heavy rain, some rough beach conditions as we get closer to the weekend. Right. Let's go next here.
Let's do it, because again, this thing's not just going to stop, poof, disappear. Once it makes that landfall, it will move inland and spread some of its impacts across North Florida, eventually southeast coast, Georgia, into the Carolinas as well. We'll see the impacts as well.
All right, and so watching for showers, always watching for the isolated risk of tornadoes whenever you have a system making landfall. And that's going to be, I think, the case all the way up through South Carolina, North Carolina, even southeast Virginia.
Yeah, and as it moves on through, it's going to spread that risk for some of those isolated tornadoes. So something to watch out for now tomorrow. North Florida, southeast Georgia into South Carolina, that risk will be there for some isolated spin-ups.
All right, let's talk winds. Now, it is expected to weaken once it gets over land, so winds will weaken accordingly as well. Probably 25 to 30 miles per hour, maybe occasionally 35 at times. Look at out Cape Hatteras. We could gust over 35 or 40. But I don't think wind will be the main factor at this point. It'll be the rain, it'll be the isolated spin-ups, and potentially heavy rain at that.
Yeah, it could add up here for potentially tomorrow through Thursday, likely to deal with some flash flooding. Anywhere you see that yellow, Savannah right in the middle of that. But don't forget the areas that are in the green. Still the possibility for seeing flash flooding in those spots too.
Yeah, we got a large area of 1 to 2 inches of rainfall, dotted with 3 to 5 inch type totals that you'll see, especially heaviest down in Florida, then to Georgia. And then I think as it accelerates a little bit more, the rainfall amounts will lessen up.
Yeah, it does start to pick up that speed here, but still could have an impact. If the system tracks on that western edge or northern edge at this point of the cone, could see impacts here, direct impacts there for the Jersey Shore, Long Island, up into New England, down East Maine, as we head towards the end of the week and weekend.
I mean, what a week here. First of all, it's hot today, temperatures in the 90s, right? And then we get to some thunderstorms later on, and then we get to this later in the week. So it's a busy one for you right along the eastern seaboard. Winds at this point could be increasing once, or if, I should say, it gets back out over the Atlantic.
All right, well, let's work our way back down towards Key West, that southernmost point. Busy landmark here. We've seen a lot of folks coming out and about, taking pictures here. And, it's one of those situations. You got to be just mindful of the fact that it is a day where it's not the best of times to be out and about.
And just a reminder, you can watch the Weather Channel's live coverage of Elsa streaming on Roku and Amazon Fire.
When Grandma...
The storm's expected to strengthen.
You have to be prepared.
Good morning from Key West. Elsa, Tropical Storm Elsa now pounding the lower Keys as it has all morning since before sunrise. The wind southeast now 37, gusting to 51 miles an hour. We have gusted to 59, and we picked up another 56/100ths of an inch of rain in the past hour. So now just over 3 inches of rain so far from Elsa here in Key West. Tropical storm warnings continue. Power outages so far minimal, less than 100. Thank goodness. We hope that will stay that way. These strong winds just just not strong enough. Usually when they click up above 60 to 70, when you start to see the power outages, we have had some palm fronts down, and the Atlantic is really churned up here with these winds, which will eventually switch to the south and southwest. The center of the storm has gone by our latitude. The worst of the weather will wind down here in the next 3 to 6 hours, but up the west coast, let's check in with Chris Bruin. A lot ahead for him there in Lee and Collier County. Chris, what's the latest there from Naples?
Well, we haven't had a lot of wind, Mike, but we've had a lot of rain. In fact, the low-lying streets here around Naples, they're already taking on water. This isn't anything unusual as it typically happens with thunderstorms, but you can see visibility here downhill as the rain picks up. It's actually letting up a little bit, but I want to show you the grass because look at how soggy the grass is. All right, this is the problem. Flash flooding expected, and if we pull up the radar, you can really see how much rain we still have to get through. Again, ponding on the sides of the roads. This will get worse as rain picks up, and remember too, the wind is going to be a big issue as we get into the next few hours. Right now, the strongest gusts have been less than 20, 25 miles per hour, Jen and Alex, but we expect that to increase above 40, even 50 as Elsa continues to push off to the north.
And we have new video into the Weather Channel as Elsa approaches the west coast of Florida, and crews in Lido Key prepare for arrival here on the beach. Lifeguard stands being moved back from the water. You can hear the beeping from the tractor there, and a tropical storm and storm surge warning are in effect.
All right, so let's get you to what we know right now and what's going on with Elsa. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center, the 11 o'clock advisory, showing you here it's a still 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving to the north-northwest at 10 miles per hour. And at this point, it's about 65 miles to the west-northwest of Key West. So it has kind of moved just towards the north, but that does not mean the impacts have lessened there. Key West still facing the brunt of this and feeling the brunt of this with those winds that are pretty strong, gusting up over 50 miles per hour at this point with still some very heavy rain.
America's Morning Headquarters rolls right through your midday.
Thanks so much for joining us here as we keep you up to date on Elsa, as well as some of the other weather that's affecting the U.S. We'll track that here as we head through the show, but we do want to get you the very latest here on Tropical Storm Elsa. Tampa International Airport, well, they're suspending operations at 5 o'clock here this evening. Roughly 2/3 of the flights at Key West Airport, they were canceled today, and possible even more will be scrubbed. 2 shelters will open this morning in Pinellas County.
And Tropical Storm Elsa is moving over the Florida Straits and just off to the northwest of the Florida Keys, actually. Now, towards southwest Florida, we're going to see those outer bands, and that is going to lash us here after lashing Cuba. And that's what we're showing you. What happened there, heavy downpours, strong winds. Today, we'll be keeping a close eye on places like Cedar Key and Naples for the threat of not just rain and coastal flooding, but also the risk for severe weather, that isolated risk of tornadoes that you get when you have a system approaching land. All right, Alex, give us the latest on what's happening with Elsa right now.
Yeah, certainly some active weather that we are tracking at this time, particularly there from the Keys into southwest portions of Florida is where we're finding the worst of the weather right now with some of the heavy rain and some of those stronger winds. And that's all just going to propagate north as we head on through the day. So there's the shield of rain showing up here on the radar, still extending all the way back south towards Cuba as well. So they're still feeling the impacts of the system, even though the core has moved well on off towards the north. But still some heavy rain that we're seeing here. There's Fort Myers. Starting to get in some of the steadier rains as well. Naples, you saw the shot there with Chris Bruin. We're starting to see some of those streets, starting to see some water there, particularly as some of the grassy spots and some of the sidewalk areas. And we'll watch this all continue to move north. Sarasota, Tampa, you'll be in line as we head on through this afternoon as well as into the evening. The winds here for you can see where they stand. A couple of buoys here offshore where winds are gusting up into the 35, close to 40 mile per hour range. But look at Key West, still gusting up over 50. Marathon up over 30 with their gusts with a sustained wind at 15. Calm right now in Naples, but we do think that'll be changing. The palm trees aren't swaying just yet, but as the system moves north, some of these tropical storm force winds, which extend a good 70 or so miles away from the center of the circulation, that's the area that's outlined and circled in the orange, that is going to be moving north, and we'll eventually potentially see that march its way on to land. So there's that closer view on Key West. Still rain to your south, and you can see that's going to be moving on in here, so we are still in the thick of it here. We should start to see some improving conditions, though, once we get into later on this evening, at least a better scenario than what we're seeing now. We're kind of at the peak of things in and around Key West. There's that southernmost point. If you visit Key West, you probably visit this location here. Southeast winds there at 29 miles per hour sustained, gusting up right now at 37. But look at that visibility, under a mile. So yeah, it's tough to see much out there. Driving and traveling around is not recommended right now with the conditions. today's rainfall already over 3 inches here at this point. And again, more adding up in those locations. So let's look at what we're seeing right now, some of the active conditions. Jen, you're looking at more of the nuts and bolts of Elsa right now.
Well, I'm looking at the visible satellite, actually, and now that we have even more hours of daylight, you can get a better sense of the circulation, where it is and where the thunderstorms are or are not, because that's just as important sometimes. So we've been watching all of this convection flaring up out here, and this is mainly just around, but actually just to the east of the center of the circulation. That center is somewhere right in here. And so you can see how it's still on the east side, and until everything sort of wraps around, you won't see any real significant intensification. The other thing is that we do have some wind shear. That's indicated by this dark purple area, and in fact, even more of it starting to show up into some stronger shear. That will cut back on any significant intensification. This is all good news, because the more water time Elsa has, the more we get concerned about the possibilities for intensification. But there's things working against it. You know, the fact that the thunderstorms are all on the eastern side and not all the way around. That wind shear that I just showed you. This dry air as well is something else that's out there. And right now it's not getting into the core, but it's looming sort of as something, a factor that doesn't make it perfect for a lot of intensification. That's great news, but that said, we do have the hurricane watch up just in case there is a hurricane watch issued by the National Hurricane Center that goes from Egmont Key in the St. Pete area up towards Steinhatchee in Florida. The tropical storm warnings, those are up for the entire West Coast. A little bit cut back here, so Indian Pass no longer in that, over towards Ocklackney. But other than that, you have very much the same with the new advisory for the tropical storm warnings and inland too. So here's a look at the modeling, and then that hasn't changed a lot. There's been a lot of consensus on where and then also how strong. Still, all models keeping it at a tropical storm when it approaches land, and then weakening it as expected when it moves over land. And real quick, Alex, to show everyone that projected cone and a landfall at some point here as we get you into the overnight time frame here right along the nature coast. All right, let's go back out to Mike Seidel, who is live in Key West. And Mike, no change. I mean, it's looking worse, if anything, here with the wind and the low visibility.
Indeed, the heavy rain continues, Jen. We're still raining at about a half an inch or so an hour. And the winds are still gusting upwards around 50 miles an hour. That has been continuous now for several hours. And the rain is stinging me coming in from the southeast, that wind. And you can see what the wind is doing to the Atlantic. Hard to see the pier right now, but look at the wave action. These are probably about 4-footers. You know, this is a shorter fetch. And the water has come up over the rocky little bit of a wall there. We were expecting a surge of 1 to 2 feet. That's it. And now the tide is going out. The next low tide about 2:40 this afternoon. So we're going to be in okay shape. Here's the concern. I just talked to one of our weather producers, Mike Fommel. He's been driving around Key West. And if you have to drive around, be careful. There's a lot of standing water. There's a lot of palm fronds that have blown down or blocking the drains. So in fact, I just saw a palm frond come down here at the hotel. So that's what we've seen, palm fronds down. But power outages, so far, so good. This is one of the best news so far, because last check, less than 100 customers in the Keys in Monroe County have lost power. Now keep in mind, as you go up to Key Largo, north of Marathon Almirada to Key Largo, the winds are not nearly as strong. It's all contained in these squalls. And on the radar, you can see that last kind of band coming right over Key West. Now, if the storm was moving northeast, the rain would stop pretty shortly, but the storm is still moving a little west of north, so we're going to be in this heavy rain for at least another hour or so, and then you still have the trailing bands once the storm goes up the coast. Again, heavy rain, gusty winds, 50, maybe we get a 60-mile-an-hour gust. We've already topped out at 59 miles an hour, and the Weather Service continues to report lightning off to the north and west. We haven't seen any, and it's really hard to see lightning with this kind of visibility and in the daytime. But that's some of the lightning associated with the convection out near the center of Elsa, which is now northwest of us. Let's go up the coast to Naples, the west coast, due for the worst of the weather this afternoon and tonight, all the way up to Tampa. Check in with Chris Gruen there at the beach in Naples. Chris?
Hey, Mike. Yeah, you know, we're having a lot of the rain, but we don't have the wind just yet, because a lot of this is coming off of the north and the east, which is an offshore wind for us. So the trees, they're barely moving. Now I'll show you that, but wave action has definitely increased. You see these old pilings here with one of the water mains that goes out into the Atlantic. You can see a really good depiction as to how choppy the Gulf of Mexico is, and that will get worse as we go into the afternoon. I want to take you down the beach here, and you can see the waves. There's the pier, and that's about a little over half a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile away, and you can see that. So rainfall has let up a little bit. It's starting to pick up, and I don't know if the clouds make out on the camera, but you can clearly see some of these cloud features here as we got some more squalls to our south. They're starting to pop in. I want to bring you up this way, though, and I want to show you the palm trees. These are coconut palms. You got several here that line the beaches across the beautiful homes here in Naples, Florida. They're barely moving. Now these trees are made, they're built, you know, they're accustomed to strong winds and tropical systems, so they can handle stronger gusts. But the palm fronds themselves oftentimes can come down. And if you get hit in the head by a coconut or a palm frond, it can hurt and it can even be dangerous. All right, so those are the kinds of things. Those things can take out power lines. We don't expect down trees perhaps, but we'll likely see those 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. I want to show you the north end because that's where we had a stronger squall come through. There's the hotels, and that works your way up towards Bonita Beach and eventually Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, and even Fort Myers. And you can see the ominous skies as some of those beginning squalls work up the coast that way. So until we get some of the more intense winds, expect heavy rainfall, and I think imminently we're going to deal with more flash flooding in those heavier downpours, the ones that are over 1 inch to 2 inches per hour. We'll take you back to the street in just a few minutes and show you how things may change here, not just on the beach side, but also throughout the city, give you an idea what it looks like around town. Many areas are low-lying, especially towards the coast, and so that's just too much rainfall in too short a period of time. The drains are trying to drain it off, but it's having a hard time keeping up. But when we get breaks like this, it's able to allow those puddles to go down. So we'll monitor the situation. So far, we're in good shape. No power outages. But I do know, Jen and Alex, if you are having a flight out today from not only Tampa or Key West, but here in Southwest Florida International, many flights are already canceled or delayed. So they're urging you to check back in with the airlines for the latest updates.
Yeah, a lot of headaches on that, Chris. Thank you for the active live shot. So I like seeing the beach, comparing it to the streets, because things are going to change like that all day long. Chris Bruin, thank you. Let's talk more about some of the other impacts here on the west coast of Florida. We're very concerned about surge always whenever we start to talk about Tampa Bay.
Yeah, no doubt about it here. And that's one of the spots where the surge may be kind of maximized here as we work our way through the next 12 hours or so. But also those winds will be impacting us and outside of where we have that projected path. So notice the orange area, that's where we have tropical storm force winds extending out from the center of the circulation. Notice Fort Myers not in that white area. Yeah, you're outside of the projected path, but that's a location that no doubt could experience tropical storm force winds as the system moves north.
This is where the impacts extend outside the cone here, and this is a great description, graphical description of how that is. Now, once we get into, I think, inland impacts, we'll be watching for the isolated risk of severe weather, tornadoes, some gusty winds, some heavy rain, and at that point, then I think people get a little less cone crazy, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's take a good look at what we've got in terms of the wind forecast here for us. That west coast is where we'll see the strongest of the winds here for you, really picking up today. We talked to Chris just a second ago, talking about how the winds haven't really picked up there just yet, but that is expected to change here 2, 3, 4 o'clock. Could be looking at 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts. Some of the same winds that we're seeing now around Key West. That could be impacting you there, eventually getting up towards Tampa.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Things go downhill through the afternoon. So if you have anything to do this morning, get it done now, because weather will go downhill, both with the rain and the winds picking up. And this is not going to be the worst storm you've ever seen for sure. But for a day's worth of, or at least a half day for us up here in Tampa, really strong winds and heavy rain. If you can avoid travel, I would. That's really going to be one of the bigger dangers. Accidents happen when the weather goes bad like this.
So bad, so important indeed. And of course, it's not just dealing with some of those stronger winds associated with the system, but there could be some isolated tornadoes to try to spin up as well. Now, we haven't seen any warnings here as of yet, at least this early part of the day, but that may change with some of these bands coming on through. You can get these spin ups that happen pretty quickly in a matter of just moments.
Yeah, the storm prediction Prediction Center monitoring this, and they're saying the outer band might not be the most concern. It's actually that middle band, which might be the one that eventually causes spin-ups because of the environment that it will be in when we see more interaction of this with land. So that's going to be something that we watch right through the afternoon and even into the evening. This paralleling right along the west coast of Florida here, Elsa, and that's going to keep us in the worst of the weather on the west coast.
Of course, we got plenty more here when it comes to Elsa, tracking it for you with live reports up and down the coast of Florida.
I feel
Around here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Ask my history teacher where to go to college. He said, go where you like the weather. Best advice I've ever gotten.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
Good morning from Key West, Florida. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We are in the throes of Elsa. A strong tropical storm, winds still 60 miles an hour as of the 11 a.m. Eastern update from the Hurricane Center. Moving north-northwest at 10 miles an hour. It's really slowed down. Remember a few days ago in the Caribbean, 25, 30 miles an hour, racing like it was late for a day. Well, now it's slowed down, and we're going to get the latest from the hurricane hunters. Once they get out there, they had an issue this morning with lightning. We've seen lightning off to the north and west. The Weather Service has. We have not seen it. That's associated with the center. You can see that on the radar that the center has now passed north of our latitude in Key West. With that said, that trailing band is coming in right over us. Some of the heaviest rain we've seen over the past couple of hours right now, and we've already had now about 3 1/4 inches of rain as it continues to add up, and that's causing some issues in Key West with standing water, and also the palm fronds coming down. And Chris Brewer made a good point earlier. If a palm frond comes down and hits you, that could be serious, and they're very sharp. Those edges are very, very sharp, so the best bet is to sit tight, stay home, stay indoors here in the lower Keys until this blows on through, and it will this afternoon and tonight. We'll get out of the worst of this certainly in the next 4 to 5 hours, but we still have that band. One thing that's changed, I just checked, we now have some power outages to report in Monroe County. Just over 1,800, almost 1,900 customers have now been reported without power down here in the lower Keys from Keys Energy. So it has jumped up now to just under 1,900 customers. We'll see if we can keep that number low. But we've had, again, the winds gusting almost 60 miles an hour. And even if you don't have a tree come down, some of these palm fronds are pretty large. It can be 5, 6 feet long, and they can take out a power line. That's the issue that we're going to be dealing with up the west coast. This storm is east side loaded, like many of these tropical systems. And because we're on the west coast of Florida, that means the weather is going to roll right up from the Everglades into the beaches of Lee and Collier County and Tampa, St. Pete. Let's go to Chris Broad right now in Naples. Chris, it's like a car wash now here in Key West. This is as hard as I've seen it rain here the past several hours.
Yeah, we had a squall like that, Mike, come through just a little earlier, but interestingly, the rain's let up. One of the things I'm noticing now is we're getting some wind. This is the first time we've really had wind in Naples, and again, it's not super strong. We got enough to blow the palm trees around. That's what I'm starting to notice. But remember, too, our winds here are coming out of the north and east, so they're offshore, and they are encountering a lot of friction. So at the beaches, you're not getting that persistent onshore wind. We will get into that, and I want to take you down Gulf Shore Boulevard here. This is the street that parallels the beach, and it kind of just traces up and down the city of Naples. There was ponding on this road after that heavy squall pushed through, but thankfully we had enough of a break where a lot of the puddles, they went down, and you can see there's a drainage ditch right here. It's clear and it has plenty of room for the water to go, but when you get those heavier rain bands, that's when you end up with the water just coming down at too fast a clip. Austin, if you're able to pan down towards the beach, you can see some of those coconut palms there, especially the one right on the sand. It's starting to move, and we were showing you the beach conditions there just a little earlier, and there was no movement with the trees. So we are starting to see the wind slowly pick up. Again, not even tropical storm force, but we do expect that as we get into the afternoon. I'm going to cross Gulf Shore while there's no traffic and get back here to this side of the street. But it can show you what it looks like. This is essentially what it looks like all across Naples right now. You've got wet roads. Thankfully, the rain's on the light side, but we expect heavier downpours. And looking at the radar, Jen, Alex, there's a lot of heavy rain to get in, and those winds are going to start to shift. We're going to go from the east to more southeast and eventually southerly direction, and that's when we'll start seeing that push of water and those more persistent tropical storm force bands. But that won't happen until it gets to close to our latitude, at least the center, off to our west, and then as it pulls north up towards the central west coast of Florida.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, Chris, because the wind direction means everything, and especially for some of the really surge-prone areas, like up towards Tampa Bay, we'll get the wind actually over the water depending on where it's from, either over the bayside or ocean side.
Yeah, so tracking that very, very closely, of course. Everyone wants to know where this thing's going to be headed, and essentially northbound is where it's going to be moving here over the next 24 hours or so. And then you can see that turn to the northeast, actually impacting parts of the southeast here, southeast coast as we head on through the remainder of the week.
All right, so overnight tonight is when we do anticipate there being a landfall. I mean, you look at the cone and sort of the possibilities. There's a large variation of where it comes to a more populated area or up here closer to the nature coast where there's not as much population.
Yeah, exactly there for you. And you can see this is, especially as we move to Wednesday evening, you're going to be watching this thing progressing its way across basically southeastern portions of Georgia, the Carolinas, getting involved in that. And then down the road, not out of the question, maybe parts of the northeast could feel some impacts.
Severe weather also a possibility. We'll talk more about this when we come back.
Because morning headquarters, of course, continuing live coverage here all day and all night right here on the Weather Channel as Elsa approaches the Florida Gulf Coast. We expect a landfall late tonight, but really into early tomorrow morning, somewhere between Sarasota and, say, Cedar Key, maybe a little bit north of there. It'll be interesting to see exactly where it moves ashore, and there's still a weak opportunity for it to even strengthen further, perhaps close to hurricane strength. Either way, prepare for 60 to 75 mile-per-hour winds, especially from Tampa northward. Here in Naples, we know it's going to bypass us off to our west. So look at how quiet the Gulf of Mexico is. We are getting some nice breakers right at the shore, but overall, it's pretty quiet. We don't have a lot of rain right now, and when the rain lets up, things do quiet down. We'll expect the rain shield, that whole mass of green and yellows that you see on the radar, that will continue to work in. But those stronger bands, where those thunderstorms end up, are where we're going to get some of our stronger gusts, and we expect that to continue, especially this afternoon. We have even gusted really past 25 miles per hour. We had one cell come in, and the winds, while they're slowly picking up, it's still off the inland area. So the palm trees, they're starting to move, but again, it's still on the light side. We don't have a big breeze at all. So tranquil conditions here in Naples for the moment, but we expect more heavy rainfall as those squalls continue to pass in, we'll expect those gusts to pick up. And I think after lunchtime, especially heading into the latter half of the afternoon and then into this evening, that's when we'll start getting those surge and winds, those gusts to increase, and still the heavy potential for rainfall. We've already seen over close to an inch of rain just since this morning. We had some heavy squalls yesterday. And Mike, like there in Key West, things will really start to go downhill when we see our winds shift, especially when they become more southerly and westerly. But that doesn't happen until well after it passes off to the north, like it's doing there right now for you guys.
And that's the key as far as any kind of storm surge, because your wind is offshore right now. It's all about an onshore wind. We have that southeast now. We're still gusting close to 50 miles an hour, but the rain is just pelting us. We've had another half an inch of rain in the past 30 minutes, so now over 3.5 inches of rain. As it keeps on coming, you can see that on the radar as that tail wraps in right over the lower Keys, and that's what we're in right now. The winds peaked earlier at 59 miles an hour, but the rain is really peaking right now. This is the heaviest rain we've had all morning. Earlier rainfall rates were about 1/3 of an inch an hour, but now we're pushing a half an inch and a half an hour is an inch an hour. So this is some very heavy tropical rain. And notice the surf, which has really been churned up like a giant wash tub. In fact, I saw a couple of guys surfing last night around dinner time. They didn't have to go too far out. And these are not the big waves you see on the East Coast. These are more like 4 or 5 footers rolling in. Remember, most days out here, it's like a lake. That's the way it was this time yesterday. Just hardly a light chop on the Atlantic out here through the Florida Straits. Now, I just checked power outages a little while ago. We were about 1,800 and change. And now I checked the power.org site, and we're down below 100. So I guess Keys Energy was able to get the power back onto those homes here in the lower Keys. Not the best day for driving the overseas highway with the winds. Now, as you get up towards Marathon and the upper Keys, the winds are not nearly as strong. Checking Marathon, they're gusting about 30 miles an hour versus 50 miles an hour here. But you're talking about the 7-mile bridge in areas where there's no friction. The water's coming right across the Florida Straits into the bay. So Alex and Chris, again, it's almost like a car wash out here as the winds continue to howl 30 to 35 with gusts close to 50 with Elsa as it pulls away.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Yeah, indeed, it's pretty crazy when you look at what you're dealing with now compared to this time yesterday, where it was a fairly calm time in those waters.
And
it's changed.
It was a good point he made about the bridges. I would not want to drive, in a tropical, and if they're even open. I mean, I think the big one is, but normally when you get beyond tropical storm force conditions, it's tough to drive on some of those open waters. So let's take a look at some of the other current conditions right now with Elsa, and I'll show you the latest in terms of the risk of spin-ups, of tornadoes. This is always a risk when you have a tropical system approaching land. We've got a 3 on our Torcon. It's this whole area well inland, and we know that the system is going to parallel the coast right here and then come in at some point up around the nature coast. But until then, we get into these outer bands, and in particular, it's this middle band, which is coming up right now just north of Key West. And as this lifts up into the Florida mainland, we're going to be watching that risk of isolated spin-ups, the heavy rainfall, the winds gusting up over tropical storm force, and we'll be watching for that as well. Let me back up real quick. I wanted to show you this, that the hurricane hunters actually were able to now take off out of Keesler Air Force Base there in Biloxi. There was lightning earlier, which is why they couldn't. So soon we'll get some new data from them and what's happening in Elsa as the rain continues to lash the coast.
Once again, we welcome you back to our continuing Elsa coverage. Tropical storm Elsa now has passed Key West. The center has, but that, don't focus on the center, as we tell you, or the center of the cone. And now the west coast of Florida is going to see their weather go downhill. Can you hear the rain hitting the jacket? Yes. It's raining very hard, at least an inch an hour right now. The wind right in off the Florida Straits. Southeast, 35, gust close to 50 miles an hour. We had some power outages earlier. They have disappeared off the scan. We'll see how that goes this afternoon. Hopefully, we don't have many power outages. Fortunately, the wind's peaking at 59. Usually over 60, you get up to 70. That's when you really start to have problems. With that said, a lot of palm fronds have come down in and around Key West. Plus, with all this heavy rain, we've heard there's a lot of standing water. Some of the drains are blocked. So the best bet right now is just to sit tight here in the lower Keys. You get up to the upper Keys, things are much, much better. But we still have the tropical storm warning here in the Key West area. As far as the water, there it is. Like 4 footers, maybe 5 footers rolling in. Yes, the water was higher than average. We expected a water rise of 1 to 2 feet, but now the tide is going out, so that's helping us. Low tide about 2:40 this afternoon, and the winds will gradually go from southeast to south to southwest as the storm goes by and gets farther away from us. With the circulation, remember, in the northern hemisphere, counterclockwise around low pressure. So right now we're in that southeast wind. As it goes by, it'll rotate like this. And the same with Chris Bruin in Naples. Same kind of situation with Chris. His wind's going to change directions from offshore to onshore. And the rain's going to pick up. Right, Chris? So far you've had one squall, but nothing like we've seen here, but it's on the way. So get set for it.
Yeah, Mike, I looked at the radar. We got another squall that's coming into Marco Island or about to push in there in southern Collier County. That'll be next for Naples, probably within the next 30 to 45 minutes, and that's going to produce, again, those tropical rains that exceed an inch to almost 2 inches per hour, so expect more pondy on the roads. And it also may have some stronger winds. As we get into these bands closer in towards the center, they're going to be stronger and stronger. Winds slowly picking up, but again, anything close to tropical storm force. Just got a bit of a breeze, and again, you can see the palm trees moving towards the water, so it's an offshore wind, but I can definitely feel it compared to what we've been seeing really all morning. It's just been kind of stagnant, really humid too, really humid air. I look out at the pier, the beautiful Naples Pier. It's iconic, and there's several people out there right now kind of taking advantage of the little lull in the rain. So I expect as that squall comes in, those people will probably be running back to their cars. A few people out here on the beaches, but comparatively speaking, if you were out here 2 days ago, Jen, Alex, I can't tell you how packed the beaches would have been for the 4th of July. So timing out Elsa, it really worked out well with a lot of people's vacation plans. The 4th of July went out without a hitch, and now it's kind of business as usual here. Pretty tranquil in the summertime, quiet, sleepy beach town. And especially if you're on vacation, no need to cancel your plans. A lot of businesses, they're open. You may not be able to dine outside today, but usually you'll be able to get your food, and tomorrow should be a much better afternoon, especially later in the day.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, no one wants a tropical storm, but if you have to get one, this is the way to do it, right?
Yeah.
Not on the weekend, not on the holiday, and not bad enough to shut down everything.
Yeah, and improving conditions here for us as the system is moving. It's one of those, not one of those that's just kind of stay stationary, stall out, and dump rain for days and days and days and days. So it will get better. First, though, it will get worse there in a spot like Naples as this thing does move its way off towards the north. And, of course, other considerations that we have in that, bless you, in the water. Storm surge issues here, storm surge warnings. We've got a bit of that here extending here along the west coast of Florida.
And this is a very surge-prone area. I mean, very shallow bathymetry, which is the lay of the sea floor, basically, and then leading up to the Tampa Bay. And so, you know, regardless of which way the wind comes, you're going to get water pushing somewhere.
That's right. So we're already seeing some water rise in a few locations here, up around a half a foot in a few locations here for us, but we do think those values are going to be going up here as we see the system push northbound.
Yeah, so 3 to 5 feet worth of surge is possible. Definitely along the coast, that's going to be exacerbated once we get the winds pushing onshore. For now, there's still offshore that does cross the water over Hillsborough Bay and Tampa Bay, but for now, you know, offshore when it comes to the ocean side of things.
And of course, a big factor in all this is the high tide, low tide. And of course, if you can get that push of water coinciding with high tide, those water levels can really climb. But fortunately for now in Tampa.
For now, not that big of a deal, but overnight, Wednesday, early morning, 3:30, or 3:23, that's your next high tide. So that'll be a concern, I think, around that time. That's when we'll have that onshore push. All right, we also have other thunderstorms elsewhere. Let's take you in along the Gulf Coast of Texas and Louisiana. Oh, it has been such a soaker. We've got tropical rain here without a tropical system.
Yeah, indeed. It's been coming down here for you around the San Antonio area. Fortunately, starting to see some of the steadier rains kind of collapse here for you, but a flash flood warning is still in effect there for you in Bexar County, and more rain along the rest of the Gulf Coast. Not the best of beach times here for us as you head towards the Panhandle.
There were thunderstorms around Biloxi. That's what actually kept the hurricane hunters in at the airport there. They couldn't take off, but now they have been able to do so. We still have very heavy rain in the area, though. And look around Gulf Shores and Baldwin County, Escambia counties. We've got concern for heavy flooding rain right here.
All right, stay with us. Continuing coverage of Elsa is next.
Age is just a number.
So here we are focusing on Elsa, Tropical Storm Elsa. You see the radar view here, and certainly feeling the brunt of this here around the Keys and the southwest portions of Florida, where things are going to continue to go downhill in places like Naples, eventually Fort Myers, and then up the road to Sarasota. But Key West, you've been dealing with it, some very heavy rain. We've seen gusts, wind gusts get up close to 60 miles per hour. It has been not the best of times for the great outdoors here, that is for sure. And again, we're just going to continue to watch this thing progress slowly towards the north, spreading all of its impacts in that direction. Now, impacts felt far outside of the cone. Yeah, and well up the eastern seaboard as well. Once it leaves Florida, plans in the mid-Atlantic and New England will have to change to accommodate this uninvited summer guest.
A new video into the Weather Channel. We've got some drone video of the west coast of Florida as Elsa approaches Naples. You can see the pier in the distance. Also waves coming ashore fairly gently for now. That's going to change a bit as we see the system approach closer. Also, the rain has been falling, dark skies dominating in the distance, and a tropical storm warning is in effect. There's also a coastal flood advisory kicking in at 2 p.m. this afternoon.
All right, so let's check what's going on here with this thing. And yeah, we're watching it moving north. We just got that update from the National Hurricane Center about an hour or so ago. And again, not much change in terms of the storm system itself, with the wind still remaining at around 60 miles per hour, north-northwest moving at 10. It's just a little bit farther away from Key West, that center of the circulation. But again, we're still feeling the impacts here on the east side.
It slowed down just a little bit, so from 12 to 10 miles per hour, and that's something that we've just been observing, right? Like weather has not changed at all in Key West, still in it for another hour or two as we see some of those outer bands there. I did not have to bring my clicker, so
this might be at me actually. So I
all right, well that's as well, because I always overclick anyway. But for us in Key West, you can see how we're still in that band right here, and that extends getting closer to Marathon, but not quite as bad there. But Alex, you can finally see some of that circulation actually on the radar. Not completely, but almost.
Yeah, and so there it is. You can see that movement a little bit farther away from Key West, moving a little bit more northbound. It'll take some of the worst weather in that direction on off towards the north. Winds right now, again, strong as you head towards the Keys.
It's been nonstop.
It has. It's been a
since
constant.
midnight. We've been gusting over 40 miles per hour, nonstop.
Calm in Naples, but we do think that's going to be starting to change here very shortly.
And you really get a sense for how the core of the strongest winds, though, is closer to that center of circulation. So as long as that's offshore, that's where that's going to remain. But we're still in that sort of middle band here in the Key West area, the lower Keys for now. And that's what's going to move up towards Fort Myers and Naples and points in between.
The visible satellite showing you here sort of that center part of this portion of the system. Sort of the low-level center right in that zone with the big flare-up of storms just on off towards the east. So it's been difficult for a tropical system to really get its act together, strengthen, certainly rapidly strengthen, if you don't get that core of thunderstorms wrapping around the whole center.
We do have a hurricane watch, though, up just in case. So, Elsa is expected to remain a tropical storm, but there is a hurricane watch just in case from Egmont Key up towards Steinhatchee in Florida.
So Elsa going to plan to take a ride up I-95, leaving a lot of brake lights in its wake.
Visitors to summer hotspots like Jekyll Island and Atlantic City might be rolling the dice with some strong winds, heavy rain, rough beach conditions as we get closer to the weekend.
All right, so of course, this thing's not just going to make the landfall stop, poof, disappear. It will continue, maybe in a lesser form, but still spreading impacts northbound in the form of some downpours, gusty winds. A few isolated tornadoes, can't rule that out as well along the path.
I think it was last Thursday, the models were kind of hinting at this happening, like, oh, this might go up the entire eastern seaboard. And it will, although once it makes landfall, it will weaken in terms of the central strong winds and the pressure, but we still have that isolated risk of tornadoes. That's not going to change.
No, and those winds as well. Maybe not, again, as strong as we're seeing now in places like Key West, but, I mean, still 30, 35 mile per hour winds around Wilmington. Cape Hatteras here as you head towards the Outer Banks. That's where we may maximize some of those stronger winds later on.
We are likely to see heavy rainfall and flash flooding. Places, Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, 17. If you're traveling Route 17, that's going to be a tough ride with really heavy rain expected as we see the circulation push up through this area.
Forecast rain here for us, a couple of inches, maybe a spotty 3 to 5 here and there. But again, it's going to add up. And potentially the impacts, again, could spread all the way up into even parts of New England.
All right, so this is Thursday and Friday. Yes, we are still talking about Elsa. And so, it could take a track off the coast. If it does, it would have an opportunity maybe for the winds to strengthen a little bit more, but its trajectory will be away from the U.S.
All right, well, we got some new video actually here coming in from Elsa's rain and the wind that was whipping its way across the Florida Keys. Let's see the palm trees blowing here in the wind and some of the sheets of rain blowing sideways. And essentially, Jen, that's been what it's looked like for hours upon hours.
I know Paul Goodlow talked about that earlier with how the rain changing direction has been the case, right? Because it just went sideways and it hasn't been stopping. Let's take you down to a live look now at the southernmost point in the U.S. You can see the big buoy there, and it's pretty nasty outside, actually.
Yeah, a lot of folks taking pictures out there. Got to be careful that the water continues to lap up there. Make sure you keep tuning in. You can check us out on Roku as well as Amazon Fire.
Join me, Peyton Manning, and my brother Cooper for our new amazing...
The storm's expected to strengthen.
You have to be prepared.
Welcome back to Key West. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. High noon Eastern time, and Elsa battering the lower Keys. We just had a wind gust here to 70 miles an hour. That's just below hurricane force. As the Keys get whipped, the lower Keys in the tropical storm warning, we have a hurricane watch up for the Tampa-St. Pete area. Elsa continues to move away from Key West, but again, as you can see, it doesn't matter. What we are noticing, though, the winds are rotating from the southeast to the south, and we just had that gust. We can hear literally everything just rattle and kind of the roar of the wind coming through the hotel here in Key West. And we've had over 3.5 inches of rain, and it's all going up the west coast today and tonight. Let's check in with Chris Bruin. He's now live on the beach in Naples. Good afternoon, Chris.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, we're going to expect similar rainfall totals here in Naples. I want to show you what it looks like away from the beach. So this is Old Naples, another popular spot for restaurants and dining. You can see typically you would have a lot of people here. It's lunchtime. We're expecting, packed patios and just some enjoyable times. But yeah, not a lot of people sitting outside today. Winds are also starting to increase, and the rain will soon follow. You can see pretty empty here around the sidewalks. And winds, though, they are picking up. In fact, looking that way, we're starting to get a little bit more noticeable of a gust that will come through and move the palm trees. So a steady breeze. It won't be long before we start to get more of those tropical storm force gusts. Those squalls are not too far away. And looking at the radar, guys, we got some intense storms moving into Marco Island. They'll push into Naples here probably within the next 30 minutes or so, and that will continue. Each one of those getting stronger and stronger as Elsa pushes up the Gulf Coast.
And we had new video in to us here at the Weather Channel with gusty winds blowing those palm trees along the coast. So you can see it. You can also hear the wind pretty clearly, actually. And what's not so clear is what's in the distance as the rain comes down over the water.
Ooh, yeah. You can't, exactly. That's the thing, visibility. I've seen it at times dropping down to a half a mile. So tough to see out there. It's not a day to be trying to get out and venture out in the cars. Just stay put. Let this thing move on by there in the Keys.
And let's take a look at Elsa, where it is right now. Here's a look at that infrared satellite picture. You see that big flare up, the dark colors you see, the black, even the white. Those are the really tall thunderstorms associated with the circulation, but it's mostly on the east side, a little bit around the center, but not a lot on the west side. So that's key. If you saw it wrapping around, that would mean strengthening, but luckily we are not seeing that at the moment.
All right, certainly one to watch for us at America's Morning. Continuing here for us, rolling on, of course, tracking what's going on with Tropical Storm Elsa.
And we're going to keep you up to date on Elsa, plus the other weather affecting America today. We've got some very heavy rain in Texas. We've got thunderstorms that have now started popping in the Northeast with severe thunderstorm warnings, so there is a lot going on.
All right, let's get to the very latest. Tampa International Airport going to be suspending operations at 5 o'clock here this evening. Roughly 2/3 of the flights at Key West, airport, were canceled today. It is possible even more will be scrubbed. 2 shelters opened there this morning in Pinellas County.
Tropical storm Elsa is moving over the Florida Straits towards southwest Florida after lashing Cuba with heavy downpours and strong winds. This is what it looked like in Cuba when it was coming through some of the worst of it here. We're going to be keeping a close eye on places like Cedar Key and Naples for the threat of not just rain and coastal flooding, but also the risk for severe weather. You can get spin-ups of tornadoes in those outer bands as you have a tropical system approaching land. Where is Elsa right now? Well, let's go to Alex for that.
Yeah, it's impacting us here across South South Florida here with some of the heavy rain and some of those stronger winds as well. Fortunately, we haven't seen any tornado warnings coming up, but again, that could change and is anticipated to change as we work our way through the rest of our afternoon. But there's the radar showing you what's going on here with the system. There's the shield of rain, which actually extends all the way down into Cuba. They're still feeling some of the impacts from the system with that rain coming on down at this time. Maybe not as heavy as what we're seeing farther north, but still those areas, they were inundated by the rain and still finding that coming down. Closer view here for you. There's Key West, and you can see sort of the center of the circulation is right in this zone. And kind of over the last little bit, maybe hour or so, some of those stronger thunderstorms are trying to work its way to the north and west side. It's been having such a tough time doing so, but we'll keep an eye on that, because if it can manage to do that, that's its opportunity to try to strengthen a little bit more here as it moves its way on off towards the north. So there's still that outside chance we could see an increase in terms of those central winds as we move our way through the day. Right now, gusting now, look at that. That's a big gust. Up to 70 now, Key West. That's the highest we've seen so far there in Key West. So, yeah, they are still screaming there for you. And now Naples starting to see some of those winds gusting up to around 24 miles per hour. So now we're getting into, again, strong tropical storm force winds approaching Category 1 gusts when it comes to those winds, up around 70 here for you in Key West. Tropical storm force winds in the orange. We'll continue to watch that move its way northbound. So, again, Naples, Fort Myers, potentially Sarasota, Tampa later today. You'll be getting in on that. Some of the heavier rains are pushing on through parts of the lower Keys right now, and still more to the south. So again, you can just continue to feed that rain coming in from south to north until the system moves northbound here for you. We're going to be in the thick of things right there at the southernmost point. 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts, visibility at a mile, with the rainfall now approaching 4 inches. So it has certainly been coming down in bunches. But yeah, Jen, that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, yeah, that one's a big one, the biggest we've seen.
That's the biggest we've seen so far. And I want to show you how we sort of have a tail that extends out of Elsa down, still in parts of Cuba, dealing with some of that very heavy rain. So, you know, here's the Elsa circulation right up here, and then extends all the way down. And so that still yet has to come through the Florida Keys. That's going to be one concern, is that this is not going to be done completely until we get through this evening. Now, we are going to watch the infrared satellite to see just how far out reaching the cloud shield is. And you can see all the way up to Tampa, you're getting into some of those outer showers. But the core of it really is mainly offshore, starting to lash the southwest coast and, of course, the Florida Keys there. Hurricane hunters are en route. They were stuck at Keesler Air Force Base earlier this morning because of lightning, so they couldn't take off. So now we will start to get some data from them as they get closer to the storm. We'll watch and check in with what kind of information they are able to provide. So that was what was missing, actually, from the last advisories, that there was no new information from the hurricane hunters coming in because the flight wasn't able to leave early on. But we have plenty of other data, like what's happening on the satellites, the radar, the surface observations like you just saw from Key West. And this visible satellite really shows clearly these tall thunderstorms really erupting and trying to work their way around the center of circulation. They just haven't been able to. There is some shear, there is some dry air, and those two things are going to work against intensification. Here's the shear, that's in purple up here that I was talking about, and actually some of it getting moderate to even strong. And so that's going to be one thing to work against intensification. The other is the fact that we have some dry air. It has not been able to get into the circulation of Elsa, but it's there. And so we know it's going to be a mitigating factor as it moves up to the north. Now, the more water time that Elsa has, of course, the more potential that is there for intensification. And that's why a hurricane watch is up just in case. But right now it is expected to remain a tropical storm. From Egmont Key up towards Steinhatchee, that's where the hurricane watch is up. The tropical storm warnings extend up and down the entire west coast of Florida, part of the Florida Big Bend area. It was dropped earlier this morning over around Indian River, but it's off to the east of there. All right, let's go back to Mike Seidel, who is in Key West. And Mike, we saw the observation wind gusts to 70 nearby. Did you feel that?
Oh, we did. I mentioned it a few minutes ago. 11:50 a.m. The airport is just down the road here, just a little east, a little north of east, right up the coast here, just a few miles as the crow flies. And you can just feel the rush of the wind, and it just kind of roared through the hotel complex here. And I thought to myself, well, that's got a top 59, which is our peak gust, and it did 70. We were sustained at 47 miles an hour, so definitely in the tropical storm category. What I've noticed now, and you can see on the radar, in fact, on the radar, as it moves in motion, of course, it's moving. You can see about 15 minutes ago, that's that little area that came through, and that's what produced that 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. So now we're still going to stay with these very strong winds, but notice upstream, looking off to the south and south-southwest, we're just about out of the really heavy rain. In fact, it's not raining as hard as it was. And you can see that the visibility has improved dramatically. Just about a half an hour or so ago, we couldn't see the end of the pier. Now we can. The wave action, better review of the wave action here rolling in. 4 to 5 footers, but they're breaking way out in the Florida Straits here in the Atlantic. And as I mentioned earlier, the tide is going out, 240 low tide. Surge was never expected to be a big issue here. We had a surge forecast of 1 to 2 feet, and it has certainly stayed in check. Now around town with all the rainfall, oh, by the way, just over an inch of rain last hour, in 1 hour. So now we're up over 4 inches of rain here in Key West. There's a lot of standing water in Key West, plus a lot of palm fronds have come down. So watch out for standing water. Drains are blocked. Probably the best thing to do right now, at least through the afternoon, is just to stay put and stay off the streets, especially if you're not in a vehicle, because these palm fronds can be dangerous. And also the coconuts. Let's go to Chris Bruin in Naples. Chris, so far you have not had the weather we've had, but it is on the way up the west coast of Florida this afternoon and tonight.
Yeah, we've had some light showers for the last hour or so, so things have been able to drain nicely, but kind of a wet day here. Not a lot of people out dining outside. I want to show you what some of the patios here. If you've ever been to Naples before, most restaurants have more outdoor seating than they do indoor because of how nice the weather is a lot of times, including many restaurants over here. A lot of people have their ponchos on. I see some behind me. But take a look at this. We got some stronger bands coming in. They're not far away. In fact, I'm looking at the sky, and it certainly is looking more ominous. Notice the lower level foliage and the smaller palm trees, but if you look beyond that, past the stoplight, you get some of those taller palm trees. There's less friction there, and you can see some of the fronds moving towards the beach. The beach is off to the left of the camera, and that's an offshore wind. So we'll slowly watch the wind shift from the east to more of a south and easterly direction, eventually a south direction, and then eventually a southwesterly direction. But that won't happen until Elsa is getting up towards Tampa, at least the core of it. Once it gets up to about that latitude, we'll start to get that kind of a wind shift. I think those are when we'll see some of our strongest winds, but also more of the coastal concerns, beach erosion, much larger wave action, only because, guys, Jen, Alex, that's when we get that onshore push. So while, maybe some of the worst of the thunderstorms happen now to dinner time as the core of those rains and bands get in, the worst of the beach conditions, at least right on the beach, may be more tonight and then this evening as it pushes well to the north of us.
Yeah, well, that would work out because hopefully no one needs to be on the beach overnight.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, Chris, thank you. Let's go up the coast to Tampa and talk about conditions there. You are under tropical storm warning. St. Pete, you are under a hurricane watch with the possibility of winds gusting more than 74 miles per hour.
Yeah, both cities no stranger to tropical cyclones and the dangers that they bring in. All hazards are on the table today, from isolated tornadoes to heavy downpours to coastal flooding due to storm surge.
Yeah, so storm surge, when you talk about this area, one of the most surge-prone regions, we're not expecting a huge surge, but enough that you need to be on your guard for this.
Absolutely. Of course, what contributes to that is the wind associated with the system moving over that water and pushing it onto land here for you. And some of those stronger winds, the tropical storm force winds, extend away from where that center of the circulation will be moving. So even outside of that cone, that white outlined area, impacts will be felt. Fort Myers, you're not in the cone, but get ready for tropical storm force conditions and then moving up the road. Even central Florida, Jen, we can't rule that out down the road.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite graphics because it really just shows how it's not all about the cone. Things happen outside of the cone for sure. And that's if it takes a middle track, right?
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
So if you take a track on the edge, even beyond the cone. But so we're going to have some impacts here. We're going to talk about the wind and the wind direction. We've been feeling it all morning and early afternoon now around Key West with that peak wind gust up to 70 miles per hour. We're going to see winds easily 35, 40 plus well inland as we get into the next several hours.
And there it goes as we move through this evening. Tonight, Tampa, you're in the thick of things. 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible. But you do notice from south to north improving with those wind gusts here as we head through the overnight into tomorrow morning.
All right, and then we look at more specifically up towards the Tampa and Tampa Bay area. Watching the wind direction for now and through the afternoon, and it's going to be offshore. Now that could affect us with the water moving from east to west over Tampa Bay. Perhaps parts of Pinellas County could be impacted by that. There's a really good storm surge map that I shared on Twitter this morning that allows you to put your address in basically to see if you could be impacted.
And of course, one of the other impacts we could feel and deal with is isolated tornadoes. Oftentimes these tropical cyclones come on in and they can spawn. They tend to be brief. They tend to be on the sort of weaker end of the scale in terms of the intensity, but a tornado is a tornado. So that risk, torque on value here, it's a 3 for a good chunk of the peninsula of Florida.
All right, so we're watching what's happening here today, of course, with Elsa. We also have storms elsewhere, though. Texas, the Gulf Coast, Louisiana, dealing with heavy rainfall. And then also the Northeast, we've got severe weather that has just begun.
Yeah, severe thunderstorm warnings here for you. Right around the Rochester area, you can see the storms that are moving east here fairly quickly. Watch for the risk for some of those damaging wind gusts here for you. Livingston, Monroe, Ontario counties here until 12:15. You're dealing with that severe thunderstorm. They're moving east pretty quickly.
This is just the beginning of it, guys. We're expecting to see a lot of storms across this area today. Rochester and points north, Monroe and Wayne County, portions of this under a severe thunderstorm warning until 1 o'clock local time here. Damaging winds is going to be the biggest risk today. Can't rule out some small hail. There's really not a big tornado risk, although, you know, in severe mode, you never say never. But really the strong winds and the downbursts coming out of these will be the biggest concern.
And so, yeah, we're starting things here in the interior parts of the Northeast, and eventually some of these storms, they'll be continuing to work their way east. So just a heads up here for you. It's not just an interior day. It's going to be moving its way eastbound to impact some of those areas, even along Interstate 95.
We'll stay with us today. We've got teams spread out to give you the very latest on Tropical Storm Elsa.
Hi, Verizon launched the first 5G network, and now we want to be the first to give everyone the joy of
It seemed like a normal day.
I looked up at the sky and I seen the darkness coming.
I got an alert on my phone, and then all hell broke loose.
It was complete chaos. Go, go!
There's no way you can outrun it.
If Mother Nature gives you a warning sign, get ready for something big.
I have never seen anything like that. I had no idea what had just happened.
You just hang on for dear life and hope for the best.
Tropical Storm Elsa still battering the lower Keys. Good afternoon. Our continuing coverage all day, all night into Wednesday as we watch Elsa attack the west coast of Florida. It's east side loaded, so since we're not on the Atlantic coastline where it would mostly be out over the water, we're on this side in the Gulf. Everybody gets a piece of Elsa. It could become a hurricane. It's not a high probability, but we do have the hurricane watch up for the Tampa-St. Pete area. Look at the surf out here. It has been churned up overnight and this morning as the winds started to ramp up last night along with the rainfall. Now we're getting another good, decent squall, heavy rain. We've already had over 4 inches of rain here in Key West, causing problems on area streets. That combined with the palm fronds getting blown down, we've had a wind gust peaking at 70 miles an hour. So that's just below hurricane force. And you can just hear the rain pelting my jacket. Great that sound out here. Now, as far as the weather goes here, things will be improving this afternoon and tonight. The rain is going to start to back off. You can see on the radar, not far away, you can see a lot of dry air where the rain is there's non-existent. The storm is moving north-northwest. We've got a Hurricane Hunter aircraft in there right now. Eventually, it's going to go north and then start to make that turn towards the northeast later tonight and tomorrow. So with that said, this rain will continue, and then it will probably a week weaken somewhat, taper off, but we're still going to have these trailing bands, which can still bring us some gusty winds and showers through this evening and overnight tonight. But the steady, substantial rainfall is going to ease off this afternoon here in Key West. But it will be picking up on the West Coast. We've got crews up and down giving us live coverage through tonight. Let's start off with the southernmost point in Naples with Chris Brewing.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, you know, rain steadily picking up. A little bit heavier than what it was last time we checked in here from Naples, but expect heavier squalls. In fact, we're watching one coming into Marco as we speak. But I want to talk about, kind of get perspective from restaurants and even just people who live here, residents. We got Austin, who is a server, bartender here at Sea Salt, and then you've got Molly and Cindy. You guys have lived here and know the secret. The secret is not a secret anymore of why it's so beautiful. All right, business on a day like today. Talk about it.
Rain, shine, clouds, even snow. Sea Salt is going to be open no matter what. We are here to safely serve the people of Naples and all the surrounding cities, and we'd like to welcome you.
Would you guys, what would it take for you guys to close down, like on a day like today?
I think we need about 3 feet of snow in the city of Naples in order for Sea Salt to close down.
Okay, so you guys are pretty much open for business. Maybe people opting for the indoor option today rather than the outdoor. Let's talk about from a resident perspective. You guys have been through past storms.
Oh, yeah.
Irma, most recently. How was that for this area?
That was a little scary. We had to evacuate.
Okay, so you weren't even here.
No.
No.
It flooded the streets. So
Yeah.
we had to evacuate, but it turned out to be kind of a bust. They expected 60 feet surge, 60-foot surge. Didn't have to take off.
Yeah. What about, a tropical storm like Elsa? Does this excite you? Do you guys, what do you guys anticipate just for your own beings on a day like today?
Not nervous today.
Okay.
No.
I called yesterday to make sure that Sea Salt was open so we could come and have lunch today.
Because your beach plans got canceled.
Right.
Yeah.
Then we'll scoot home. We'll get home before it all really kind of happens, but it shouldn't be too bad.
No. I mean, maybe a palm frond down, some flooding.
Right.
You know those streets that usually pond.
Absolutely. Worried about flooding, though. Our pool pool water coming inside.
Yeah, let's talk about that pool. A lot of people have pools here.
Yeah.
Do you ever have to drain them when you get a lot of rainfall?
We do.
Okay.
In fact, we got something extra today to drain our pool because I think we're, 6 inches?
I think so,
That's
yeah.
a lot.
Okay.
So I live downtown, and I'm staying at her house with her husband, and we're just kind of having a camp out because I live closer to the beach, and they live a little farther inland, and it's a little safer at their house. So we had a camp out last night, and it turned out to be kind of a dud. So we're
a little more excited today.
Yeah.
Another sleepover tonight, and
And I will say it's going to get a lot more exciting this afternoon. Thank you guys so much. Molly, Cindy, Austin, appreciate it. Hopefully grab some lunch there this afternoon. Again, so restaurants are open, not nearly as packed as what they were this weekend. And again, timing, guys, really worked out. A lot of visitors were able to get their 4th of July plans underway. Fireworks went off without a hitch. And even yesterday, aside from a couple of squalls, we had a fair amount of sunshine. Today, very different story. In fact, the winds, they're starting to pick up. Let's take you out to the street level really quickly as we had to break here. And we're going to monitor the situation. We got some squalls coming through. Again, we still got that offshore wind, so overall less than 20 miles per hour, but expect that to shift. And as it does so, winds will get stronger. Heavy rainfall expected as Elsa tracks just off to our west, up the Gulf Coast of Florida, impacting areas not only here in Naples, but up towards Tampa and points north. We'll be back.
Why? We are back in Key West, Florida, as we continue to get hit by Elsa, Tropical Storm Elsa, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Next intermediate advisory coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern, just before 2 p.m. Eastern. I can tell you that we now have some power outages to report. Keys Energy down here in the lower Keys has just over 2,800 customers now without power, no doubt because of these winds we've had. A 70-mile-an-hour gust about an hour ago, and now just recently we've had a gust to about 60 miles an hour. Also, the rainfall continues to add up. Storm total now 4¼ inches of rainfall, and because of that and the palm fronds blocking some of the drains, just the rainfall rate alone at 1 inch an hour, we've got standing water in a lot of streets in Key West. So just be advised, best thing to do right now is to stay home and let this blow on through. The winds will be up right on through tonight into Tuesday, not this strong, but the rain is going to start to back off here this afternoon. You can see that on the radar that the brighter colors have moved on by. We still will have some occasional squalls with heavy rain and higher wind gusts, but certainly we've had the bulk of the rain that we're going to have from Elsa. And you can see behind me, boy, look at the, well, we'll go this way. This is easier for Chris Erickson, my photog. And you can see how the visibility has come back up again. We had a squall last live shot. So now the visibility is improved probably at least a mile or so. We can see down to the Naval Air Station, and the waves rolling in. They're breaking way out there in the Florida Straits, rolling in. Tide is going out. Good thing there. With low tide about 2:40 this afternoon. So a tropical storm warning continues here. We've got warnings and even hurricane watches for parts of the west coast of Florida. This thing is east side loaded. So since we're in the Gulf of Mexico, Jen and Alex, the worst of the weather is going to be on the east side. And because we're not on the Atlantic side, it will impact a lot of people all the way up to the Big Bend of Florida, if not this afternoon, tonight, into certainly Wednesday morning.
That's right, Mike. Thanks so much for that. Indeed, feeling the brunt of it there around Key West. And we'll be in it for some time before things start to improve there. But then down the road, working, as you said, up the West Coast.
I mean, they've been in it since midnight. Yeah. The winds are over 40. The last hour, pretty much 60 or 70 miles per hour. So it's been tough there in Key West. It will get better. I want to show you where it's going to get worse, though, as we take a look at what's going on with Elsa and where it is headed. The movement had slowed down as of the latest advisory to 10 miles per hour. Just a little incremental slowdown, but certainly enough that you sort of notice that you're staying in the weather a little bit longer. Now, this is really key. When you see that, you know, it's 65 miles away from Key West, and probably a little bit farther right now, actually. And you notice how all of the deep convection, all the worst of the weather, is pretty far offshore compared to Southwest Florida. Since it kind of nudges in like that, that's protecting us a little bit just by, you know, fact of the shape of the coastline. That's helping us stay away from some of the worst of the weather in Naples, in Fort Myers, in Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, etc. Now, let's look at the hurricane hunters, where they're at. They're getting closer, so we'll start to get some data soon about what's happening in the storm. They'll fly through it, they'll fly around it, and we'll get more data about the speed of the winds, the exact location of the center, and of course just the structure of the storm. What's happening on that west side of the storm where we don't have a lot of convection or thunderstorm activity? We can see the radar on the east, right? Because it's close enough to land that we get a very clear picture of what's happening over here. You get a sense for the circulation. You can see that right here, although the radar doesn't look like it's wrapping around. That's simply because it doesn't reach out that far. There is some echoes there on the west side, but the worst of the weather is on the east side. And this band that is just about to lash the southwest coast of Florida, that is going to bring some stronger winds here, probably in excess of 40, maybe even excess of 50 miles per hour. Look at Key West. We are still gusting to 60 miles per hour there, and definitely going to see things get worse before it gets better up there in places like Naples and really all along the southwest Florida coast. This band right here is lifting just to the north of Marathon. The little tail of it might get us there, but really the worst of the weather is in those waters right in between the mainland and the Florida Keys. All right, Alex, let's talk more, though, about where this goes after this.
Yeah, it continues up the coast here for us. And of course, the impacts felt away from that center in the west coast of Florida, even the interior zones as well. Impacts can be felt in the form of some of those strong gusty winds, heavy downpours, and isolated tornadoes. That's why we have Torcon values here that are reaching right around a 3. There is a tornado risk. Now, generally, when we're talking about tornadoes associated with tropical cyclones, they tend to be brief. They tend to spin up pretty quickly, and they tend to be of the quote-unquote weaker variety on the lower end of that scale. But a tornado is a tornado, so any warnings that do come out, please heed those warnings. Get in your safe zone. Certainly a lowest floor of a sturdy structure is where you want to be if that happens. So unfortunately, we haven't had any warnings so far, but that certainly could change here for us as we head through the day as we watch Elsa continue to progress off towards the north. You can see even some storms here well away from the center impacting you there in and around the Tampa Bay area. So watch out. Things are going to continue to go downhill there. We're seeing it around Key West. There's the core of the system there. More heavier rains impacting us here in southwestern portions of Florida, pushing up the coast. And of course, a reminder, you can watch the Weather Channel's coverage of Elsa streaming on Roku and Amazon Fire.
Join me, Peyton Manning, and my brother Cooper as colleges go head-to-head in trivia.
Peyton, we're going to go with must-see TV.
I like it. I'm going to remember that. I'm a Tennessee alum. Try not to be biased. I'm a professional.
Capital One College Bowl. Check your local listings.
At 4Ocean, you can help fund one of the largest ocean cleanup efforts in the world anytime, anywhere. And with our full-time professional captains and crews documenting every single pound, you can trust that the job will get done right. Shop our wide range of sustainable products at 4ocean.com.
Look,
This isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take your home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free, no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments.
Meteorologist Mike Seidel. Once again, Elsa battering the lower keys. Now, as you go up through the middle and upper keys, weather not nearly as bad, not as much rain. Marathon is gusted to 37 versus here where we've gusted to 70. Just proximity to the center of Elsa, which has now moved to our north. The center has. But again, we weren't even in the cone, so that gives you an idea. Don't focus on the cone, the center of the cone. Just focus on the widespread issues with impacts. Some storms are more compact. This is pretty broad, more compact, and this one's pretty broad. So we've got impacts now extending all the way up the west coast of Florida. And they're going to get worse as we go through this afternoon and tonight. Winds have gusted here, as I mentioned, 70 miles an hour. Keys Energy reports just over 28 customers without power. And you can see the water. We've had a little bit of erosion, not from the Atlantic or the Florida Straits, but all the rain running off all this concrete down the beach and down into the water. So there's a little culverts there. That's about the only sand we've lost. Let's go up the coast, up the west coast of Florida to the beach in Naples, and check in with Chris Bruin. Chris, your wind is still offshore as our wind starts to rotate from the southeast to the south.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at the radar, and we got some of the worst weather we've seen yet about to come crashing ashore. If we can pull up the radar, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Rain has definitely picked up in just the last 15 minutes. Winds are slowly starting to pick up, and we expect those gusts to get a lot stronger once that heavy band gets in. It's only a few miles to our south, and it's coming in fairly quickly. So that forward speed, the getting closer to the core of Elsa, which still lies well off to our south and west out over the Gulf of Mexico, is going to create some of those maybe first tropical storm conditions here for parts of southwest Florida and Collier County. So y'all come through. I want to show you just some of the ponding that you get here around town. Not anything that's unheard of. You get this in your typical summer thunderstorms, but when you continue with these tropical downpours, remember, we're going to get several squalls like this and intense rainfall. It can add up. And we were talking to one of the residents earlier. She said pools. A lot of folks have pools just in their backyard here in South Florida, and those have to be drained because sometimes those pools can overflow when you get several inches of rainfall. So that's a good tip too, Jen, Alex, to be mindful of. A lot more rain to come. Flash flood watches are up, and those tropical storm conditions only getting worse over the next several hours.
Chris, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that band is like sitting right there next to the coast, so he's going to get it soon.
Yeah, that shot's going to look a lot different. Thanks so much, Chris. We'll check back with you there. But yeah, lots of impacts to be felt here for us. With this system, of course, there's going to be wind, but that wind over water causing the surge, and that is one of the impacts that we'll be seeing as we head through the day.
And that's something that concerns a lot of people, too, because it is a surge-prone area. We've been talking about Tampa Bay. Another really surge-prone area is up towards Appalachia Bay, too, and sort of on the complete northern and western edge of where we could see impacts. But that's another area to watch, and there is a storm surge watch up.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of those water heights here certainly could be rising. We're already seeing some water rise in some of these areas, up to about a half a foot, but that could be even more here as we get to kind of a peak of the surge, along with that potentially coinciding with that high tide. That oftentimes is when you really get that peak and the highest here for us. Could be maximized somewhere in that yellow area, 3 to even 5 feet.
Right. And so, you know, the concern is, right, at the time of high tide and the wind direction, when they all coincide, when everything's sort of working against you, that's when you see the biggest impacts. High tide for today. Next one, we're just past high tide. The next high tide comes in overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. For Tampa Bay along the ocean areas, that may be that sort of that's coinciding with the peak timing right there. And because also, that's we'll have the onshore wind.
Exactly, that wind direction changing. So we'll watch out for that here as we head into tonight, no doubt about it. Of course, the tropical storm force winds, the probability of dealing with that, pretty much a guarantee essentially here in that darker shade, pushing its way up there along the west coast of Florida.
All right, so then we have not the only game in town, believe it or not, active weather with really heavy rain in Texas, really heavy rain along the Gulf Coast stretching through Louisiana, a lot of it offshore right now, but we've been inundated. The atmosphere over Brownsville, Texas, believe it or not, is not that much different than over Tampa. Almost tropical here, not, no tropical system, but we got that kind of moisture.
Yeah, and those downpours are certainly in place. A lot of lightning pushing its way on through. We had some of that around San Antonio, and that flash flood warning is still in effect there for you until the noon hour. So for about another 15 minutes or so, good news is we've seen the rain come down around San Antonio.
These thunderstorms around Gulf Shores and Orange Beach and Pensacola, they have not gone anywhere this morning. There is a flash flood warning here for continuing concerns for heavy rainfall and flooding. Baldwin and Escambia County, this goes until 2 o'clock local time.
Yeah, it's not been a very fun beach time in those areas. No. And we head northbound. If it's a vacation time for you in the Northeast, we got some storms. Some of those could be severe here for us as we head on through our day. In fact, the Storm Prediction Center already saying this is going to be an area that they're looking to potentially put out a severe thunderstorm watch here in the next next bit.
Yeah, we've already seen a couple of thunderstorms that had the concern for severe limits. Saw some damage earlier this morning near Stafford in New York State. And now, a couple of warnings at this time for damaging winds. That's going to be the primary threat with all of the storms that we see pop today.
Yeah, so those storms are getting going here for us. Interior first, and eventually we'll see those storms progress off towards the east a bit. But you can see some of those warnings that are in place right now impacting us. Monroe, Ontario, Wayne counties here until 1:15. Damaging wind gusts. Also, the chance for some hail with some of these storms.
Yeah, and it's right along the interstate, too. What a headache for drivers there. Also watching down around Allegheny County and Wellsville, thunderstorms crashing on in. Again, strong damaging winds are going to be the main risk with these today.
Good boy. Hold my pouch.
And we're taking a look at Elsa right now. The hurricane hunters are en route. If you've been following us this morning, they were supposed to take off a couple hours ago, but there was lightning at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi where they were leaving from, so they had to stay grounded until that subsided, and they were able to recently depart, and they are almost to the center of the storm.
Yeah, so close. We'll be certainly getting more information on this system, which will certainly help with tracking what it's doing now and what it may be doing down the road. Well, impacts felt far outside the cone and will up the eastern seaboard once it leaves Florida. Plans in the mid-Atlantic and even New England may have to change to accommodate this uninvited summer guest.
Oh, that was stretch of weather, Alex, right in between Key West and Naples. I mean, oh, that's a tough ocean right now. Luckily, all mariners were urged to stay in port, and I hope they are, because that's just churned up right there.
That is not a place you want to be, that is for sure. There's the latest stats on Elsa, 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm, moving on off towards the north-northwest at about 10 miles per hour here for you. It's kind of slowed down a bit from what it was earlier this morning, but it is continuing to move at least the center away from Key West.
So this band right here, this is going to be one that we watch today for not just the concern of heavy rain, some gusty winds, but both that band and this one will have to watch for isolated spin-offs of tornadoes. There's no watch yet, but there'll probably be a tornado watch as we get into the next couple of hours.
Yeah, Storm Prediction saying that's certainly something that is likely as we look at those winds still gusting up over now Key West 62 miles per hour. We saw, I think the peak there was 70 last hour, so it's been really strong.
It's been relentless. We're going on beyond an hour now of winds, either close to 60, I think it was 59 to start, or up over. We had a couple of 10, 15 minutes of 70-mile-per-hour winds. So it's been nasty there in Key West. Probably some more power outages, which would be a concern for the crews getting back out, too, until the winds subside.
Yeah, they can't get out there in the buckets if it's still with the strong winds. Closer view on the radar. And again, there's one of those bands that's moving north now for you, approaching the southwest coast of Florida, getting a bit of a break from some of the heaviest the rains around Key West. But we're not out of the woods just yet in that area.
The invisible satellite has been so interesting today to watch because you see this big sort of bubbling up effect of the thunderstorms that are growing tall in the atmosphere. And that means that they're stronger the taller that they grow. However, there's still nothing happening on the west side of the storm.
Yeah, that west side has been void of anything. This thing has just been so lopsided here. And if it can't get kind of stacked over that whole center, it's going to be tough for it to really get its act together, certainly in terms of any kind of rapid intensification. Just not going to see that with a structure that is like that. But there's still hurricane watches because you can't rule out this thing maybe strengthening up to a hurricane.
Yeah, we still got some water time left to go with Elsa over water, and so that'll be a concern. The bigger concern, of course, is the tropical storm conditions like we've seen already. And from Key West right up, Indian Pass was now removed out of this, but to Ocklawahnee, we have those tropical storm warnings and inland too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we got some pictures coming in from our very own Charles Peak. This out of Naples, Florida. Charles driving around here in the area, and you can see certainly a lot of wet pavement, wet roads, and some of the rain coming on down there for you. At least right now in Naples, not too terrible to be driving around, although occasionally you'll see some water ponding on the roads here and there. But we do think with that band of heavier rain getting in, this picture may look a lot different and maybe a lot tougher to try to navigate here in the next bit.
Yes, for sure. And, you know, things are going to be very changeable throughout the rest of today here. So if you can avoid travel, doing errands, just wait until the weather's better. I mean, there's that, what I hate to see is accidents that happen because of wet roadways and complicating factors. So that's one of the risks. Now, we expect that there'll be some increase because, again, it will be over water. There's things working against it. But a landfall coming in sometime overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. And then we have the whole East Coast in play.
Yeah, going to work its way up. Southeast Georgia, the Carolinas could be impacted as well here as we head through the mid part of the week. So, yeah, once the landfall hits, it's not like it just disappears.
Yeah.
It will continue to impact.
It will weaken when it's over land.
Yes.
So we expect it to come down to 40 miles per hour, but then, you know, there's the chance it goes offshore. The sooner it does that, then the more likely chance the winds could actually strengthen with it.
So, yeah, we'll certainly be watching that as it moves in that general direction. Of course, spreading with it, some of the rain. We're seeing that now in southwest Florida, but moving northbound, Carolinas, mid-Atlantic getting involved in this, and that opportunity, as we've talked about, for isolated tornadoes.
And that means the impacts are going to go along with it, too. That isolated risk of spin-ups that we'll see. Gainesville's in this, Daytona Beach, Jacksonville, Brunswick, Savannah, Charleston. This is all for tomorrow. Winds, you know, as we watch the system over land, the winds will come down, but you still could get some tropical storm force gusts.
Yeah, that'll continue to move its way up the coast. Some of the stronger winds could impact us here around Hatteras, the Outer Banks. 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts as we get into Thursday night, a possibility.
All right, so flooding, that's going to be a bigger concern. Heavy rain, the big rainfall rates like we've been seeing this morning around Key West. Mike Seidel had what, like 2 2/3 inches of rain in a couple hours.
Yeah, since this morning.
Yeah, and the rainfall rates will be heavy. So watching I-95, US 17, travelers in this zone will have to be dealing with some of the heaviest of rain. And the timing is tomorrow into Thursday morning.
Yeah, so be careful out there. You can see some of those rainfall totals here, several inches. And then look at this. Possibly impacted to the Northeast and into New England.
Just a reminder, you can watch the Weather Channel's live coverage of Elsa streaming on Roku and Amazon Fire.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Weather Channel's continuing coverage all day and all night. It's Elsa, Tropical Storm Elsa. We'll have a new advisory coming up later this hour, and the Hurricane Hunter aircraft are back in there looking at Elsa right now. It's moved past Key West. The center has moved north of us, but we're still getting some residual rainfall. We had a lot of rain this morning, and through the top of the hour, 1 o'clock Eastern now, we've had right at about 4.5 inches of rainfall, most of that falling, more than half of that falling in the past 4 hours. Wind gust peaking at 70 miles an hour. We just had a gust a few minutes ago of 52 miles an hour. So the winds are going to stay gusty, although the rain is backing off. You can see that on the radar right now, that the rain is not nearly as heavy as it was, with the reds and oranges pulling away from us. Heavy rain off to our east and north, and then heading up the west coast of Florida. Meanwhile, power outages, about 1,600 Keys Energy, and the airport in Key West, they've canceled at least 47 flights in and out of Key West today. That's about 70% of their normal flight schedule. So not a great time to fly in and out of here, especially if you're one of those smaller regional jets. In the meantime, we'll keep you updated from here as the worst of the weather heads up the west coast of Florida. And Chris Warren, since it's east side loaded, unlike on the Atlantic side, everybody's going to get in on some of Elsa's action, especially on the coast. Chris?
All right, meteorologist Mike Seidel, thank you so much, reporting live from a very stormy Key West right now. Want to get you caught up with what we know. 180,000 people have been evacuated from southern Cuba as Elsa lashes the island. You can see here just how strong the wind and heavy the rain was with the storm. Made landfall yesterday. About 23,000 waited for the storm from the safety of their government shelters. The storm also unfortunately killed 3 people in the Caribbean. And now more on the latest right here with Tropical Storm Elsa. Hurricane watches are in place along Florida's western coast as we wait Elsa's arrival early tomorrow morning for some. Tampa International Airport will suspend operations at 5 this evening. An evacuation shelter has opened in Hernando County where a voluntary evacuation has been issued. 2 more shelters are open now in Pinellas County. For the latest on this storm, what it's doing right now and what we're thinking is going to happen in the future, let's go here to our hurricane expert and storm specialist, Dr. Greg Postel.
Chris Warren, thank you very much. Yeah, Elsa is actually providing a lot of rain, a lot of wind to much of the Florida Keys and elsewhere in southwest Florida. Let's take you back just about 2 hours ago. Key West sustained 44, but a gust to 70 miles per hour. So those kinds of winds can do some damage, and we know in some of those higher wind gusts, we're going to continue to see some very strong winds move northward eventually, even though right now we're looking relatively benign weather conditions across the northern half of Florida. But as I mentioned, Elsa is coming our way, and we will see those weather conditions get worse later on this afternoon. The latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center, 60 miles per hour in the wind speed, but moving north-northwest at about 10 miles per hour. So it's moving, remember, a lot slower than it was a few days ago. It was moving almost 30 miles per hour about 4 or 5 days ago. It has slowed down a lot, and it's over relatively warm water right now. So we have to be very careful and keep the updates going and make sure we're aware of the changes in the intensity, because there's a little bit of a window here, an opportunity for this to strengthen, perhaps even a little bit beyond what the forecast suggests. Although this is the most likely scenario, no doubt about that, with Elsa basically plowing its way toward the north-northwest and eventually due north, and then northeastward along the east coast of the United States. It is going to likely bring rain and wind all the way through the Carolinas into perhaps eastern Long Island and eastern New England. How about that in a couple of days, and maybe even as a tropical storm or some kind of hybrid there around. So we have to watch it very carefully. How about this, though? I'm waiting for this information coming in. I want to know exactly how strong Elsa is, and the hurricane hunters, the Air Force reconnaissance, they're on their way. And just a little while ago, measured 44 miles per hour surface wind. But trust me, they are not right now sampling the strongest part of the storm, which is very likely in this zone on the northern and eastern semicircle where the strongest convection is and where there's quite a bit of lightning. We will know in a matter of minutes what the hurricane hunters are finding, how strong it is, and we'll get that information to you as soon as we get it. This is what it looks like on the satellite pictures. And I can tell you that there's a lot to be gleaned from these pictures. There's more than just a good-looking view. We've got basically the center of circulation here on the western edge of most of the bad weather. A lot of clear skies on the western side of it. This is the way it's been basically for the last few days, meaning follow the track and the worst weather is going to be along and to the right of it. Tropical storm force wind gusts probably extend outward up to 70 miles, and they will be brushing parts of the southern Florida coastline here in a matter of an hour or two. We do know Key West gusted to 70 with a sustained wind of about 45 to 50 miles per hour. One of the reasons why it looks like it does, we talked about this yesterday, we talked about this over the weekend, there is a decent amount of dry air that's gotten into the circulation on the heels of a little bit of wind shear. Not a lot, but a little. And it's done enough to give this asymmetric appearance in the cloud and the weather. And that's important to keep in mind, because as we track Elsa northward, remember, 100 miles plus east of the center, we are going to be dealing with significant wind and rain, and that is going to bring it all the way up through North Florida by tomorrow afternoon. Jacksonville, Florida will likely see some pretty significant wind gusts, and then we're going to continue to track Elsa through South Carolina and North Carolina, probably weaken to a depression, but then again, it probably strengthens into a tropical storm as it comes offshore off of North Carolina, very likely late in the week. So this is a long duration event, and we have to keep in mind where it's going because the Northeast is not out of its sights. Right now, Elsa is moving up the west coast of Florida, lashing coastal communities with wind and rain. And our Chris Bruin is live in Naples, Florida. Chris.
Hey, Dr. Postel, thanks for bringing me back. We got some rain picking up. We're watching that band very closely. In fact, some of the worst of the weather we've seen yet today is about to come upon us here in Collier County. I want to show you the pier. My producer, Melody, she just went down there and said there's a lot of people kind of antsy, waiting for the winds to pick up because we haven't seen a lot of strong winds. We've had heavy rain at times this morning, but we haven't had much of any of the wind. It's been mostly light, if that at all. And that's partly due to the fact that we've got an offshore wind. So the wind is coming in off of the land out towards the water. So we're not going to have any storm surge at the beaches, not until we get Elsa to push way to the north and we see those winds shift from the east and southeast that we're seeing now, and we'll see this afternoon, to more of the south and southwest. Eventually we get into the westerly flow, and that will help push some of the water, especially in vulnerable spots like Lee County. You've got hundreds of people who live within canals and also just shallow bays, and those are vulnerable, especially areas around Pine Island, up the Caloosahatchee River. We know Port Charlotte, also the Feast River Basin, a big spot, and then of course into Tampa Bay. But again, until those winds get to more of an onshore push, we're not going to really see that water rise. Rainfall will pick up, and we'll have those gusts likely at times in some of those heavier downpours exceed 40 to 50 miles per hour. I don't think we're going to get what Key West had, though, where they gusted to 70, because they're closer to the core. Remember, Elsa passed just to the west of them. We're going to be farther away by the time Elsa gets parallel to Naples, okay? So we're not probably going to get 70 mile per hour gusts, but we'll get the 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. And if you look at the coast of Florida, unlike the Keys, which are pretty much exposed there in the middle of the ocean, the west coast of Florida get those strong winds to then hit the Everglades. They have time to be brought down as they pass over the land, especially as they come out of the south and the east direction, Dr. Postel. So by the time they actually get to Naples right now, they're fairly light, and you've got so much vegetation and structures kind of blocking that. Here at the beach, it doesn't really feel very windy at all. That changes as Elsa pulls north, and I think this evening will really be when we get into more of those stronger wind gusts and also the thunderstorms that are soon to follow.
Yeah, Chris, here at Key West, the winds, as you mentioned, are going to be stronger, have been stronger. But as you go up the west coast of Florida, and as Elsa starts to make its turn towards the coast on Wednesday, we're going to see the stronger gusts up there versus, say, in Naples, Lee, and Collier County. With that said, we have just gusted again over 50 miles an hour, 54 miles an hour. Keys Energy now reports about 3,000 customers without power. That's about 10% of their customer base. The big power company is Florida Power and Light, and so far they're in pretty good shape. In fact, I just checked, and they've got nothing to report. The other power company in the Keys does have several hundred customers without power. Wind still howling, the sky is brightening up, and on the radar you can see that, in fact, I'm seeing a little blue sky. On the radar, you can see that the worst of the rainfall certainly has moved past Key West. We're still going to get some heavier showers, but you can see how it's kind of more sporadic and scattered in nature as you look upwind, what's coming at us from the south and south-southwest around the bottom of the circulation and on the southeast side of the circulation of Elsa. Waiting for the Hurricane Hunter aircraft to find out what is going on. We weren't able to get an aircraft in there this morning because of the lightning issues, but they're in there right now. We've got another intermediate advisory at 2 p.m. We'll see if any of their data gets worked into that, but certainly we'll have a better idea by 5. Also another forecast track. So far, 4.5 inches of rain, Dr. Postel. So we've had the bulk of the rain, and the worst of it has been around town. A lot of standing water, palm fronds blocking the drains. But other than that, we've done okay with the flooding and the surge, which was forecast 1 to 2 feet. Not bad. We never really had any issues, and now the tide is going out, low tide coming up in about 30 to 35 minutes. Dr. Postel?
Mike, thank you very much. I got an answer to you real quick on that recon measuring right now a wind of 64 miles per hour on their estimation using SFMR data. And if you go to my graphic, I can show you, this is sort of answering what Mike was querying about, that we do have the reconnaissance aircraft in there, and on their first pass on the western side, we are measuring winds over 60 miles per hour. So it may be even a little bit stronger, perhaps, than it was, let's say, 6 or 12 hours ago, a little bit, maybe. That was on pass number 1, right on this side, guys, and that is where the 63, 64 plus mile per hour winds are being measured. We're going to go slice and dice our way through this thing again, and we may indeed find stronger winds than that. So buckle up and hang tight. Hurricane hunters are in there and doing their amazing job at giving us a very clear picture of what's actually ongoing. Now, in terms of impactful weather, besides the typical rain and wind that we would expect, we also have a shot at severe weather, including tornadoes today across much of Florida. Remember, yesterday we had a tornado warning and lots of severe weather across parts of southern Florida. Today we might see even a bit more, as basically the worst of Elsa comes closer, and it will likely move across the entire state of Florida eventually in due time, in a matter of 6 to 12 hours, and then even into tomorrow morning. So this is what we've got on the radar. Again, there's a lot of lightning strikes in sort of the middle of the circulation out here over the water. That tells me vigorous convection is operating effectively, and we will likely see, again, some of those very strong storms come very close to areas in Florida later on this afternoon and evening. How about 7 or 8 o'clock tonight? Maybe even after midnight. Tampa is when we see our worst weather. Very likely wind gusts of 60 miles per hour, perhaps even higher than that in some of the worst of all the thunderstorms. And we will likely see Elsa continue moving on northeast by then, and maybe even making a close encounter with Jacksonville by tomorrow, bringing with it, of course, a lot of heavy rain as well. Chris.
All right, Dr. Postel, and with the heavy rain will come some of the strong winds and the big wind field that we're going to be watching. By that I mean just the aerial coverage of some of the stronger winds, stronger than 45 and even stronger than 60. We can see with some of the latest gusts getting into the middle keys, lower and middle keys, anywhere from close to 40 mile per hour wind gust to 52 mile per hour wind gust. And it's gusty also on the east coast of Florida. And here's that area of low pressure. That wind is going to help push quite a bit of water as well. At the moment, just moderate rises, not much really at the moment, but that is likely to change, especially if this does get even stronger with storm surge warnings, expecting some surge from Bonita Beach all the way up to the Big Bend of Florida. And of course, we talk about the impacts happening outside of the cone. This is where you can expect tropical storm force winds. Now, let's also keep in mind there's going to be action beyond that as well in the form of maybe some thunderstorms. Can't rule out some isolated tornadoes as well, as this does work up to the north and potentially producing some severe weather. And we can see this going up into Tampa, as Dr. Postel was talking about, and several counties inland as well. Meanwhile, right now, breaking, there is a tornado warning here at the moment. Here we are in Florida. This tornado warning, Collier and Hendry counties. The tornado warning, it's radar indicated until 1:45. So this Collier County is just north of Monroe County. So this is in the southern portion of Florida, getting more inland as well. So this one of many threats with what is for now Tropical Storm Elsa as it continues to impact and hit Florida.
So now Dish allows you to access your Google Nest Hello doorbell from your TV.
Wait, what time is it? No, he's here early. He can't see me like this. What do I do?
Always know who's at your door right from your TV. Dish, tuned in to you.
Keeping your oyster business growing has you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Around here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Ask my history teacher where to go to college. He said, go where you like the weather. Best advice I've ever gotten.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
Breaking right now here on the Weather Channel, a tornado warning here in Florida. This associated with some of the rain with Elsa, and we were telling you about this yesterday. This is certainly something that we were expecting to happen as tropical systems start to make landfall or interact with land, at least, maybe not making actual landfall, but the storm itself is over land, not the center of it, but a lot of it is. So as we look, this is for Collier and Hendry counties. This is Collier County right here, Hendry County, and if you kind of look beyond the rain, a little bit of good news here, not very populated here. However, the tornado, if anybody's driving around or happen to live here, is likely in this location, and likely, again, it's a radar indicated. It is a radar indicated tornado warning in effect until 1:45. Not too far away, right here in Naples, is where we find meteorologist Chris Bruin tracking the latest conditions, and you can see some pretty hefty rain. Chris, how are things going there?
Oh man, we just got hit hard with some intense rainfall. It's heavier than it was when we last checked in, but this is actually lighter than just a couple of minutes ago. It didn't have a lot of wind with it though. Again, we're not seeing a ton of those strong gusts, but we're getting creamed with rain. You know, there was a few minutes where you could barely make out the pier there in the distance, and now it's starting to become a little bit more visible, but still some very heavy rainfall. This is the kind of tropical downpours that causes flooding, essentially because the rate at which the rain is falling is just more than the city drainage system can keep up with. And those usual low spots, I know in Naples, it's Golden Gate Parkway and Tamiami Trail. That's the 41 intersection right there in front of the Publix near Naples High School. You've also got a lot of low-lying streets all through downtown. We're at 8th Avenue, 5th Avenue, another spot at Gulf Shore Boulevard that lines the coast. The beaches, again, they're pretty empty. Not a lot of people out. There's probably a more substantial breeze that I'm just starting to notice. That was, I would say, the most wind we've seen so far today. And as we get into these bands, they continue to progress. We'll start noticing those winds pick up. They'll also be a bit more persistent. I'm looking at some of these coconut palms, and they're definitely getting blown around just a little bit. Certainly some gusts picking up, maybe upwards of 15 to 20 miles per hour. I think the strongest wind we've had in Naples was 24 miles per hour. But remember, that's an offshore wind, Dr. Postel. I think winds get a lot stronger when we see that shift more to the south, and eventually from the southwest, that will start to push the water and the wind off of the ocean, and we'll have a lot more exposure, allowing for stronger winds.
Chris, that's exactly right. When those winds turn around and become onshore, they're going to go up by quite a bit, I think. But, you know, it's not just Florida that's going to feel the brunt of Elsa. A tropical storm watch is already up for parts of Georgia, South Carolina coasts. Take a live look at Savannah and Charleston right now. Both cities will see some storms today, a bit more than usual. Some of that is not directly tied to Elsa, but I do believe the weather will get worse this evening and tomorrow as Elsa moves on through eventually. Let's have a look at some of the live conditions right now across North Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. It's a bit stormy, but not nearly as bad as it's going to be. We are going to see really the worst of Elsa bring its impacts into northern Florida, coastal Georgia, and parts of South Carolina as well. Very likely as a tropical storm with likely wind gusts, I think, over 50 miles per hour in some locations. There's the official track and the intensity from the National Hurricane Center. But as we said, it doesn't stop in Florida. It's going to bring all its baggage northeastward from there across South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and also parts of New England, maybe with a brush with a resurgent tropical storm. It may weaken over the Carolinas, but then strengthen once again over or near the coast of New England, and that would be late in the upcoming week, this week. So we'll be watching that very carefully. But let's have a look now. Tomorrow afternoon, we do think Elsa will be moving from Florida into southern Georgia and along and to the east of the track especially. We will likely see wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour, and that will likely continue northward into parts of South Carolina. Again, that's all assuming that the forecast holds. If for some unlikely reason Elsa were to get a lot stronger, then we would have to up the forecast in the wind and the rain both. But right now, this is the best guess, the best estimate, most likely scenario, bringing as a tropical depression Elsa into eastern North Carolina with still gusty winds and maybe even some severe weather along and to the right of its track. Speaking of severe weather, here's the forecast for showers and thunderstorms and maybe the possibility of a tornado or two, North Florida. And then as we head toward, let's say, Thursday, we could see some severe weather along coastal North and South Carolina. Speaking of winds, again, if this forecast holds, the coastal sections will see the strongest winds and some coastal flood potentially with the onshore wind. And maybe we'll see some wind gusts on the Outer Banks on Thursday up to 50 miles per hour. We'll be right back with much more on Elsa.
Hi, Verizon launched the
breaking right now, a tornado warning to tell you about here in Florida, just to the east of Fort Myers. This associated with Tropical Storm Elsa right now. A few things to point out. First, here's that roughly where that area of low pressure, so you can kind of see where that swing is, that counterclockwise swirl, with a lot of the action is really on the right side of this storm. Here's Key West. We'll get to meteorologist Mike Seidel's reporting there live in just a moment. But this right here, the tornado warning, another warning's been issued, essentially just extending the first one right here. The first one, of course, for Collier and Hendry counties. But the next one, as we go up, for Glades and Hendry County. So this is Hendry County right here, and getting a little bit into Glades County. A little bit more of a populated area, too, when we look at LaBelle here in Florida. So here in the southern portion of Florida, just east of Fort Myers, as is certainly a very real possibility, seeing severe weather and in particular tornadoes associated with tropical systems as they approach land, either before or with landfall. And this one's going to be raking right up the west coast of Florida. So this is likely something that will happen again here. So stay with us on the weather channels. We continue to track this. Of course, we do have team coverage, and we continue that team coverage back here to the south in Key West. That's where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Chris. Good afternoon once again from Key West, where the rain has stopped. We've actually had some brightening. You can see the sun briefly poking through the overcast, but certainly the worst is over here as far as the rainfall. We're still going to get some squalls. Felicia Combs will be on from 2 until 6, so she may get some gusty squalls, some more heavy rain. But with that said, we've had 4.5 inches rain so far here in Key West. I want you to look out over the Florida Straits and how far we can see now. Earlier with the rain, we could barely see the end of the pier. Now we can see way, way out there. Look at the whitecaps and the waves breaking. About 4 to 5 footers. The tide is low right now, or will be low, I'm sorry, in about an hour, about 2:40 Eastern time. And we didn't really have much of an issue with surge, fortunately. We still have some power outages, just over 3,000 customers here in the Keys. Most of those I would assume would be in the lower Keys, where we have the highest wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. We're still gusting around 50, and these sustained winds coming at my back are now rotating from the east-southeast around to the southeast, now more of a southerly direction. As the storm pulls away, the winds will come around to the southwest, and that's what we'll see later tonight and tomorrow. It is still going to be quite breezy here tomorrow, Dr. Postel, but certainly the worst of the rain is through. We just got to deal with these winds, and then we watch to see what happens with the tropical storm as it heads towards the coast, up the coast of Florida, the west coast of Florida.
Yeah, Mike, here's what we know now about Tropical Storm Elsa. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has issued states of emergencies in 27 counties, and President Biden has approved Florida's state of emergency and federal assistance from FEMA. Meanwhile, residents can prepare now by picking up sandbags in Tampa, Citrus County, St. Petersburg, and Bradenton. All right, let's have a look now at some of the latest observations coming in across Florida, the Florida Keys. As earlier, Mike Seidel was reporting, there was a wind gust of 70 miles per hour at Key West with a sustained wind somewhere close to 50. So a legit and healthy tropical storm force wind in Key West earlier today. The winds along the east coast of Florida really not all that strong right now, about 10 to 15 miles per hour with some slightly higher gusts. And I do believe Elsa is now up here. We will be updating that position once we get it from the National Hurricane Center. So I do believe it's still moving just slightly west of due north. And that motion will continue today and bring increasingly bad weather or worse weather to the central and northern part of Florida. Well, right now, the weather conditions are okay. I mean, right, 10 to 15 mile per hour breezes, some scattered showers and storms. Not all that unusual for early July, but it's going to get worse. As Elsa, as the last advisory was at 60 miles per hour, I think it's a bit stronger than that now. And I think the pressure is a little lower than 1,007 millibars. And that reasoning is based on what the reconnaissance aircraft are finding in there right now. I don't think the track thinking is going to change much. I think that's going to remain steady as she goes. But we have to watch out for the possibility of Elsa maybe being a little bit stronger as it moves northward, maybe reaching hurricane status. We'll be watching that carefully. Of course, it doesn't stop in Florida or Georgia. Elsa is going to be moving on and bring some bad weather later on in the week to parts of New England. I'll talk about that at 50 past. But here's the latest reconnaissance data. The Air Force reconnaissance mission went right through here on the northwestern side and found winds in the mid-60-ish mile per hour range and a pressure much closer to 1,000 millibars. Wind up a little bit, pressure down a little bit. Heads up, Elsa may be getting stronger. We'll be right back.
You have a very soggy northern part of the state that's going to receive Elsa. So we're anticipating that interaction with some of the trees and losing power. So there's going to definitely be significant impacts from this. We have over 6,000 utility workers on standby, also have search and rescue ready if that's needed. But I would tell folks just understand that there's going to be a lot of water as a result of the storm combining with the weather conditions we've had over the last couple weeks.
This storm, Elsa, and Elsa's tropical downpours continue to drench Miami this week, but it was the storm's winds yesterday that really hammered the area. Gusts stronger than 30 miles per hour, creating some travel issues at the airport. There were more than 475 flight delays in Miami and Fort Lauderdale yesterday. Let's take a look right now at what's going on with this system, this tropical storm that remains just off of Florida's west coast, and it's moving north. And it's bringing rain with it. A lot of rain into the southern part of Florida. Still seeing some thunderstorms moving through the Miami area. A tornado warning remains in effect as well. This tornado warning is currently in effect until the top of the hour. Radar indicated, and it is moving to the kind of the northwesterly direction here with some lightning associated with it as well. Here's the high-resolution future radar. Take you through the next few to several hours here, and we can see that broad rotation with it heavily weighted on the right side of the system. You can see that all through here, and that includes much of the peninsula of Florida. So well outside of the cone, we're going to see a lot of heavy rain, thunderstorms, possibly severe and possibly tornadic. Again, do have a tornado warning currently in effect right now. This heavy soaking rain also going to create more travel issues and concerns, of course, reduced visibilities, ponding on the roadways, and even the potential for some flooding. Here's that area of low pressure as it continues to spin very close to the Tampa-St. Pete area. And as it moves through, we're going to have to watch and see how strong it gets. Watch for the water being pushed on shore. So the surge is there. There's going to be a storm surge threat. There's going to be an inland freshwater threat as well. The flash flood threat is going to be with us. Flood watch is in effect all the way up to southern Georgia with this system with 3 to 5 inches. And you just can't rule out seeing more than that. That's just how tropical systems go, is that they tend to throw a few wrinkles at us in terms of who ends up getting a lot more rain. That's in the official broad forecast here remains to be seen. So we don't know exactly who it's going to happen for, but usually somebody gets more than the forecast here. The hurricane watches have been posted from Tampa north. Tropical storm warnings expected well inland. In fact, let's find out what's going on the ground right now here in Naples, Florida. That's where we find meteorologist Chris Bruin. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Chris, a lot of ponding now around town. I'm looking at several streets. Our producer, she was just going around just the vicinity, and a lot of standing water, especially since that heavy squall came through. And it's still steady, moderate rain right now. Now, the rain to the north isn't very heavy yet. Once you get north of Port Charlotte, you're really kind of dry. We've had maybe one cell come through. We're watching areas like Sarasota because things start to go downhill through the afternoon, and especially this evening and into tonight. I want to bring in Edward McCrane, the director of Sarasota County Emergency Management. Thanks for joining us, Edward. For your county, any updates on voluntary evacuations?
We don't typically use the term voluntary. We either evacuate or we don't. So we've advised people that don't feel comfortable to go ahead and leave and evacuate. But those others, based on the effects we're expecting from this storm, from our professionals at the National Weather Service, we've asked them to shelter in place and stay inside during the impact of the major rain and wind bands that come through.
We know flooding is going to be a big issue. We're also concerned about a little bit of water rise. We know there's some low-lying areas, especially around Sarasota Bay and parts of the county. Any preps ongoing? Is there places for people to get sandbags? What parts of town are you most concerned about flooding?
Yes, we have a couple areas that are prone to flooding, especially at high tide. A lot of our drainage that goes into the bay can't go anywhere if the tide's up. We did do sandbag operations yesterday. We don't have any today because we were anticipating that rain and wind band coming through early. But we have advised folks to stay out of those areas, to not drive through those high water areas, to find another route so they don't get stranded. Most of the folks that are here, and we try to message too for our visitors and tourists that may be here on vacation, they may not be familiar with the area. So it's best during the periods of heavy rainfall and wind to stay indoors.
All right, Edward McCrane, the director for Sarasota County Emergency Management. Love that update there. Again, no voluntary evacuations. They either urge you to leave or shelter in place when tropical weather threatens. And we'll watch the conditions go downhill, not just there in Sarasota, but up through Tampa Bay. We've got continuing live coverage here on the Weather Channel all across the Florida Gulf Coast. Continuing next.
This
Welcome back to our coverage of Elsa, Tropical Storm Elsa, a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm. Have another update here shortly. In fact, the intermediate advisory is due in by 2 p.m. We'll check in with Dr. Postel in just a moment. Winds are still howling. We're going to have the wind throughout the afternoon into Tuesday. They'll slowly subside, and they're going to turn around from the south now. They were east-southeast, now south, and they'll come around from the southwest. You can see what the wind has done to the Florida Straits, the Atlantic, all churned up. About as big a waves as you'll see here. She had a hurricane, but again, this is pretty big wave action. In fact, we had some surfers yesterday around dinner time. This time yesterday, we had just a light chop on the water, so it doesn't take much. That wind energy gets transferred to the water surface and creates the wave action. 4.5 inches of rain so far here in Key West. We're not done with the rainfall, but as you can see on the radar, it's going to be more scattered and sporadic in the next 6, 8, 10 hours. Dr. Postel, peak gusts 70 miles an hour. Not too shabby, and the highest sustained winds 47 miles an hour. So about where we expected this to end up as a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm going to our west. I think in that core where we had the lightning earlier, they probably had 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds.
Well, I think you're right about that. In fact, Mike, we just got an update from the National Hurricane Center. There is now an upgrade in the intensity. 70 miles per hour now on the wind speed. That's actually not unexpected, right? We knew this was a possibility in this corner of the Gulf of Mexico, not far from the Florida coast. And the reconnaissance have been in there, and they did find Elsa a little stronger than it was, let's say, 12 hours ago. This is not likely one of those situations where it's going to get really strong really quick, but it is notable that the winds have come up a little bit and the pressure has come down a little bit as well. This has all been confirmed by the reconnaissance in there. And let's zoom in here because we can get a tornado watch that has recently been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. This tornado watch essentially for the southern half of Florida goes until 11 o'clock tonight. So this is one of those days that we're going to see a lot of bad weather, Chris. Not just rain and wind, but also potential for some tornadoes as well, Chris.
Potential for severe weather well to the north as well, keeping our eyes on what could be a pretty severe afternoon for millions of people in the northeastern United States. Storm Prediction Center issuing this severe thunderstorm watch in effect through this evening. Most of Delaware, all of New Jersey, all of Connecticut, all of Rhode Island, most of Massachusetts, with the exception of the Cape and the islands, a lot of New York, a lot of Pennsylvania, and some of Maryland. And it's here in New York where there are several severe thunderstorm warnings. Remember, watches in terms of severe weather means those conditions are possible. Warnings mean those conditions are happening. And that's what we're seeing right now with several severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Thunderstorms rolling through the northern side of Syracuse. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 2 o'clock. And then south of there, if you drive down Interstate 81, we are looking at this particular severe thunderstorm warning south of the last one. This includes portions of Binghamton, New York as well. This one in effect also till 2 o'clock. And then a couple more as we approach the Capital District here through the rest of this afternoon into the evening. More showers, more thunderstorms. And we're going to see by a little bit, maybe like an hour or two before sunset, some of the storms threatening some of the highly populated areas along that Interstate 95 corridor from New Jersey up to Massachusetts. And then during the overnight hours, starting to see some significant improvement in terms of severe weather. However, Dr. Postel, we're looking at what eventually Elsa could do to these same areas that I was just talking about.
Yes, I think you're right, Chris. I think we will have a sort of a breezy and rainy, if not downright windy and rainy period by the end of this week and into the weekend as Elsa moves from the Gulf of Mexico and over Florida. How about this? Through the Carolinas, bringing all the trappings of a landfalling tropical storm. And that will likely also continue to be moving in this direction. Now, keep in mind, if it gets back out over water, we may be dealing with some strengthening and maybe it acquiring some of the tropical characteristics it lost over the mid-Atlantic. Let me show you what I mean here. This is one of the models beginning, say, tomorrow evening, where we think Elsa will likely be over southern Georgia as a tropical storm with some gusty winds, maybe that severe weather threat, heavy rain as well. And then we continue Elsa into North Carolina by Thursday evening. Again, very heavy rain, still some gusty winds, although not as much as we see in Florida, but maybe 40 to 50 miles per hour in some places. But it doesn't stop there. It may reemerge off the Delmarva or off the Jersey Shore and then go into New England. How about this on Friday evening? Now, this may well be one of those situations where we have a former tropical storm aided by the jet stream coming in, and we might see some strengthening here yet again. So bad weather on the way, very likely for New England late in the week and in the weekend. And just a reminder, you can watch the Weather Channel's coverage live on Roku and Amazon Fire Stick.
DiGiorno